What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Hangout spot where you already know it's Real Talk Boxing Talk live from my man cave. It's your boy Johnny, and I am your host for another edition of the Hangout Spot Live. This time, the Tuesday night edition. Let's get it.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And I just want to thank everybody for rocking out on this Tuesday night, man. We gonna cook tonight, baby. We gonna cook tonight, and shout out to all of y'all that rocked out on Sunday night, man. Our epic Sunday night show did not disappoint, man. And like I always say, you never know who's gonna show up at the Hangout Spot. If you do not see Sunday night's episode, make sure you check it out at the Hangout Spot on YouTube, man. We had a couple of special guests besides Coach Bermudez, who was in the building. We had boxing manager Daniel Gonzalez. He was here. He manages Thomas Bloomingfeld. He manages Kurt Scooby. He manages Cornflake Lamana, our guy. And it was a great interview. And then after that, man, we had another one of Coach Bermudez's fighters that joined the panel. We had Anthony ATV Velasquez, who is 18-0 with 1 draw, 15 big wins via night. He was in the building. He's a 154-pound contender. Again, spur of the moment. You never know who's going to pop up at the Hangout Spot, man. And, of course, we had one hell of a show with callers. We were recapping the weekend of boxing, specifically the big win by Najee Lopez, light heavyweight, who's my guy. Shout out to Pro Box. Shout out to Coach Mark Ferre. Shout out to Najee Chino Lopez, man, for doing this thing and now putting himself in the conversation for hopefully a top 10 opponent his next fight, man. But tonight we're going to cook. We got one hell of a topic, man. We got one hell of a topic because there's been big news in the world of boxing, man. Zuffa Boxing, bro. Zuffa Boxing, which is led by, obviously, Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh and a couple of other people, including Nick Khan. They have just signed a deal to stream 12 events on Paramount Plus in 2026 as part of a long-term media rights deal, man. And this one, for us true hardcore boxing fans, could be a game changer. And I want to get everybody's thoughts on it, man. I want to get everybody's thoughts on it because this is a big deal. You know, we've been wondering what's going to happen. You know, the whole partnership piece, Turki Al-Sheikh, Dana White, TKO. What's going down, man? What's going down with their contender series that they are hopefully putting together? What's going on, man? What's going to happen? Well, this is a big move, man. They secured a media rights deal, and now they're going to be streaming 12 events, which is basically one a month next year, man. So we're going to have hella boxing, bro. I'm excited about it. I got to be honest with you. But again, curiosity piques, man. What do we intend to see? So I did put a poll out there, and one of the things that I put there is, are you excited about the Zuffa Boxing new streaming deal with Paramount Plus? One of them is obviously yes. I can't wait to see it. No, not really interested. Don't really want to fuck with TKO for whatever reason. And then undecided, man. Got to wait and see. And right now, 62% of the voters are undecided. Again, we don't have a lot of votes yet, so make sure you cast your votes. And make sure you smash that like button, man. Let's not forget the ground rules here at the Hangout Spot. If you're watching this live on YouTube, smash that like button, man. Help us get this channel out into the homepage and algorithm of other boxing fans so they know we rock out weeknights, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our Sunday night show, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And let's not forget, we are now doing live fight chats, man. We cooked for the Canelo Crawford live fight chat. And then after the fight, man, we stood here till 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, taking calls, getting immediate post-fight reaction. We would be doing that on the regular, man. I had a blast. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. But yeah, man, we cooking, man. We cooking. So smashing that like button and helping us get this channel out there, man, it's free, man. And it'll help the DHS family grow. We are also streaming live on X. If you're watching this on X, please retweet, follow. We are trying to build our family over there on X. And then come on over here to YouTube and join the party. Same thing on Facebook, man. We are streaming live on 3 platforms as we do every single show. If you're watching this on Facebook, my Facebook family, salute to you. Throw me a like. Come on over here to YouTube. Again, join the chat. Join the party. Great conversations, man. We got the best chat and boxing podcast, bar none. I don't care. I may be biased, but that's exactly how I feel. And then you know the deal. If you've subscribed to the channel already, tell a friend to tell a friend. If you haven't, Again, that is free. It'll help us grow. We are trying to get to our next goal of 3,000 subscribers. We've only been doing boxing content for a little bit over 17 months. Right now, we are at 2,629 subscribers. So we are about 71 subscribers away to our next goal of 3K subscribers, which we'd like to do before that big Riyadh card, November 22nd. It is going down. David Benavidez, Anthony Yard in the main event, and then the co-main event, which we haven't invested interest in over here at the Hangout spot / the Norman spot. My guy, WBO welterweight champion Brian Norman Jr. will be defending his title against Devin the Dream Haney. And let's not forget, yours truly, the Hangout spot, will be boots to ground this Friday at the gym in Atlanta, spending some time with the WBO welterweight champion at the gym. We will be doing a live show from the gym, more than likely at some point in the afternoon. I'll have more information as the week progresses, and I'll make sure I let you guys know. But if you're subscribed, smash that notification button, because it will let you know when we are going live, when we indeed decide to go live. I'll try to plan it as best as I can, but you know how it is, man. When you're out on the road getting that work in, man, it's boots to ground, man. You got to take it as it comes. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's see if we could get at least 10 to 15 subscribers tonight. It's possible, man. All of y'all got friends, man. Tell them to hook a brother up, man. It's free, man. Tell them to come join the party here at the Hangout spot and subscribe and become a family member. Last but not least, the most important ground rule is y'all got to cook in the chat, man. Y'all got to cook in the chat, man. Interact, talk that boxing shit, troll a little bit if you want, man. It's all about having fun with family members. We are all family at the end of the day. You know the deal here at the Hangout spot. It is a safe place to give your opinions, give your perspectives, and more importantly, talk that passionate boxing shit. And if we have a crash out here and there, that never hurt nobody either. Sometimes that's going to happen, man, when we talking that passionate boxing shit, man. But if you do want to make sure that you get a question or comment read, the best way to do that is via Super Chat, because it will come up as a starred message. I will see it. You show me love, absolutely, I'll show you love, man. Super Chats provides your boy with a little bit of a donation, man. And every penny counts, because we are putting the work here for the third shift workers and the overnight shift, man. We do 4, 5, 6, and we've even done a 7-hour and change show on a couple of occasions, bro. We cook here, man. So if you want to send your boy donations, Super Chat is the best way to go. Super Sticker is another way. Cash App, which is scrolling down below, is another way. And we also have the QR codes right here on the side of the screen for my Zelle and my Cash App if you want to throw a brother a donation. Every penny counts, and I appreciate that. We do have a 10 Super Chat goal up. Help a brother get there, man, because we're going to cook tonight. We're going to motherfucking cook, man. But first and foremost, man, I just want to give a shout out to my daughter, Jalen, for hooking me up with this dope-ass Jason Voorhees Friday the 13th t-shirt, the edition that she got over there at Halloween Horror Nights for me. So shout out to my daughter. Appreciate it. Dope shirt. As you know, we went to Halloween Horror Nights on Saturday. It was dope, man. We had a great time, but I got to be honest, man. If you don't have the express pass, don't even bother, bro, because them lines for them haunted houses, bro, are an hour and a half to 2 hours. Some of them over 2 hours. It's just a toilet full of nasty ass shit.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
Word. It is bad, man. And we got there a little bit late after opening, and the express passes were sold out, bro. And I only ended up doing one haunted house, which is the one I wanted to do, which is the Friday the 13th house. It was dope. We stood on the line for about an hour and a half. So, you know, a brother like me who isn't very, very patient, it wasn't really a good time, but we did have a chance to talk, and me and my daughter and her boyfriend had a chance to catch up. So that was cool. The house was cool. But after that, I was not standing on any line for an hour and a half for another one. So we just cooled out, man. We walked around. We drank a little bit. We enjoyed the atmosphere. If you guys have never did Halloween Horror Nights, check it out. But be prepared to wait if you do not get that express pass. That is a must. And shout out to the New York Jets for shitting on themselves again and embarrassing all their fans last night by losing and officially becoming the worst team in the NFL.
That shit is a 2-pack of ass.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
What the Jets need to do is they need to just move, man. Go to Alaska, go somewhere else where I don't see you, bro. This team is straight ass, bro. Straight ass. Thank God I got the Ohio State Buckeyes, bro. A total embarrassment. A shit show, bro. An absolute shit show. Honestly, after that fumble, after the first drive, where we ran the ball down the Dolphins' throat and we fumbled at the 1 yard line and gave up like a 15 play, 98-yard touchdown drive, I was like, damn, I should have did a show tonight, bro. It would have been better to do a show and spend some time with the DHS family, man, because the Jets do nothing but disappoint. They are ass. If the season ended today, between us and the Saints, I believe, for the top overall pick in the draft. Here we are. We ain't even in October yet, and the fucking season is over.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit, okay?
This is nasty.
It must be nice to root for a good team, man. It must be nice to root for a good NFL team. But like I said, my Buckeyes, shout out to them for doing their thing this week in Washington. Next Saturday night, they will be back at the Horseshoe in Columbus to face 3-1 Minnesota. They never disappoint. They are the defending champions, and they're looking strong, the best defense in the league. I looked at the stats today, and they're not even giving up 6 points a game. I believe in 4 games, they've only given up a total of about 23, 24 points, if that much. I mean, the defense for the Buckeyes is for real, bro. The defense for the Buckeyes is for real. If all goes well, man, hopefully they can repeat, man, as national champions. But the chat is cooking, man. You know, we throw a little bit of football in here every now and then. We got Alberto in the building. Smash that like button for Johnny, y'all. That's right. Smash that like button. It's free, man.
Let's go, chat.
It's free, man. We got to get to 100 likes today, man. We ain't going anywhere until we get to 100 likes, man. And we are just getting started. Let's not forget, man. 4, 5, 6 hour shows, man. This might be one of them. I think the topic is great. I definitely want to get some callers in here and start to get some dialogue. What do you guys feel about this deal, man? More importantly, Dana White's comments, man. Did you guys see Dana White's comments during an interview with Max Kellerman on that Inside the Ring, that the Ring magazine, that show that they do weekly now, when he talked about having one belt, the Zuffa belt, and obviously kicking all the other sanctioning bodies to the side and just going with one major belt, which will be the Ring magazine belt. Did you guys see that? If you guys didn't see it, I'm going to pull it up in just a second so you can check it out. This is a game changer, bro. Again, this is a game changer. How do you feel about that? Dana White is trying to add some structure into a sport that realistically the word structure doesn't exist. The word structure really doesn't exist in boxing. Let's not get it twisted, bro. Wild Wild West. Those are quotes that have often been thrown around, bro. Shady business in boxing. That's another quote that has often been thrown around. But the fact of the matter is, Dana White ain't playing, bro. He's not trying to let anybody else in his sandbox, bro. He's not playing with the WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF. I mean, he has shut the doors, bro. No other sanctioning body is allowed to play in the Dana White sandbox. How is that going to work, bro? Especially with some of those other fighters that obviously are ranked in those sanctioning bodies, bro. So I need everybody's opinion, man. I'm going to throw the link in the chat in just a little bit, but I do want to play a little bit of that audio so you guys can hear exactly what he said from the word, from the mouth of the guy who said it himself, Dana White. El Consejero is in the building. My favorite Washington Husky fan. What's good, DHS family? What's good, my brother?
Let's go, chat.
Appreciate you, man. We got Bones 13 in the building.
My man.
What it do, Johnny? Salute to you, my brother. What it do? What it do? Ace Cannons, what's good? Johnny, my guy. No, you, my guy. Ace Cannons, what's popping?
Let's go, chat.
Appreciate you rocking out on this Tuesday night. Rafael 32 is in the building. This is the Boxing League Turkey was talking about, but it's not a league. They will have their own belt, the Ring belt. You got that right.
Let's go, chat.
Well, how do y'all feel about that? How do y'all feel about that? I really want to get everybody's thoughts, man. We're going to take callers, man. We're going to take some calls in just a second. Fight Sport Chalk in the building. What's good, my brother? Rocking out all the way from New Zealand. You know how we do. The DHS family is from all over, all parts of the world, all city, all states in the United States. We got people from New Zealand, Canada, or shall I say family members from Canada, New Zealand, Africa, Australia. We got DHS family members in all states in the United States, brother. We cooking, man. What's good? TK Over is taking over in capital letters. Rafael, do you feel that way? He said UFC gonna be on Paramount as well, which is bigger than the boxing side. You got that right. Speaking of Canada, we got my man Chad up in the building.
Let's go, champ.
What's good, Chad? I got to hear your opinion on this. We're about to throw the link up in just a little bit. But shout out to everybody in the chat. Damien, my guy, what's good? Respect, Johnny. What up, chat? What's good with you, my brother? El Consejero says, so Zuffa will only recognize the ring rankings and will not work with any other promoters or sanctioning bodies. That's what it seems like, El Consejero. They are all being left out, bro. They are not allowed, bro. Get your ass out of here. This is all about Zuffa and TKO from the word of Dana White himself. But before we do that, let me share my screen and show y'all exactly what was put out there, man. And again, I'm a little late. Didn't do a show yesterday, but we here today. Zuffa Boxing to stream 12 events on Paramount Plus. This is straight from the Ring Magazine. Shout out to the Ring Magazine. Plus, in 2026, Paramount Plus in 2026, as part of a long-term media rights deal, Paramount announced a partnership with Zuffa Boxing on Monday morning that will make their company the exclusive streaming and TV partner for the new promotional company in January. The deal will begin with 12 boxing cards on Paramount Plus in 2026 and is expected to grow in later years. That's crazy. That's crazy for us true hardcore boxing fans, man. The more boxing, you know what I say, the more boxing, the better, bro. The more boxing, the better. We get boxing every day, and it'll be an absolutely amazing time for all of us true boxing fans. Is it also possible that select boxing events will eventually be broadcast by CBS, also owned by Paramount and other linear Paramount platforms? CBS is the most watched broadcast network in the United States.
Let's go, champ.
To El Consejero's point, Paramount Plus and CBS will also become the exclusive home of UFC starting in January. The company announced a 7-year agreement last month that will pay UFC a total of $7.7 billion.
Straight cash, homie.
Zuffa Boxing was formed by TKO and Seller, a leading entertainment conglomerate. The company is led by UFC president and CEO Dana White, Turki Al-Sheikh, the chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Entertainment Authority and owner of the Ring. Seller, managing director and CEO Dr. Rakan Al-Harthi, and WWE president Nick Khan, also a TKO board member. And this is coming straight from Turki Al-Sheikh. This partnership with Paramount reinforces our vision to define the way viewers consume boxing, Turki said in a statement. More fight fans will now have access to watch some of the most exciting boxers around. We have seen the proof that the appetite is there. This is the future for live boxing coverage and will ensure the sport continues to thrive. Let's not forget the first event was a movie, which is being called by most boxing fans, and that would be Canelo Alvarez against Terence Crawford, which was in a stadium. Shout out to Las Vegas Allegiant Stadium, where they had a capacity crowd in excess of 70,000 people, and it drew more than 41 million viewers worldwide on Netflix. It's crazy, man. Dana White said, I'm excited to bring great boxing events to a global audience. There are millions of boxing fans that will now be able to watch competitive fights with up-and-coming boxers as well as the biggest stars in the sport. Paramount will be the home for UFC and boxing fans to watch the greatest fights in combat sport. I mean, what do you guys think, man? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I do want you guys to hear something, and I am going to put the link in the chat right now so we can take some callers and get your perspective. We got my man Attorney Bailey up in the chat. Appreciate you, my brother. I see you. I see you, champ. We got David Garcia in the champ. I see you as well. He said Dana is a true weasel.
My man.
Roger that is in the building. Cam 804, is Lamar hurt? Okay, y'all talking football. That's right. Y'all can talk football. Talk that football shit in there as well, man. Free space, baby. We love football as well, man. We love football as well. But shout out to all of y'all in the chat that I did not call out yet. I will call you out as soon as I can. But I do want to show y'all one more thing. By the way, I just put the link in the chat. If you guys want to call in, I definitely want to hear your perspective of what is going down. And I just pinned it to the top of the chat. So that's the link if you want to call in. The link that I did have in the chat prior was the link to my millions.co webpage. If you want to support and get yourself a DHS t-shirt or a hoodie, we got all sizes. men and women's cuts, all colors at a very, very affordable price. You can get yourself a hoodie for like $40, a t-shirt for like $24 and change. Support the DHS family, man. Get yourself a hoodie or a t-shirt right away, man. But one thing, again, that I do want to show you guys is what Dana White told Max Kellerman today. So give me 1 second, and then I will get to the phone lines in just a minute. While we're getting there, though, make sure you guys smash that like button, man. It is free to help us get this channel out into the homepage and algorithm of other boxing fans, man. This is where it's at, the DHS spot, baby. This is where it's at. That's another one that I want to get to a little bit later on, man. Turkey is at it again, bro.
On building a fan base that completely trusts a brand like the UFC. Like when you stay home on a Saturday night, you know what you're going to get. If you buy tickets and come to the UFC live, you know you're going to get a great experience live or on TV, or if you go to a bar. And that's what I want to bring back to boxing. So many times, me, you, the people watching this right now, you've stayed home on a Saturday night, you're excited for this fight, and then you turn the TV off at the end of the night, and you're like, they got me again. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Or even worse, you flew there and you watched the fight live, and it was a complete shit show of a live event and a bad experience that left a bad taste in your mouth. That is the number one thing that is the most important to me, is starting to regain the trust of the boxing fans.
We're going to get it.
Let me just pull one more, which is this one. Shout out to all of y'all. Make sure give me a sound check, y'all. Make sure I want to make sure you guys are hearing this. I want to make sure you guys are hearing this. Can I get a sound check in the chat? And while you're giving me that sound check, make sure you smash that like button and tell a friend and subscribe to the Hangout spot. Let's get back to here. I think the sound.
Is there going to be a Zuffa belt where, like, the winner of the Zuffa belt has a springboard into like Riyadh season and a championship fight, a Ring Magazine fight?
You and I have never talked about this, but the answer is yes.
Right, of course.
Exactly what will happen.
Of course, yeah. Right.
There will be a Zuffa belt, and then there will be a ring belt. And yes, I will not recognize any of the other sanctioning bodies.
Is there going to be a Zuffa belt where, like, the winner of the Zuffa belt has a springboard?
Let's hear that one more time, y'all.
Riyadh season and a championship fight, a Ring Magazine fight.
You and I have never talked about this, but the answer is yes.
Right,
That's
of course.
exactly what will happen.
Of course, yeah. Right.
There will be a Zuffa belt, and then there will be a ring belt. And yes, I will not recognize any of the other sanctioning bodies.
I will not recognize any of the other sanctioning bodies. My man Dana White said, nah. Y'all not allowed to play in this sandbox with us, man. Okay. So you guys heard that. That's what's up. Let's go out to the phone lines. We got hella callers, and I think we're going to have an all-star panel. We got my man Claymore Rain in the building. What's going on, champ?
Man, chilling, man. Great time to be a content creator in this boxing space, right? Because boxing is getting spicy, man. Boxing getting spicy. Let's talk about it.
Woo, hold on. We got company, man. We got Fight Sport Talk all the way from New Zealand. And we got my man Chad all the way from Canada, because this is how we do it up at the Hangout spot, man. We got people from it's not people, it's family members.
Let's get a world view, bro. Let's get a world perspective on what's going on in boxing. Let's not just talk about what's just happening for us. How is this affecting the algorithm in the world? Let's talk about it, John.
I gotta be honest. Let's let Fight Sport cook first, because he was on first in the back room. Plus, he's out in New Zealand, so there's a time difference. So I appreciate you jumping off Fight Sport. What's good, my brother?
Good evening.
What's up, Johnny? What's up, Clay? It's great to be on with two of my favorite people to talk to in this boxing space. And it's Clay, it's so ironic that you and I are on at the same time, because I was actually on your show with Ray. We were talking about Dana getting into boxing, and this is when people were kind of freaking out about his comments saying we're gonna get around the Ali Act, and people understandably were concerned about it. And Johnny, I'll just repeat something that I said on Clay's show, and I've said on multiple shows since. They can't get rid of the Ali Act. I know they talk about it, and I know they've filed something, but, and I'm not going to get political here, but I just need to say this. If the powers that be were as powerful as they say, we would live in a utopia that only George Orwell predicted. They can't do everything they talk about. So what Dana White just said about how we're not going to recognize the other sanctioning bodies, etc., that he's partly right, because if he does this, well, not if, this is what they're going to do. They're going to do this boxing thing in Saudi. They're going to do the Zuffa belt thing. And because it's not in America and Saudi has, the new fight capital of the world sort of thing, they'll be able to get a lot of attention, a lot of money, a lot of viewers, etc. But they're not going to be able to bring that to America. They just, unless they get rid of the Ali Act, which they can't do that. They can't repeal the whole thing. I've said this before. Yes, Trump is in power, but if Trump repeals it, the protest will just be incredible. And a lot of the combat sports world a lot of them supported Trump getting into power. He's not going to turn on his voters like that. So, and if he does, then it'll just be terrible for him. So it's an interesting development, and I'm partly for it because Dana White loves combat sports. He knows how to promote, and he's very good at building things. In terms of having the Zuffa belt and everything, it is a little concerning. You don't want that to be too big. You don't want Dana White to have the full reins of boxing. But the thing is, he and Turkey, they won't be able to control the entire thing. They'll be able to control parts of it, but yeah, I hope that didn't go on for too long. But it's a very interesting concept because we haven't really seen it before. And I guess I'll just end on this. They'll be able to do some of what they're doing, implement a new system and control the title and everything. But the idea that they'll be able to take over all of boxing and, again, repeal the entire Ali Act, never going to happen.
Yeah, man. I hear you, brother. I hear you, man. I definitely hear you. Before I go out to Claymore, Mrs. Hangout Spot is in the building with
the little queen. All right, that's our support. That's what you need, baby. I love to see stuff like that. That's what's up, man.
My queen is in the building, and she said, "F Dana White" with the middle finger emoji.
Let's go,
Oh, tell him how you really feel, baby.
Tell them how you really feel.
Word. Shout out to Mrs. Hangout Spot for getting the party started, y'all. We got a 10 super chat goal up in there. We thought that was the first one of the night. We got 9 more to go. Appreciate you, babe. With the comment, Claymore, what you want to comment on, man? Go ahead.
I mean, look, Johnny, we're gonna touch, I'm sure, on multiple points, right, this evening when it comes to, because this conversation is deeper than a quick take, right? It's deeper than a take, but I'll open it up and say that at the end of the day, growth is important for anything good in life that you want, and the price of growth sometimes is a little bit of pain, a little bit of risk taking, a little bit of gambling. You know, you want to grow things, you experiment a little bit, you see what works, you keep what works, and what doesn't work, you shed it out, and you try to keep it lean, but you want to keep the direction of growth in that trajectory, right? You want to keep it going in the direction of growth. And I think what we're looking at right now is boxing heading in that direction. I think we're seeing it grow. We're seeing what it looks like for a bigger entity who has a bigger vision. And I thought Dana White really encompassed it great when he spoke on vision. And the difference between him and a lot of the boxing promoters that are currently in the space right now is to say that, you know, something that's been lacking in boxing for years now, which has a lot to do with why boxing looks the way it is, why a lot of networks, and people could have their own opinions, but clearly networks have come to the decision that they've not been interested and they don't want to be attached anymore to the business model as it is, as far as the way Golden Boy delivers it or PBC delivers it or Matchroom or Queensberry. You know, the Zone has made its investment bringing these as a new growing space, right? Media platform to go ahead and embrace these these platforms, but at the same time, these promotional companies, these promotional companies are not making the kind of money they need to pay the biggest stars in the world to fight on their platforms, right? They're not the biggest fights, at least. Maybe the biggest stars, but not the biggest fights. Turkey brings that resource. He brings Saudi Arabia's PIF fund, which is a lot of money, and therefore we're seeing a lot more action-packed stack cards, big fights that we know we would never have seen, unifications, undisputed, things of that nature. So here they come now, and Dana White, somebody who started something like the UFC when the UFC was nothing, right? He didn't come into a sport like boxing or come into something that was already established. He had to really build it from the ground up. So this guy is very familiar with the idea of building a brand and making it as big as it is now, where Paramount has offered him $7 plus whatever billion for a 7-year deal to continue what he's doing. Paramount has decided they want to invest and get into business with that, whereas Showtime and ESPN have done the opposite, right? They fell back out of that business model because something is not working for them and it's just not worth it in the long run. So we have somebody tried true in Dana White as far as building something from the ground up. We have and also a visionary, as he stated. You have Turki Al-Sheikh, a fan of boxing, who has access to this PIF fund. And then you have somebody like Nick Khan, who brings that business acumen to the space as well, with his experience in helping being part of one of the biggest sports entertainment entities in the space of WWE. Everybody doesn't watch it, but you can't knock that they're very successful. So we're going to watch boxing grow, multiply exponentially. They're trying to blow it up. And as far as this Zuffa Boxing and not acknowledging the sanctioning bodies is concerned, duh, right? Of course, Dana White has always been somebody who's spoken against the sanctioning bodies. Fighters have spoke against the sanctioning bodies. Errol Spence has a famous speech when he's sitting there promoting the Terrence Crawford fight, addressing the sanctioning bodies, questioning where that 3% goes. What are they doing for the sport? What are they doing for the fighters? What are they doing outside of collecting money from these fighters' purses? And where are they going with this money? Being that at this point, boxing seems to have an issue with building up funds and make the biggest fight. So where's all this money going? You know what I mean? That's a question that most boxing fans have had. They don't like to talk about it now because it's Dana and he's coming from the UFC, the biggest opposition to boxing as we know it, before he got involved with the sport. Now that he's getting involved with the sport probably as well. So yeah, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, no surprise at all that he's going against the sanctioning bodies, not acknowledging them. But I appreciate what Zuffa Boxing for me represents, which is what we're going to see is contenders, prospects, right? We're going to see these guys being developed on a platform with however many millions of views, blowing up their brand, building more stars, building more fighters. We're going to see a lot more fighters who now have a way to box for a living now, not part-time, right? Because you know, a lot of boxers are out here working full-time jobs, you know what I'm saying, trying to maintain their careers. Zuffa is giving them an opportunity to jump into a system that will have them active all year long, 3 to 4 times a year, right? 2, 3, 4 times a year, make a decent wage while building their brand up with, I'm sure, expectations for them to transcend out of the Zuffa Boxing business model to go into a Ring Magazine or Riyadh Season platform, which does support the WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF, and where they'll be able to fight, unify, and ultimately fight for a Ring Magazine title and still achieve a lot more success now, raising their own brand and profit up through this process, this tournament style league that provides them a way to do that. So I'm excited about it. I mean, look, there's going to be things along the road, Johnny, that we're going to see as it goes. And you know what we're going to say? That's nonsense. I don't like that. That's the way it goes, right? But at the end of the day, where does the trajectory go? In my belief, it goes in the right direction, and it gives us as boxing fans what we really want to see when it's all said and done.
I love it, man. Y'all was cooking. Damn, Chad jumped off. I was gonna turn it over to Chad. Hopefully, he'll jump back on in a minute. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We're cooking here. We're cooking, and I'm taking notes because you guys both cook. So there's a few things that I want to touch on before we go back around the panel. Chad, if you're listening, call back, man. I definitely want to get his take on that because we've had.
My bad, I was a little long-winded.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll be here for a while. But I've had conversations with him offline about this. So I want to, and I believe he's back. Again, I'm taking notes because I want y'all to cook first. And then I just want to touch on a few things that both Fight and Claymore Rain brought to the table Y'all was definitely on fire right now. But we got Chad back from Canada. What's good, my brother?
Wow. Hey, Johnny. Guys, that's wow. Everyone's dropping so much great stuff already. And I feel like I'm not really fully up on the issues. And I'm just liking actually listening to what everyone's got to say. I mean, I don't know all the business details going on behind Zuffa and Dana White, and I haven't been keeping up on that level. And so I just am going to assume whatever product finally hits the screen, I'm going to judge it based on that, more on that and less on all the gossip and all the stuff that leads up to it, like millions and millions of dollars and business deals and things that really I mean, who am I to comment on that stuff? Just give me the product. Like, I'm curious to see what the product's going to look like. And I got to say, the fact that they're using contenders and prospects, some could say it's like a way for them to, pay less. But I think it's giving hardcore fans what they would want. Like, a look at these guys as the next generation of champions, basically, is what it is. Like, real fans should always be wanting to get eyes on what's next, right? So it should be exciting. From that, all these guys are going to be hungry. But how does it integrate? Like, he doesn't want. Like, what does it mean? Like, he's not going to work with anyone else. Like, how does that work? So what does that mean? He's going to get these guys contracted away, or I don't understand that part of it at all. Like, he's going to have to play ball a little bit, won't he? I'm curious to see how it will actually coexist with the other things. Like, I want to see this thing go through now. Like, and I think Dana White, maybe he is what is needed for boxing. I agree with the caller a couple calls back. Like, it needs a kick in the ass. Like, things are just the same over and over and over infinitely in a loop, right? Somebody has to come along and try something, even if it might not be the perfect or right thing. If it can shake everything up, and who knows, maybe this won't be it, but what comes after might be. I don't know. But in some ways, we see how the sport needs a kick in the ass. Like, oh my God, man. But I don't know. I don't have the full-on answer either. But these guys are willing to put all this money behind it. I'm willing to give it a chance. But I don't know what to expect when it comes to the athlete part, man. How's it going to work? Like, you guys explain that part to me. If any of you guys have a hunch on that, I'd love to hear.
I'll let you guys go, but let me just a couple things. Number one, Chad, this is the most intriguing part about this whole thing, because there's a lot that we're going to learn as we progress, right? And we continue to see this, because this is something new for all of us. And I like the fact, I've said this for a long time, Claymore fight, Chad, that boxing is a major sport, and unlike others, baseball, basketball, football, they all have a commissioner. Boxing doesn't. And I always said that maybe boxing would be a little bit better if they did have a commissioner. I understand why they don't and why they don't want one. But this is, to me, when it's the closest thing that we're going to have to a commissioner in boxing in this Zuffa Boxing, right? Structure is never a bad thing, right? And I think that we're looking at something that's going to provide some structure. So it may be good. So, I'm willing to give it a chance, right? Because like Claymore said, one thing that he said, growth. That's what we ultimately want in this sport, right? This is the sport that we all love. We want this sport to grow, so I think that this may give us an opportunity to see some growth, right? He mentioned contenders, prospects, being able to get that work, right? And working on a platform so that we can see them and we can see stars being built. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing either. But again, there are a lot of people that are afraid of change, and it's just the world that we live in. My advice is, let's be adaptable to it, because boxing has been doing things for a long time in a way that sometimes we get cheated. And at the end of the day, as boxing fans, and I'm not trying to speak for all of you guys, but I'm sure I speak for a lot of people, and I'm saying we don't want to be cheated. We want a product out there that we're proud to be able to say that we root for, that we cheer for. And there's times that we just don't get that because we don't get the fights that we want, and the whole political side and the business of it just rears its ugly head. So I'm all for giving it a shot, but I understand why there are a lot of people that obviously are scared of change. Before I turn it over, because I do want Fight to chime in, and then I also want Claymore to chime in on what Fight said with the whole Muhammad Ali Act and how you feel about that, or all of you guys for that matter. But
sure, I wanted to say to Lord Papa, I wanted to say that something you said was very important, and I think that's what should be on the mind of boxing fans, right? Is being concerned with the actual product, right? People can say whatever they want to say about Dana White and his business practices and whether or not this will favor the fighters or not favor the fighters. In all reality, we don't eat with these fighters. We don't spend with them. They'll have their team, their lawyers, their representation that will make sure they manage the best deals that they can get. Nobody's going to bend anybody's arm back or put a gun to anybody's head to do something that they don't want to do. So if they're getting involved with something like this, we have to assume that there's some good vested interest in them and something that they've agreed to do. I think a lot of people get into the world of believing that fighters are all making millions of dollars and that Dana White's business model would just lower the pay of all. A lot of these fighters are fighting for less than $10,000, $5,000 a fight. Some of them I've heard rumors of like $1,000, $2,000 a fight, depending on what they're fighting against. And they're not, like I said earlier, able to even treat boxing as a full-time career because they have to have a whole entire full-time job to maintain themselves to even be available for the sport. I think we're going to change. We're going to see a level change in the quality of fighters because fighters are going to fight more often. They're going to be able to focus more energy in the gym, in the nutrition, in the lifestyle. They're going to get more involved in the culture of boxing. And I think at the end of it, as fans, we're going to see a better product as far as quality of fighters. And I'll just say that, right? So I was very, I thought that what you said about being concerned with the product is exactly where we're supposed to be as fans, is we need to be asking ourselves, how do we feel about seeing more boxing, competitive boxing? How do we feel about boxing being free? How do we feel about this investment being made in the space and our opportunity to see stylistically great fights more regularly than we already do? I think that's our concern as boxing fans. As far as the Muhammad Ali Act is concerned, from my understanding, and once again, from what Dana White communicated, is he's not going to change the Ali Act. He's not taking anything away from the Ali Act. He's going to add to the Ali Act. Now, adding to the Ali Act, in a way, it's kind of like that's going to change something, right? Or at least add some sort of amendment or some sort of way to address certain parts of the Ali Act that he may feel gets in the way of a company like Zuffa Boxing coming off the ground and being successful. But listen, man, amendments are made all the time, right? That we look at the Constitution and we look at the way the country reads. Sometimes things do need to kind of evolve or change, whatever you want to call it, to represent the times that we're in. Something that was made in medieval times, laws that made sense in medieval times, does not translate into something that we should be enforcing or pushing forward to have in 2025 as we become more knowledgeable and we become more intelligent and we start to learn and we start to make changes. That's why an amendment was made possible, because the people who wrote the Constitution understood that time is going to change. People are going to see things. We have to be able to adapt and overcome, process the current data to make sure that whatever laws are on the table that we're making sure everybody stands behind, that is something that makes sense for the times that we're in. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, there's also nothing wrong with keeping a close eye on it, scrutinizing it, calling it out where you don't agree with it. This is, welcome to America, right? This is the free market and this is how things work. But all, like I said earlier, part of the growth, a part of the evolution, which is a good thing, I believe, for boxing.
Fight, you wanna chime in on that? Because I do have a question for the panel.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna have to. Sorry, guys, but I'm gonna have to head off soon. It's just times have changed with the contracts I do, so I don't have the time I did earlier in the year. It is what it is, but I'll call back if I can. But yeah, I mean, Clay, you actually said it perfectly. Change always happens, and you guys both said it. We can adapt to it, or we can reject it, and amendments happen all the time. That's exactly what they're looking to do with the Ali Act, and I just mentioned that because that was the biggest concern people had when this happened, when this was first announced. And I remember saying at the time, if you think they're going to get rid of the Ali Act, then you're being a sensationalist, and they're not going to be able to do it. They'll try and get around it, but people get around the Ali Act all the time. There's, like I said, the Ali Act. We know this as analysts, but a lot of fans don't know this. It's only valid in America. So if they were to have some Zuffa belt in a tournament in Saudi Arabia, that's no different to Eddie Hearn having prize fighter tournaments in the UK, which is what he did before he signed with Sky. So in terms of how the money situation would work and contracts, etc., because that is another thing that people are concerned about. And I can say this from experience because I was a hardcore MMA fan before I became a hardcore boxing fan. And I've seen the changes that happened with the UFC, and it's certainly not something I would sign up to. Like, we're all contractors to an extent. I would never agree to any deals that the UFC has made. But I'm not in their position. So that's the fighters for you. And everybody, the only people who don't know this are the ones who they just either are ignorant or they're just not being honest. Every boxing promoter would do exactly what Dana White has done if they had the power to. They just don't have it because they don't have the ability that Dana White did. And the reason Dana White and the Fertittas were able to do that in the UFC is because they did save it. You can be unhappy with how they saved it, but they did save it. So in boxing, the most we're going to get from Dana White is, or at least from this kind of tournament and how far they'll expand, we'll have them. I forget. It may have been Popper who said this. It will be what we've seen for years, working with other promoters, trying to get the big fights to happen. And one of the things that Dana White does bring is commitment. And like I said, he is fantastic at building fighters up for things he's passionate about. The reason, and I saw somebody in the comments talking about this, the reason the UFC has no big stars at the moment is because the UFC is a sinking ship. And Dana White doesn't really have the passion for that anymore. But if he has the passion for this, here's some positives that I can guarantee people. We'll have consistency. We'll have somebody in Dana who is constantly talking and promoting these fighters and trying to get out to the audience who they are and how good they are and why we should follow them. And then Dana and Turkey will want to keep doing business how they do things, but then they'll have to work with other promoters because, again, they cannot control the entire thing. And we'll have what we've always had, which is the best fighters fighting each other from different promotions, and the promoters will have to adapt like the fans will have to adapt. That's what I see happening.
So here's my question to the panel, right? So we talked about a lot of optimism, right? But the one thing that does concern me is the fact that Turkey has been able, since Turkey came into boxing, he's had the ability to bring us big fights because he's bringing different promotional companies together to make those big fights, right? With Dana White alienating the sanctioning bodies, right? Does that hurt? Does that affect the ability to make these big fights going down the road? Because again, he's talking about contenders, prospects, giving us big fights, but sooner or later, guys, he's gonna have to play with other promotional companies like Golden Boy, which he has said on numerous occasions he doesn't want to work with. Top Rank, he doesn't want to work with, or he said that. Again, I don't know if he does or he doesn't. I'm just going by prior stuff that he has said in the past and his relationship with some of these promotion companies. Now he's pissing off, obviously, alienating the sanctioning bodies who have relationships with all these promotional companies for decades. So does that affect the ability to work and put up big fights, something that Turkey was able to do that maybe Dana White may not be able to do? What's your guys' thoughts on that?
I think that we need to take a moment to like break it down for what it actually is, right? So we've got TKO, Dana White, Nick Khan, Turkey collaboration to make this league, right? That's one separate entity. Then we have Ring Magazine and what they do, And this is a separate entity as well. And believe it or not, we have Riyadh season, which is also a separate entity, a promotional platform. They're not all one. They all are together to a certain degree, right? Because we know that the commonality and the common thread between all of them is that Saudi Arabian money, right? But they're different. They're separated from each other in the fact that Dana White speaks exclusively for what's happening on a Zuffa Boxing platform. And that platform is serving a specific purpose. And what is the purpose? It's serving a purpose not to give us the biggest fights, right? Like, I'm sure there'll be times when Turkey will delegate Dana to maybe be part of promoting a big ring magazine card, right? Something that's going on over there. But for the most part, when Dana's speaking as far as what's happening with an organization like Zuffa, he's talking about the assignment that he has with his platform. And I believe that assignment is to develop contenders and prospects, people who aren't known in the world, people who aren't known yet, build these fighters up, find and weed out the biggest and the best superstars inside of those groups, and then allow those groups, as Dana White, I feel like, spoke to, saying that at some point or another, the best of these fighters will get opportunities to move on out of the Zuffa Boxing agreement and go on to a bigger stage, which I'm assuming would be the Ring Magazine platform, the Ring or Riyadh season, onto these bigger platforms. And like I said before, we're watching these platforms actually unified, made undisputed champions with their sanctioning bodies. Let's not forget that Turkey Al-Sheikh in Saudi Arabia, whatever you want to look at it, has funded the WBC Grand Prix, right? So they're not as against the sanctioning bodies as people would have them have the game believing that they are. But I think there is a reality that Zuffa Boxing specifically is something that is operating and has been agreed upon is going to be the most effective way to approach building up new fighters, which is by eliminating the sanctioning bodies as far as their influence, as far as the way they do their rankings, as far as the 3% or whatever it is that they're paying to these companies in order to sanction these fights. This particular space, to me, from what I can tell, just eliminates that extra hand in the you know what I'm saying, in the pot, and also the influence of how that sanctioning body works, and allows them to work independently. And I think it's going to translate well. I think when it all comes down to it, fighters who are great will have an opportunity to perform on the biggest stages in the world to prove that they're great against the best fighters in the world. And I think, like Fight Sport said earlier, for that reason, exclusively, the sanctioning bodies aren't going nowhere. Boxing is not going anywhere. Boxing, as we know it, is about to get bigger, better, and honestly, a lot of these up-and-coming fighters, like the Abdullah Masons, the Shushu Carringtons, the Xander Zayas, Xander seems to be moving accordingly now and seems to be building his brand up accordingly. But a lot of these fighters don't get the promotion or the spotlight put on them until they're up in the top 5 conversation. A lot of these fighters could use a Zuffa Boxing platform to build themselves up, because what Zuffa Boxing is also going to have is that audience, right? They got the Paramount deal. They have the eyes. They have the ability to drive these fighters' brands up to make them huge, so that when they go up into these bigger spaces to fight for these titles, the fights become that much bigger, in my opinion.
I like it, man. I like it, man. Thanks for the clarification. That does make sense. Again, I just want to be, at ease, right? Like, I don't want this to hinder what we've seen in the past couple of years, because again, I love the fact that Turkey came onto the scene and started giving us fight fans the fights that we wanted to see, right? That's what he's done. I think he's been good for boxing. I mean, there's a lot of people out there on social media that shit on Turkey. I don't understand why, man. Like, for the life of me, I just can't get it. I mean, you got a guy who's a fight fan, who's not afraid to put money into the sport that he loves, to give not only himself, but us the fight that we want to see, bro.
It's free now.
Free. Like, I don't know if you guys all know in the chat. Shout out to the chat. Make sure you guys smash that like button. We are cooking here. We got Claymore. We got Chad from Canada on the panel. But Ring Magazine going forward, starting November 22nd. I mean, these if you have a subscription to the Zone, these things are going to be free. You don't have to pay. So that's a good thing. Listen, man, I understand, man. And shout out to CJ Rich, Boxing and BS, with the $5. He says, shout out to Johnny and Clay. This would change the landscape of boxing. I agree. I'm in a wait and see mode. See, I don't knock the people that want to wait and see, right? I put a poll out there, and right now, 45, 50 votes in, 43% of the people aren't undecided. They got to wait and see. That's okay. 30% are not even interested, and only 27% say, yes, I can't wait to see it. Now, that's a little shocking. I thought as true hardcores, we would be a little bit more excited about it. Is it because, and Chad, I'll ask you this question. Do you think that the people that lack the excitement, is it more because of Dana White? Because I get the funny feeling that it might be because of Dana White. What do you think, Chad? And then I'll ask you the same question, Claymore.
I'm not sure I even understand the question, Johnny. Like, if they lack excitement, we could blame it on him. You mean
There are a lot
the
of
fighter?
people that just don't like him. I mean, look at the chat. The chat
Oh.
believes that the UFC, is a shit show right now. Meanwhile, he's built the UFC. I mean, let's keep it real, guys. Before Turkey came onto the scene, there were fight fans that were complaining that the UFC was getting more shine than boxing, right? Because they were putting events on every other week, pay-per-view events. And I don't know UFC a lot. I'm not a big UFC guy, but for the most part, the fights that UFC fight fans want to see, right? So, he's proven to be able to build a successful business model, but there are a lot of people that don't like him. Like, why are you coming into our sport? Why are you coming here? Why are you coming here and you're alienating sanctioning bodies? Like, he's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way, true fight fans the wrong way. So could that be why people are not excited about it? That's what I wanted to ask.
Oh, yeah, I think you hit something right on the head there, man. Yeah. Like, I think that's a big part of it. Like, people just feel like boxing fans, it seems like, are acting like their feet have been stepped on, right? Like, and I don't know, like, in some ways, there's things I like and admire about UFC and how it's organized and everything else. It's not perfect. I've never been a big fan, but one of my sons, he started watching it. So I've paid more attention in the last few years. And overall, I mean, it looked like they more consistently have events too. That's like one thing about boxing, that's like, you'll get like 2 months where there's like 25 events and then 3 months where there's like 3 events, where I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my perception of UFC is that it's more consistent. The fights, they're constantly having events, even if they're not big events or, big name.
I feel like every week there's some kind of UFC event on, whether it's pay-per-view or
Yeah.
it's film. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, I might be over-exaggerating, but it's like every time I turn on the TV, oh shit, UFC's on tonight. So what I ended up doing is when there's no boxing, I'll just put it on the background. Again, I'm not a big UFC guy, but it's combat sports. So if there's nothing else on, I'll put it on. But I don't know anything about, like, I only know the major players in UFC, the Conor McGregors, the Perez, the big names, the big names. I don't divulge in UFC like that, but I do like what he's built as far as what the UFC is doing. And if we can do that here, add some structure and still give us consistent fights with fighters, to Claymore's point earlier, that our prospects, that you see development, that you see them growing into contenders. I like that. I'm all for it.
It's a farm, right? Like, it's like they're farming and they're finding the best of the best. And also, just to push back a little bit at the idea that the UFC is doing horrible. Paramount disagrees with you. Paramount does not agree with that idea of the UFC going down. Paramount, but you know what Paramount does agree on? They don't want to get into the business model of the PBC. You know what ESPN says? They're not really with the top rank model. Do you know what streaming services across the board networks are saying? Boxing's not doing well. You know what Paramount says? Paramount says, I got 7.7 billion on This Is Working, and I want to get involved with it. So I guess perspective is everything. Beauty will always be in the eye of the beholder, and we can respectful to everybody's opinions and perspective. But, we might all have a different idea of what success looks like. But if we're talking about big businesses spending billions of dollars, they're generally looking at money in, money out. And according to Paramount, it's a beautiful business model that the UFC is moving forward with. And according to Turkey Al-Sheikh, I love what the UFC is doing, and I want to bring that into boxing. So I'm going to put my billions of dollars behind it as well. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but just thought I'd offer a little bit of perspective on that whole entire topic right there.
That's what we do, man. We give perspectives, man. The chat is cooking right now. Make sure you guys smash that like button. If you guys want to call in and share your opinion, the link is pinned to the chat. Call in. There's nobody in the back room right now. Attorney Bailey, my guy with the $2, said Dana White will be the Jerry Jones of boxing, unpopular. Yeah, man, I get the funny feeling that that's the reason why a lot of people are kind of like, shutting it out. But we're boxing fans, guys.
Isn't that the owner of the Cowboys, Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
The Cowboys? Yeah,
Again,
Dana probably will be the Jerry Jones of boxing, maybe.
There could be a lot of people that hate Jerry Jones, but right now, if you look at what are the most profitable sports teams aside from
America's team? Is that America's team?
Right, the Dallas Cowboys is up there.
Yeah.
I'm not a Cowboy fan, but I'm just saying the Dallas Cowboys, from a profitability standpoint, are up there, man. Minus some of the.
If I had a football team that I wanted managed and Jerry Jones applied, I'd take a real good look at his application. That's what I'm saying.
I just wouldn't want him to be the GM.
Right. But I'd take a hard look at it. We take that one out of the pile, and we'd say we're going to take a look at this a little bit better later before we make a decision. That'd be one of the finalists.
Absolutely, for sure. We cooking, y'all. We cooking. Again, if you guys want to call in, you're more than welcome to call in. Voice your opinion. The topic is Zuffa Boxing, man. Paramount Plus, man. Deal has been made, and next year, 2026, we will be getting 12 cards, as per the Ring magazine. So basically, one a month. I'm not mad at that. Again, we got consistency. We got boxing that we're gonna be able to.
In combination with the rest of boxing, right? In combination
with some of the Golden Boy, all these other cards that they're going to put on.
Great time to be a boxing content creator.
Oh, man, it's absolutely phenomenal, man. I love this shit, man. I say it all the time, man.
But guys,
what's up?
How do you guys think if they're going to use the Ring rankings exclusively? It'll be, what do you think? Like the number 1 versus the number 2 every time? Like he's going to craft something like that? Do you think, Dana White?
I think in reality, that's going to be difficult because a lot of those people in that rankings aren't going to be Zuffa boxers, right? Like they're going to be people all around the world. So they're going to acknowledge, as far as the best in the world is concerned, as far as getting on that list and putting their fighters on that list based on what the fighters are able to accomplish. But I think he's going to be working exclusively inside of the scope of what he has as far as stables of fighters and as far as the people who compete on that Zuffa Boxing platform, right? Like that's what as far as fights being made, I mean, right? I'm talking about as far as the one and the two, because we also got to remember that there will be a Zuffa Boxing championship belt, right? And that will be what those fighters are working towards. And ultimately, when they're able to hit the ultimate goals, like Dana said, there'll always be a lane for those guys after they've achieved so much in Zuffa Boxing to move on to the bigger platforms and compete against the champions of the world at that point. Once again, focusing on the idea that what I'm thinking is Zuffa Boxing is a stepping stone, is a stage, an opportunity for prospects and contenders to prove their worthiness, to be on the biggest stages and compete against the biggest champions in the world, taking prospects, turning them into contenders and turning them into champions, and in champions moving on to become the best in the world, which is competing against that Ring magazine list of fighters, right?
I love it. And that's one of the reasons why I love Pro Box, because Pro Box has given us that. And we say all the time, guys, right? Boxing doesn't have a minor leagues like like any other sport. NBA has the D League, whatever it is.
Right.
Baseball, has the minor leagues. But boxing doesn't have that. So we finally got another platform, Pro Box. It reminds me of Showbox. Remember Showbox?
Yes, sir.
With all these young fighters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
HBO After Dark, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Friday nights when we saw these young guys. That's not a bad thing, man.
I don't know why it is. Can I ask you this, Johnny? What if I've just secured a deal with Paramount, who owns CBS, the largest network of running TV right now? I think CBS is number 1. Don't quote me. Do your research, but I do believe CBS is number 1. Do you think
I just read that? CBS is number 1. Yes.
Oh, boom. Okay. Thank you. So that being said, don't I provide a big opportunity for a prospect and contender to be able to perform in front of an audience that large? Isn't there a huge opportunity in an up-and-coming prospect trying to turn into a contender and a champion to grow their brand there? I'm bringing more to the table than Golden Boy can bring you, who's only going to bring you whoever's watching the zone. And where are they going to put you on the card? Are they going to put you on the card when there's 7,000, 10,000 people in the stadium? Or are they going to put you in like Carmel Moulton, who I believe is somebody who could probably benefit for something like this, unless Floyd, that's why Floyd tried to push him up there to fight against Lamont, right? But he needs more eyes on him. He's the future of boxing. Zaquin Moses needs more eyes on him. He's the future of boxing. I mean, Eddie Hearn is doing a decent job with these guys, but these guys, before they penned out their deals with their Oscar De La Hoyas, with their Eddie Hearns and whoever else, might have looked at a deal like this and really said, before they moved forward with Eddie Hearn and them. Maybe they still would go in that direction, but they might look at this like, you know what I'm saying? 35,000, 40,000 a fight, 75,000 a fight. I become a champion, 750,000 a fight. That could work for me for a little bit until these guys outside, on the outside, can see my price and see what I bring to the table. If they want to offer me something in this free market, it'll be there. But worst case scenario, not only do they give me an opportunity on this platform to work with this, what people are calling small level, but I also have direct connections with Turkey Al-Sheikh, who has no problem putting me on his cards and paying me top dollar to compete for the same titles, right? So, like I said earlier, never forget that these fighters, nobody's breaking their arms, nobody's putting guns to their heads to do these deals. You might be surprised at how many fighters are actually looking at this as a great opportunity for themselves, who have decided to sacrifice and give the best years of their life to a sport that can take their life. Let's see what ends up happening.
Every fighter that I bring on for an interview going forward, that will be one of the questions that I ask will be, what is their thought process about what is going down in 2026 with this whole, Zuffa Boxing and Paramount Plus deal. I want to get their perspectives, man. I want to get their perspectives. I was asking boxers and trainers their thoughts on TKO when that whole first thing came about, but I definitely want to get their perspective. I got Alex Vega on the panel. Real quick, though, Julio Guzman with the $2. Appreciate you, my brother. He said hating on job opportunities for boxers is wild.
If you don't mind me asking, I see Edward Torres commenting and he's saying that he said the opposite of what I said, but there's a link there. You know what I mean? We can have a good adult conversation about what you disagree with. You know what I mean? Let's not just, hit that link, man. Let's talk about it. Enlighten me. I don't know it all. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm giving my perspective on it, bro. I have no idea.
Opinions are great. I mean, we all have our own opinions, and this is why the Hangout spot is a spot where it's a safe place. You can share your opinions. You're not going to get criticized. You share your perspectives. We're passionate. At the end of the day, we're family. We're talking about the sport that we love. We just want this sport to succeed and grow, man. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. We got Alex Vega in the building, though. What's going on, Alex? What you got?
Good evening, can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah, good evening, man. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, no, man, it's interesting, right? We've seen it many times in boxing. New players come and they shake up the game. They come with a lot of money. We see them pick up a lot of no names, and we hear about big money and how this is a new turn. They're gonna revolutionize the sport. And what does the sport do? It holds itself back, just brings another side of the street, which is a term we've been hearing forever until Turkey Al-Sheikh came into the game. He threw a lot of money. And if you ask me, I think it's starting to slow down just a tee bit. We're seeing some inconsistencies, but I think it's all coming down to this league, because that's basically what this is, right? They're not going to recognize the 4 sanctioning bodies, that have been around since the early 1900s, mid 1900s. And we even had some new ones come all the way to 1990s, early 2000s. We got so many world champions. We even have one organization who Johnny's going to be supporting when he goes in December, that will have 3 world champions in one division. And they don't just do it in one division, they do it in multiple divisions. Shout out to the system we have already that is just so awesome, so great, that we know who the number 1 is in each division. Oh, wait, we don't. We just have to it's about who has the biggest fan base. That's how to do it, because everyone's a world champion, gold champion, silver champion, North American, God bless champion. and you get to go there and say, I'm champion, I'm champion. I got the interim title, but I'm the real titleist. That guy, he only fights once every 2 years. Oh, but hey, that guy that's fighting once every 2 years, he made 20 million. So I mean, people are paying to see him. That makes him the best. Well, I think a league will help deter a lot of those challenges as a boxing supporter. I see when it comes to us having these type of discussions. We see in the UFC, which people have made synonymous with MMA. It's kind of funny how that works, right? Because they monopolize the game, which is not a good thing. Absolutely not. We competition is competition is healthy, right? And I think that's why you see a lot of pushback when it comes to Dana White coming, because he basically, for a lot of people, believe he has a strangle. He has a game in a chokehold when it comes to MMA, which is it's not true. A lot of people are concerned. Oh, what about these fighters are going to make a lot less money? Why the hell do you care? Are you making money off of them? Their paycheck? Are you their manager? You getting 10, 20? You getting 3%? Shout out to sanctioning bodies. I guess they're managers too, right? Um, Listen, the game needs to shake up if you ask me. I love the thought of a league. I don't know if Dana White is the right guy to lead it. I think there should be a lot of things in place. Possibly a union for the boxers, healthcare, retirement funds, insurance. I think if they're gonna do this league, we have to have it. I would like to see it modeled after such leagues such as the NFL, the MLB. That way, the box. I'm about to say the players. The boxers have a say. They have a voice, because that's what I think a lot of people. That's what they believe in the UFC. These guys are capped out. They don't have a voice. They're left out to dry. But I'm a boxing fan. I'm not a family member of pro boxing. I'm not a manager. So for me, if we get, a league to where these guys are not really forced, but pushed to fight each other to prove who's the best, that's what I want to see, man. Everything else, I hope, can be worked out. But if that's what this league is gonna bring on, then sign me up, man. Paramount Plus, shout out to the person I share a password with, because yeah, I'll be watching it a lot more once Zuffa Boxing comes around.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to you, Vega. Smash that like button, y'all. We got my sister Rachel Donaire in the building.
Hey,
What up,
Rach.
Rachel?
Hey, what's up? I'm jumping on, taking a break from some homework, and then I didn't get to hear what Clay thought. Someone in the chat said that he's with Dana White, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to feel
yeah,
where we're at.
He was cooking, but the chat's going in on
yeah.
him a little bit
They
because
mad. They mad. It's okay. But
it's
I mean,
okay.
ultimately, am I with Dana White? I don't know. Nobody's asked me that question. I don't know if it's that I'm with him. Am I? I don't know. I'm gonna tell you that I'm optimistic and I want to see what he does. And I respect I respect his business acumen. I respect what he does as far as what he's done, his history, his track record, and I'm very interested in seeing what he's going to do with this league. But I also believe people put a lot of weight behind this league and turn it into the total boxing. They act like Dana White's going to become Donald Trump. Like, he's got his boxing league that he's doing, and that's what he's doing. Like,
I mean, I think when you make that comparison, I think it's a very accurate comparison. When it comes to someone coming in saying that, oh, I'm not changing the Muhammad Ali Act, I'm just adding to it. Well, adding to it is change, and he's coming in. And if we look at, hold on, I'll bring up my thing that I brought into the California Athletic State Commission, because I wrote a whole letter to them based on their last discussion in the California State Athletic Commission. In general, the Muhammad Ali Act took four full years, hearings, oversights, testimonies before even being cited into law. The Expansion Act, which was introduced in 2017 because MMA fighters wanted to be in there, it's still not passed. Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 took 2 full years of deliberation before even passing. Like, they're trying to push. It was introduced, I believe, in June or July. By September, it was already being discussed at our state commissions, which is highly unusual for how these things are supposed to work. Okay. everything that I think Vega was saying about, of course, like, you know, health insurance, which is one of the things that the UBO is trying to put dressings on their windows. Because listen, it sounds amazing, but at the end of the day, we all know about deductibles. And if the deductible is $5,000 for a guy that's making $150 a round, is that really sufficing anything? Do we know any of these proposals, or does it just sound pretty? When I question people about it, and I'm like, well, what's a deductible? Oh, we don't know yet. We haven't worked that out. Wait. So you haven't even you don't have that infrastructure in place. You don't know what the deductibles are. You know, what's the coverage, all of these things. They say it's only for camp and for the fight. Well, we have it for the fight, just not the camp. What else do you want me to hit, Clay? Oh, here, when it comes to like the ring, like what doesn't make any sense and what no one can answer to me. Fine, okay, create your own league, have your Zuffa belt. That's fine. But here's the thing, is that only the people within that organization is going to be able to be a quote unquote world champion. Well, how many world champions are going to be in this league then? And how much time is it going to take? If I am a 3-0 fighter, can I be a world champion making $750 with only 8 fights? And what kind of quality are they going to have? Now, at the end of the day, they said that it's going to be a funnel into Riyadh season and the Ring Magazine belt. Let's not forget that the Ring Magazine, who's rated there? WBC guys, WBA guys, IBF, and WBO. So that stands to question, if there's a Zuffa belt that comes in and he's fighting let's just say a unified champion, how are they not going to recognize the other sanctioning bodies?
Which goes back with my question, Claymore.
Right. I believe that those fights, I don't believe happen on a Zuffa Boxing platform. I believe they happen on a Ring Magazine platform or on a Riyadh season platform, as far as like promoted, right? I believe those fighters, from what I'm getting, is those fighters would transcend out of that Zuffa Boxing situation, that these guys are there for a temporary amount of time competing inside of this tournament style league, where they're going to be moving through the league, fighting the best, becoming champions, competing there, and ultimately, if opportunities present for them to move on as champions and move on to fighting in the more traditional sense of boxing, that it'll be there for them. I don't believe these boxers are going to be held. I believe we're going to watch fighters making decisions for themselves as far as what they want to do and what's going to benefit them. And I think it's going to be surprising to see how many fighters actually see that business model, whatever the agreement's going to be on that contract, whatever it's going to be. When you see fighters over there, they're going to look at it like, yeah, I like the way this looks. The guys who don't like it won't be there, right? They'll be able to operate under the same space that's always been there and doesn't seem like it's going anywhere else, which is go to either maybe become an ambassador for Ring Magazine if there's an opening there, or Golden Boy, or Matchroom, or Top Rank, or whatever these other promotional companies are offering these fighters. It's a free market. And I think because of that, I'm confident in this working itself out, right? Because I believe that this isn't socialism. You know what I'm saying? This isn't
No, of course not.
This is free. So we'll see fighters making decisions that benefit them, that makes sense to them, and hopefully they'll do the right thing and have lawyers and have representation to make sure they're not getting screwed. And I'm pretty sure somebody will get screwed. People have been screwed timeless after timeless time, from an Al Heyman, from an Oscar De La Hoya, from everybody goes through it, not getting the right contract, not having the right deal. But all in all, I think we're moving in the right direction by expanding, getting bigger. As far as the Ali Act is concerned, we'll see. I agree with you. I said this earlier. I said adding to the Ali Act may be the same as changing it, right? I think it pretty much is, right? But I think all great things, the Constitution being an example, right? Amendments, things get added, things get put in there to reflect the times that we're in. After you get data, after you get knowledge, after you grow, you bring that data and knowledge into what you're doing today. What worked for somebody 10 years ago, 20, 50, 100 years ago, medieval times, we're not going to go ahead and put into 2025 or 2026. So I think this is just the evolution of everything. But once again, getting bigger, which I think benefits the boxing fan at least. Now, you as a manager to a fight, to fighters and interested in the fighters' best interest in their welfare, you definitely should hit it with the eye that you're hitting with it. A lot of scrutiny, a lot of questions. But us out here We're just boxing fans. And I think at the end of the day, it adds up to a lot more boxing. And I think most people will be happy with that.
I mean, we will see. I just feel like the way that it was presented, right? Like, if you read the black and white, okay, fine. But the way that like these PowerPoint presentations that have been passed around, like to the commission, was pretty much like every single example was look at the UFC, look at the UFC, right? Like their fighters are happy, or like they haven't had complaints, or like they haven't been petitioning to be covered by the Muhammad Ali Act, so they don't get screwed with with not being transparent in what these your promoters making, because that's how we negotiate a better purse, from knowing and signing that financial disclosure before every fight. The fact that the Muhammad Ali Act was a separation of power between promoter and sanctioning body, and having that said, they already are operating. Last time I checked, they were the ones that did Canelo Crawford. So they're operating in our landscape as it is, and they didn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I definitely don't have is the answers to everything, because I'm not part of it. But I mean, like I said, from the outside looking in, I think this is normal. This is part of things growing, and I think these questions are healthy. I think this is what is supposed to be happening. I think Dana has to be confronted with all these things that you spoke about, that Sean Zattel spoke about. I think this is natural. This is what it's all about. You know what I mean? This is what things grow. I see somebody in the chat put in there that, these guys have jobs, they don't have lawyers. I don't know if that's necessarily true all the time. I'm sure some of them don't. But guess what? At the end of the day, the free press, these guys will be able to communicate the same way that the UFC fighters did. And things will get moved accordingly as we go through trials and error. You know what I'm saying? We have trials and error and we move forward. But once again, I just don't think is there an argument out there saying that this makes boxing smaller? Or is there an argument out there saying that this takes boxing and, what I'm saying, what does it take away from boxing? It's adding to boxing. It's not eliminating the boxing that we know. I don't know it to be doing it. You know what I mean? I'm sure the Ali Act argument could be there to say that if he changes this rule, maybe Oscar can take advantage of it in a negative way. Maybe this is a Pandora's box that's being opened, but we'll see. We'll see. But once again, as a boxing fan and dealing with the boxing I've been dealing with for the past couple of years, let's throw the dice. I want to see what happens.
Let's give it a chance, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't see nothing to lose. It's either move forward or stay with Oscar's $1 million smile. Getting in the way of scope.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think like I said, like, it's so interesting because it's like it got pushed so quickly, and the California one, they shut down comments. I was lucky that I was able to get in, but after 12 back-to-back negative comments on how this is going and the questions that are not being answered, like, that tells you that you didn't even have a conversation with any of the people that is, that it's affecting, the fighters, the managers, what this, like we said, that it would open. The fact that, honestly, boxers just fight, right? Like, we've talked about this all the time. They don't negotiate, they don't have lawyers, and they just sign because they see that first number on the first paragraph and they're like, cool. They forget all about the terms and the extensions, and then they freak out at the end. So with that being said, on that phone call was not one boxer, but there were 6 MMA fighters that was speaking up against it, who have been under Zuffa. And so that speaks volumes, first of all, that MMA fighters are trying to stand up for us, and what they said, that we've already experienced this. You're opening up a bad box, and how unaware, I guess is the best word, that the boxers today are in, right? They don't really understand, and are not taking the time to read like pages and pages and pages and pages of document that's in a lot of legal verbiage, or to have someone explain it to them for them to make a knowledgeable decision if they would like this for their own sport. And I think that's the problem. Like, it needs to be, we do have athlete voice in the ABC, but I think like there needs to be some sort of like not cookie cutter, like a cartoon breakdown of like, this says this is what it means, this says this, and then have a discussion, a question and answer. Like I said, like, you can't just say, well, we're going to give insurance and then not give insurance that's going to be beneficial.
I agree, man. They need that representation, and they need, I mean, they need voices like yours. You know what I'm saying? They need those voices that are going to speak for them. But once again, you know, if the argument is against, you know, I see somebody in here saying that I was pushing for it. Now that you're here, no, you're just not listening, right? And I'm used to that type of response, right? To things I say, right? I'm not falling back. I am in agreement with Zuffa Boxing getting into boxing. I like more boxing. I want to see more boxing. I think the solution for boxing fans is more boxing. As far as the fighters' welfare and what Rachel's bringing up, these are legitimate arguments. I'm not falling back. I'm agreeing to what makes sense. Why would I go against something as logical as what she's saying? It's 100% reasonable to make sure that these fighters are getting everything that they're supposed to get. Rachel is speaking on the welfare of boxers. I am not a ruthless person, but I will tell you that my priority isn't necessarily their welfare, right? I want them to get the best they can get, but I'm speaking from a fan. I am not in the business of boxing. So the boxers and everybody who have their responsibilities need to make sure that they're crossing their T's, that they're dotting their I's. I revert back to what I said earlier. These fighters will not have a gun to their head, their families will not be taken hostage, they will not be extorted. They will have an opportunity to do their own due diligence and make the best decision that they think is going to benefit them. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I have 100,000 decisions that I make every day that can hurt my family or do something good for my family. If I make a decision that hurts my family, I'll have nobody to blame but myself. These fighters fall underneath that same category. I wish them the best. More boxing from a boxing fan's point of view is a good thing. And I don't see what's wrong with it.
Well, why can't he? Let's say he doesn't like the sanctioning bodies, right? He's going to have his own belt.
Mhm.
So, playing under the rules right now, no one's stopping him from providing medical insurance. Okay, no one's stopping him from giving minimum or ceilings within his contracts right now. If he wants to create a separate sanctioning body, who's stopping him? There was a sanctioning body that I can't remember what the name is, but I think it's out of Florida that's been like circulating on social media lately. I've been seeing it for about a year. They made their own belt. So I guess the question is why? What would deter them from? Okay, we understand that Turkey is the financier on that, and having Zuffa Boxing as a promoter, and then having Turkey finance a separate organization that has sanctioning bodies that that isn't under the control of the promoter. I know even though it's still the same financier, it doesn't matter. It's still a separation because that's how it would work right now. So what would be stopping him from doing that instead of consolidating everything into one?
Good question.
It's a good question. Yeah, I'm actually, and I'm not short for words. No.
Good question.
I'm tight. I don't know what to say to that.
But in fairness, there's going to be a lot of questions that are going to be answered once this thing realistically gets underway, right?
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of what ifs, right? What if this? What if that? You know, and this is what adds to the intrigue. Like, is this going to work? Is it not going to work? Are we going to be able to answer questions like the one?
And Johnny, make no qualm with it. They will F up somewhere.
Of
it's
course.
gonna happen. And trust me, you know, we're gonna have to hold them accountable. We should, you know, I mean, that's when we should hold them accountable. But once again, just saying,
they're paying customers, they gotta listen to us.
Period, right? So, but in the spirit of growth, we got to take these chances, right? Just
right. No, absolutely.
It's not like we can stop anything anyway. They're balling out of control, right? But yeah, it's our job to call it out when we see it. Like, hey, there you go with that nonsense that we was looking out for. There you go playing without and check it there and move accordingly and grow together. You know what I mean? Grow together, fans and promoters and the business of boxing growing together to get as big as possible. I like another thing that Dana said in that interview. He said that it's my job to earn the respect and the credibility of the boxing fan You know what I'm saying? It's my job to do that. I'm starting from the ground up. I have nothing in the game to give you my credibility. He says, I'm putting all the UFC stuff behind me. That's what I did. I got to start from the ground up with all the scrutinizing eyes on me, with the magnifying glass on my ass. You know what I'm saying? And I got to deal with it all. And I got to earn every bit of credibility I get on this platform that I'm on right now. I think his head's in the right place. Let's go.
Let's do it, man. We got GMT Sports. What's good, my brother?
What's good, brother, man?
Chilling, man.
Hey, everybody got great points, man. I mean, for me, yeah, you got to wait to see how it go. But the way those are like, it's just a lot of ifs. What Rain is talking about, in a perfect world, yes. But we talking about Dana White, bro. Right? And
what about Dana White?
I think
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
In comparison to who? Oscar? In comparison to Al Heyman? In comparison to Bob Arum, Don King?
Hold on. Would we be more comfortable if this was being handled by a boxing person, other than a guy that obviously is considered as a guy that's coming in from the UFC into the boxing world? That's what I think is everybody's biggest concern.
I'm not saying that if you got somebody from boxing, they would be less vicious. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying that he has a track record of saying F boxing. It's a shithole. It's this, and that. And it's public, and people see this, and it created such a distrust. When you see his face at the pressers, it's like cringe. Like, why are you there? You got Max Kellerman, let him talk. Why are you even right there? Go away. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And he's just.
Can I ask you something, GMT?
The biggest issue, and for is the I just want to say this one thing, and the major thing with the Ali Act, right? Rachel hit the nail on the head. When you do admit it's a change, right? And I do admit sometimes change can be good, but sometimes change can be for the worse. This Ali Act will not just affect them. It will affect all promotion companies. So that doesn't mean because what he's doing, they're all going to play nice. That means Top Rank can make a belt, tell them they can have sponsors, tell them what they can and cannot do. They will not be able to see what's on the table for his money. Everybody will be able to essentially create their own league at that point. And we want all these guys to play well with each other. We don't want to give them the option to play, spread far apart. That was the big issue, if you remember, with PBC. They was afraid that he was creating a monopoly when he was dealing with CBS. And they got together and tried to sue. I can't remember. I think they lost that, though, right? But at the end of the day, it's those little subtle things where it's like, man, I hope this is not going to be a repeat. Because what I see with Zuffa Boxing, I like that he is going to be having prospects. I'm glad the real numbers came out because that first thing term sheet with the numbers, they started them at 20,000 or something like that. That's pretty cool and all of that. But from the stories you hear from UFC fighters, where he tie you in for 3 fights, and if you do a good fight, you'll get a bonus, and you don't know what's going to happen. That's where it gets shaky and iffy. But I will say, to Rain point, it's kind of no different than Bob giving us prospect shows all year. You get what I'm saying? So it's just one of the things you got to see, but you got to, I think we, as a boxing fan, you have to weigh both sides. I can't help but feel like something is going to be crazy. Like, the official first Zuffa event was Canelo and Crawford, and nobody even realizes it.
Mm-hmm. I have a question. When Dana spoke, and because people use this, I've heard this multiple times. You said it, and you just said it, and I've heard a lot of other people say it, right? So I understand that it's an actual broad consensus that Dana White has gone on record to speak on how he doesn't like boxing, to quote unquote shit on boxing, right?
Right.
How's he shitting on boxing? Is he shitting on boxing like boxing fans have done for years, talking about the sanctioning bodies and how tired they are about the politics of the sport and across the street politics and not getting the fights that we want? Is he shitting on boxing from a boxing fan's point of view of why he doesn't want to be involved in the politics and dealing with all of the sanctioning body rules and ranking structures and the inconsistencies and the lacking structure of boxing? Or is he saying boxing as a sport is a joke, even though people will speak to, if you go inside of Dana White's offices, right, in his buildings, that it's a boxing memorial, right, that he started his career off trying to become a boxing promoter, and that he actually has a real love for the actual sport of boxing. But he stated that he has a disagreement with the politics that he believes has corrupted and ruined boxing, which is why he didn't get involved in it. Which one is it?
It's this. all of that he does use as a facade. Like, I care, but it's been so bad I just don't give a damn about boxing, right? But in the underline, it's more about control. You see what I'm saying? If he does not have control, he doesn't see it working. Hence why he wants the belt. I've been following this from when Turkey first came. Do y'all remember when Turkey tried to have an undisputed belt?
Right.
And it didn't matter until he had to put a face to it. And even though he put a face to it, it caused a ripple between him and Mauricio Suleiman. You see what I'm saying? He didn't want the WBC belt because they wasn't getting along. All of these little things, I think that Zuffa belt, that's the signature right there. We want this to be ours, and I can have full control over this. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I think that's exactly what he wants.
I think that's what he wants. Let's not forget Zuffa Boxing. This ain't the first time this has been around. Mm-hmm. He's tried Zuffa before.
Right. I mean, I think
so
that
I'm just want to know what is he going to do different.
I think we saw Al Heyman try to do the same thing to a degree, and he kind of got stopped in his tracks. He kind of tried to head in a very similar direction.
Mm-hmm.
I think control is easier for anybody. I think when you're trying to run a house, you want control. I think that's natural. I think
let me ask you a question, Ryan. Let me ask you a question, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got 2 girls, but I don't know if you got kids.
Yeah,
so
definitely. I got 2 girls too, and
if your kids, if they auntie gave them money,
mm-hmm.
right, and they come in the house, as soon as they come in the house, they got to give you 50%.
No, they don't have to give me 50%. No,
that's the type of control he wants. If you,
I don't know. I don't know if it's that extreme. I don't know that.
Well, I'm only going based off of UFC. They legit can't have sponsors. That's why they have Viper. They have to wear the sponsors. They have to wear the sponsor that UFC tells them to wear, and they get none of it.
No, I saw that. I know that, and I don't know the ins and out of that complete agreement as to why. But I'll tell you this, right? For some reason or another, however it may play out, fighters in the mixed martial art world want to fight on the UFC, right? They work their tails off to get there. They go to whatever leagues they're in, and ultimately their end goal is their NFL, their NBA, their MLB, their
like
ultimate destinations UFC. So something there is attracting them there, right? Now, nothing is perfect, right? Things could be wrong, but something has got those guys heading in that direction, right? Except for the biggest stars, like your Francis Ngannou's, the biggest stars can find Demetrius, Mighty Mouse, you know what I mean? These guys can go into these other platforms because they built such a following after fighting on the UFC so long that they can go out and go get the biggest bag of monies and go get into oil money, Saudi Arabian money. I can say this, right? I'm not really familiar or educated on the ins and outs of the contracts and the business that the UFC is doing to a point where I'm ready to sit here and defend or fight.
No, I'm not coming at you.
Yeah,
I'm not coming at you or nothing.
No, I'm not saying you're coming at me. I'm just saying I don't want to speak out of my lane too much. I'm just going to say that from the outside looking in, there's always going to be fighters complaining. Canelo Alvarez can't get on the same stage as De La Hoya without extra security being on there, right? Something in business between them 2 guys, Canelo ain't rock with, right? Terrence Crawford had to walk away from Bob Arum. People have had their own experiences with these promoters that they would probably get on a panel like this and be like, that guy ain't square. Right. He screwed me over. I couldn't see this. I couldn't see that. So I'm not too sure about the ins and outs of how that deal works as far as the promotion and everything that the UFC system did, right? But I'll just go back to the fact that Dana White has to present something to his investors, to the Turkey Al-Sheikhs, to the fans, to the boxers, more importantly, that makes sense. If he doesn't, they won't go there because they have options. It's great because it's a free market. There's still Oscar, there's still Bob, there's still Eddie Hearn, there's still Frank Warren, there's still options. You don't have to get into something with a tyrant who's trying to control everything and collect 50% of everything you bring into the table. You can not do that.
Right.
Go in another direction, right? And be okay. But what are we going to say to the hundreds of fighters who are probably going to sign that contract to work with them? Are they the biggest fools in the world? Time will tell.
Not starting out, like I said, 20 grand to be a prospect, ain't even ranked. It's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So that's no doubt. And like you said, to your point, you got fighters that come from one and all of them, they go to UFC because they're like the biggest platform. It's like when I grew up, I watched WCW, all the dopest fighters on WCW, but they weren't the highest of the highest, but they went to WWF to get that exposure. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So like I could see that too from that standpoint. But at the end of the day, it's like, what is he gonna do different than he did the first time? Is he gonna come in and just give the same old, same old? Now he's mentioning a belt. How is he gonna legitimize that belt? You see what I'm saying? After I just heard him say he is not gonna play with the rest of the sanctioning bodies. I also heard him say that they will only use the Ring Magazine rankings. How you gonna put Zuffa, your Zuffa champ, in the Ring Magazine rankings if you're not gonna play well with the rest of them? How are you even gonna? You understand what I'm saying? Like, how does that work?
Rachel alluded
You know
to
what
that.
I mean? But the main thing, if you're gonna create a belt, you gotta legitimize it. And to me, that's always been the problem with the sanctioning bodies in boxing, because they potentially want their belt on somebody who they feel like gonna be a potential star or is already that deal. Hence, Tank Davis, he has a belt. A lot of people, I know people don't even know that he's a champion, bro, because he don't even represent the belt, bro. You know what I'm saying? But they'll let him keep that belt because his namesake. And he gonna draw that money, and that's a big 3%. You know what I mean? So, like you say, it's problems all the way around the board. I'm just eager to see how you're gonna legitimize the belt without fighting some other type of champion or a big name.
I think that's fair.
That's what adds to the intrigue.
Yeah.
That's what absolutely adds to the intrigue, man. Good point. Roger that with the $5. Said Dana bringing this Zuffa Boxing League without a plan or structure. I mean,
I think I think he just so vague that he don't like telling people what he gonna do.
He's a good businessman. He tells you what you need to know and doesn't have to sit here. He's not going to be transparent with the world on a news platform, right? He's got also investors, and he's got, come on, guys. Nobody's doing it. Who's doing it, by the way? And that's why I always come back to it. Who are we comparing him to as far as a villain is concerned? Who is this, prototype, great thing for boxing that we want Dana to be more like? Like, I'm just interested in that.
But I think what the main concern people need to worry about is the fact of the matter. If he gets that amended, just know it's free play for everybody, not just Dana.
Right.
Yeah, see. Rachel, you wanted to jump in a little earlier?
Well, he was cooking, so now I forgot my point.
I'm sorry, Rachel. I'm sorry.
No, he's doing great.
I'm sorry too, Rachel. I think you're trying to get in there. That's why. But I like to let these guys cook, man. I mean, everybody's cooking, man. Great panel, great conversation, and a lot of chatter in the chat, man.
Yeah, people are upset. People are upset. They're upset. They're upset because they feel like
call in.
Yeah, they feel upset because they just want it to be as simple as Dana's a bad person. And if you're defending or sound like you're defending, or if you're optimistic about anything he's moving forward, they're just like, how could you be on that side of the conversation, you traitor?
It's this too, right?
I mean, it's that one, and then the guys that are like, oh, we should just let it ride. And the thing is that it's funny because I'm watching the chat, and there's some guys that are like, we're just fans. What does it matter? Which, I mean, if you want to take it that perspective, then yes. But this is the topic of the day. So, and there's a lot of things, listen, that people talk about that fans have no place in talking about, that y'all talk about all the time anyway, like pay-per-view numbers, minimum purses, back end. So stop with that. Oh, well, we're just fans. If you're just, I get it if you're just saying that you're just fan, but this is the sport of boxing. And we're going to see how it plays out. And I just think like, it's not, people are like, oh, I'm seeing your chats, you just hate Dana. Like, it's weird whenever anyone says this. I say anything about a fighter and they're like, you hate him. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, you understand I know these people, right? Like, there's no
just the
hate
world
there.
that we live in. You cannot criticize or anything without being called a hater.
Well, and that's, I mean, that is the state of our emotional intelligence in the U.S. today, is we can't just have a discussion without asking why, asking questions, and wanting those answers, especially if it's going to change the landscape. It's like to blindly lead is a slave mentality.
Yeah, salute
No, it's
panel.
fair.
Thanks for having
What's
me
up?
on.
We got Trini Bronx. What's going on, brother? What you got?
Chilling. I just want a little fan perspective. And homie, you need the big neon light sofa sign in the background, Kramer. Word up. But it's all good though. It's all good though. I hope you lobby for that and you get that. But y'all telling me pro box. Boxing is fixing the problems themselves. We already fixing that with pro box. Turk need to put his money behind that, man. I got some prospects there that can challenge for a belt. Oh, salute, Rachel. I'm sorry. Salute to the Filipino Flash, one of my favorite fighters. I love rewatching his fights.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
let me go back. Valle challenge for 130 right now. Najee Lopez, you already seen. That was a
Yeah.
top 3 card I was waiting for after
Yeah.
Crawford. I'm a fan of Crawford, and November 22nd was the card that just happened. I didn't get to see my man Val Saint. That's what I want to see. So the hardcores did it. We fixed it. Put the money behind Pro Box. Those fighters are willing to fight all sanctioning bodies. But I like the Sofa thing. I think they could do their thing, and social media the way it is and all that. When their champ is ready to fight the sanctioning body champs, that's gonna be big money fights. You know what I mean? Thanks for letting me on. I gotta check in, and respect to the third shift, but I gotta get paid to talk my shit. I'll call y'all back in a little while.
Salute, Trini. Salute.
Salute
I'm
to
gonna
you,
campaign
Trini.
to Zuffa and see if they'll get me a sign too. By the way, good idea. I didn't think about that.
There you go.
Well, that
There
caller
you go.
actually, like, what he has to remember though is that I don't believe, in my opinion, that Turkey is going to do anything with Pro Box, because you have to remember that whole thing with Gary,
Yeah.
who owns Pro Box and
Yep.
owns Boxing Scene. Yeah, I don't think they're coming back from that.
Yeah. I mean, look, but they're all operating well at what they're doing. I love that he brought up the Najee Lopez fight. I love that Raul Garcia Emiliano Moreno fight. Like, there were such great fights on that card, right? Boxing, all these things are going to continue to doing what these things are doing, right? This is an addition to.
Right. It doesn't disrupt anything that's going on.
Exactly, right? Right?
I get what you're saying.
And if it does in a way that benefits the fighters, man. More options for the fighters make everybody act better. It just makes everybody know that there's somewhere else to go. You know what I mean? I drive trucks, right? Trucking is a very competitive space. A lot of opportunities. What does that make? It makes all the trucking companies get in line. They're competing with each other. And who's benefiting? The truckers, right? They're benefiting. They're getting the paydays. They're getting the packages. They're getting the sign-on bonuses. They're getting whatever these companies can think of to do to separate themselves from each other, to make their opportunity more attractive than what the other people are offering. So yeah, it's a free market, man. It's scary. It's not something that I'm pushing that everybody should just not worry about at all. But this is the path of evolution. This is what we go through, bro. We're gonna have growing pains. But once again, is he making the sport bigger? Probably. And is that good for a boxing fan? Yeah, I think it is.
I agree with more outlets. I remember growing up, we had Tuesday Night Fights, Showtime, HBO, USA,
HBO Boxing After
NBC
Dark.
even had fights. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a good time then. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't hear nothing about. It's just the Ali Act that bothers me all the way around.
No, it's sensitive. That's a sensitive spot. Yeah,
that's absolutely fair.
Because, like I said, if he does it, people keep pinning it on just Dana. But if Dana gets it, I'm telling you, other people gonna play with it too. And then it's gonna be fights we're gonna want to see, and then they just might not ever happen.
Hopefully not. You know, again, that was my question earlier with the whole Dana White not wanting to play nice in the sandbox, right? Because at the end of the day, I think that hurts us from a matchmaking perspective. But Alberto, what you got, brother? Alberto's calling in.
Hey, salute, Johnny. Salute, panel.
Salute, man.
Hey, Johnny, those Jets really might go 0-16, man. I seen that game yesterday, the shit bowl. Man.
They are a 2-pack of booty. I'm not even going to say.
Are you a Jets fan, Johnny?
I'm a Jets fan.
Yeah, I'm a Jets fan too.
Oh, God. Let's not even get started.
Yeah.
Good. Maybe I'll have somebody to bring on the panel when we want to just vent and provide each other therapy with. Shout out to Claymore Rain, bro. We
need all those mental health groups for Jet fans. Jet fans need those groups, those shoulders to lean on.
My favorite soundbite for the Jets.
It smelled like a toilet full of nasty ass shit. Okay.
Damn,
exactly.
Diabolical.
Go ahead, Alberto. I'm in a good mood. Don't bring up the Jets. Let's talk.
No, okay. No, for sure.
Boxing panel, Alberto. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Dana is this huge, savior to the sports that he attaches himself to, why does the UFC not have a star right now? Why do UFC stars need to go into boxing to get a payday? That's just my first question, if anyone can answer that.
I want to answer it, so I don't know if I'm allowed to. Can I speak to it?
Please. Yeah, please.
Why would you not be allowed to?
Okay, no, just as more people get on the panel, I don't want to dominate. I like to run my mouth, right? So, listen, I don't know if the UFC doesn't have a big star or what's happening over there, but I'll tell you this. I'll respond to it like this. Paramount saw something enough in the UFC to give them $7.7 billion. So I just think it's an interesting idea that we can push narratives out here and speak to the success or what a company's doing, but we can't find a network to get behind none of these platforms, none of the PBCs, the top ranks, and we can't really. It's hard. These guys are shopping. They're trying to get something done, but the UFC, this failing business model. This business model that's going in the trash. Paramount, who's all into losing money, who's all into giving away billions of dollars, have decided to give $7.7 billion to a failing business model.
But also in that deal too, though, that the fighters supposed to get some more money too, though. UFC.
That might be the answer to the fighters' prayers. So let's see when ends up happening with that.
So I never said it was a failing model. What I said is that they're failing to produce a star, and I'm glad you brought that up. Why would Paramount give them $7 billion if they weren't any good? But you have these conglomerates like Walmart's, Amazon's of the world. They're bringing in billions of revenue per year. So what do you think their employees are happy? Do you think the dudes working at Walmart are like, oh yeah, I'm happy with this job. They're paying me the most I can make. No. All those guys are always talking about how they're not paid enough. So I just want to first counter that point. Just kind of throw that off because that's not true. That doesn't mean the fighters are going to benefit.
It doesn't mean that they're not going to benefit.
Right. It depends what town you live in, what town you live in, where that Walmart at.
Yeah, on that too. And also, I would like to say that, hey man, it's a free market. Get your resume together, bro, and get a better job. You know what I mean? Don't tell me McDonald's needs to give you the same amount of money a doctor gets or somebody who's working. You know what I'm saying? Like
what
Walmart
you're trying to say is
but the boxers
are basically a Walmart. Like you don't have to work there if you don't want to.
Bro. And if you're working, I'm assuming you need that damn job. I'm assuming Walmart is helping you out in the way. Clearly, nobody else is offering to help you.
I agree.
If you live in a rural town, that might be the job. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree. You have to add human capital. I agree.
Right.
No, I agree.
Right.
If you're working unskilled labor, you're gonna expect, you're gonna take what you can get. But can we not agree that Dana White, that's supposed to be the pinnacle of boxers? That's not just a novice boxer like me throwing on gloves. Those are supposed to be our champions, correct?
Where?
In the Zuffa Boxing and in the Riyadh.
He's working with prospects. And he's turning into that's not the prize. Nothing. Those guys are dealing. Those guys are independent, like Shakur and Teofimo, and those guys are out there chasing big bags. Devin Haney, Brian Norman Jr., David Benavidez. Those guys don't have nothing to do, and definitely don't fit underneath the structure that Zuffa's providing.
Right, Dana can't control those guys. He got to get some new boots.
He doesn't even want those guys, by the way. He saved that before.
It's like the analogy I would use is college football. If you're a college football coach, it's a lot different to coach these college kids than it is to coach NFL players.
Facts.
Grown men that are making millions and millions of dollars. Totally different. We've seen it with Urban Meyer, man.
When someone riddle me this, when UFC has that deal and Zuffa is under that deal, right? The $7.7 billion. Correct?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case.
Because it's under the TKO banner that has a WWE, Zuffa, and UFC.
I don't think TKO is part of UFC, is it?
Huh?
What?
Yeah. They're under
TKO Holdings.
They actually they acquired Zuffa from the Fertitas, didn't they? Back in the day.
Yes.
Right.
So it's a unified ownership.
Zuffa.
Okay, I wasn't aware. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if is that what it is. I guess so. So maybe they're under it.
You don't remember the Zuffa Boxing that Dana tried before?
No, I remember it back then, but I didn't know that
company was Zuffa.
Right, I didn't know that it was a package deal as far as what they did with Paramount. I'm just not. I didn't know yes or no. I don't know if we know yes or no. I'm just saying I don't know if that deal is
I don't know if it's separate or all together either.
And that's the problem, and that's going to be the problem because you can't say you're about the fighters when you're ultimately, at the end of the day, they're a publicly traded company. Their bottom line is pleasing their shareholders. So I don't think Dana White getting into boxing is going to be a good thing. I think he's just there to extract wealth, to transfer the wealth from the fighters to the shareholders.
You know what I think Dana should do? Dana should just fade the black in the background and just they need a new face put in front of it. If he good at what he's really doing,
if I'm Dana, I ain't hearing that. If I'm Dana personally, I mean, if he does it, I'm cool with it. But if I'm Dana, I'm like, yo, y'all gonna get
I'm
with
watching
me,
the
bro.
press conferences. They feel like UFC press conferences. They don't even feel like boxing.
A lot of people said that about the Crawford and
He got work to do. He got work to do, without a doubt. He got work to do, bro.
Hey man, again, it's a work in progress. A lot of questions that are gonna be answered, once this thing obviously gets underway. It'd be unfair for us to be able to answer all these questions without actually seeing it. We haven't even seen one event yet.
That's what I'm saying, right?
We saw the Crawford one.
Well,
but that was a good event, in my opinion. I liked it. That was good.
That's where he missed it. They should have had Zuffa everywhere. That's where they should have. That probably would have got people on his team.
Round one is on the panel. Was good. Round one.
What up, my man? Slick. What up, Slick?
What's
my
up,
dude,
Ron?
my guy right there, Slick. Hey, but
good,
yeah, man. This is what I say. I've always hated Dana because he took the sponsorship from the fighters back it was 10 years ago, bro. He took the fighters sponsorships and shit. He wanted to make it. He hated the trunks and shit like that. He'd be talking shit like this shit look like NASCAR. I don't fucking watch NASCAR, but you watch NASCAR, you see all them stickers on the cars and shit. He just hated that. But then it kind of clicked to me like, oh, like once he sold the UFC like a year later when he did that Reebok deal shit, like it kind of showed me like, oh, okay, there we go. He wanted to make it look like an NBA. He wanted to make it look like a sport, like like legit look like the like one side looking like just one without any fucking stickers on their shorts or anything, and the other one with a different color. So the way UFC presented itself before to Endeavor for 5.5 billion, they kind of made it look more like a sport, So I give it to that, but at the same time, you took 100,000. You took thousands and thousands. I mean, like we've seen fighters say before that sponsorship, they were making enough money to do whatever. Like they had sponsorship. 5 sponsorships could have. That was great. If you had 5 sponsorships, that was great. If you had 3, you were good. You had a couple of sponsorship, you were doing good.
Yeah, that
but
was on that
yeah,
documentary.
he fucked it up. Right now, I don't know. The thing about him and this is what I'm saying, man. Like I should have voted. My wife is all, see, you need to vote. See, get Donald Trump out there. And it's because it's like, damn, he over here buddy with Donald Trump. So but at the same time, I don't know if Donald Trump could mimic, a president can't fuck with a law like Ali Act. You still got to go through Congress and shit. So we're still safe in a way, but like I don't see nothing. I really see nothing changing on the Ali Act. Like a lot of people are like, oh, Dana and Donald Trump, but and it kind of did me too. But then again, I told my wife about it, and she was saying like, I don't think Donald Trump could just walk in and rewrite the Ali Act or some shit like that if it's like through like shit like that, like and I'm like, okay, so clearly it's gonna take a big jump for him. It's a big jump for them. And then also too, like that Zuffa Boxing, look, I was watching Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series and shit. These are fighters that could be signed to the UFC and could get a contract and shit. I don't know these fighters. Their records are like 8-0, 10-0, like 11-2. These are fighters who had fighting experience, but they were in different little regional scenes and shit. And then I mean, just watching like this show, it's like, oh shit, it's good fights and shit. So at the end of the day, that's what it's gonna be. That's what it's gonna look like to me. Like Zuffa Boxing is gonna be nobody boxers. We might see some boxers from the WBC tourney get signed, shit like that, and then they'll just have good fights. That's what I think it's gonna be.
But I think that's the problem, because that's the conflict of interest. Because if you have to be signed to Zuffa to enter into their stratosphere, their ecosystem, then guys are going to eventually have to sign, because like Dana said he's not going to recognize the other sanctioning bodies.
Yeah,
So
but
to me, that's a big.
I like the thing about Dana saying, like he's saying about the narrative. He says, look at the narrative from like a boxing fan standpoint and UFC fan, and I'm both. I like watching both. I both pay-per-views on two TVs watching them simultaneously. But just looking at that, it's like, okay, he wants to kill that narrative. Cool. How do you kill that narrative? Just having, like, it's kind of like MMA. You in every other promotion in MMA, they have their best fighters fight each other. So he's just kind of wanting to bring that and kind of want to kill that narrative. I mean, he's gonna want to do other things with the Aliyah, but I'm kind of feeling safe more knowing more about shit like that. That he can't just do it out of nowhere. There's a lot to go through with that. So we I don't see him touching that. Other than that, it's like, yeah, let's see if you could do because I feel like Zuffa is gonna be like another pro box. Like having like good fights that you're gonna watch on a Thursday night or a Tuesday night, maybe, shit like that. But that's what he's really looking at. Before, he was talking about doing boxing, and that was back when Mayweather and McGregor was happening. He had a Zuffa boxing shirt and everything, but then he didn't do it. And then it was funny because after that, way back 2 years later, I believe, we've seen Oscar De La Hoya jump into MMA and make PFL numbers. Like that shit, no, like there was just, it wasn't, he really went in there for nothing.
You broke up a little bit and then you got clear.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I seen like Oscar De La Hoya went into MMA and he made some like PFL numbers. Like his fucking pay-per-view did like probably like 30 to 50K maybe or something. It just flopped. So he's seen people in the MMA. And then again, this is the thing about MMA promotions I've seen come and go. Some of these guys, they don't even know what MMA is. This is a guy who knows what MMA is, boxing is, so he's gonna do something good. We got the WWE, UFC production shit, so the production wise, it's gonna look better than Pro Box and shit like that. So other than that, we're just gonna watch Zuffa boxers with no names, and we just watching like no name fighters fight.
Yeah, man. They'll earn their names. It's a platform made to build these guys up, in my opinion, right? So they'll earn their names because once you watch them fight, if they give the performance that you want to see, you'll watch them again, and after a while, you'll know their name, just like we knew everybody else's name at some point in time,
Like people
right?
know Najee Lopez now.
Yep.
Who basically fought on Pro Box. Dominic Guaya, he's fighting on the next card in November. I mean, this is we got to see. You got to see. You got a lot of background noise. Somebody got a lot of background
But
noise. Though. I think it's not
how do they earn their name if they're only fighting Zuffa signed boxers? So then, are you to tell me that Caleb Walsh is going to be pound for pound because Zuffa doesn't recognize any of the other sanctioning bodies? Like, how does that work?
Well, they'll be recognized by the people, but the thing is, that's right. How would the ranking work for them? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Vice versa. That's the part I didn't understand. I didn't even understand why he even said that. Like, he didn't even have to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think he didn't want to get Sean to tell.
Like, that don't make sense. But we'll see.
Yeah, like my guy GMT saying, man, there's clearly it's like we got to see. There's some things we got to see how they work out. Like a lot of these conversations we're having is we're speculating.
These are all speculation. These are
right.
Yeah,
right. And we're hoping for the best. Obviously, nobody wants to hope for the worst, right, Johnny? Like we all hoping for the best, but like I said, Johnny, earlier, don't you get it twisted. They are going to fuck up. Something's going to happen.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? This is part of the game, man. It's about the get back. It's about the way they regroup. This is the way they pivot. That's going to let us know what we can anticipate for the future of this, right? When they hit those points, they mess up. How do they pivot? How do they react to it? How do they deal with it? Do they come back and fix it? Turkey, when he first did his first show, the big one I thought in LA, what did everybody say? Eminem was OD. You killed us. We had to watch the main event at like 1:30 in the morning, 2 in the morning, right? What did he do? He fixed it the next one, right? He stopped doing those things. He grew, and he seems like he has his finger on the frequency of what the fans are saying and what they want, and he reacts. When Devin Haney and that Fatal Fury card happened in New York, and everybody was like, "You gotta be kidding me!" What did he come out? Tom and Jerry, we're not doing this. Shrinking rings. He was making jokes, but he acknowledged like what the fans were saying, and he made an adjustment. Let it also be known that foolery won't be tolerated again. You won't fight on here again. We'll make an example out of William Skull, and this will be a stain on the brain of whoever comes into my organization and fights under my platform that we want you to fight.
I have a question. Was that Underdog series just a one-off?
I'm hearing that's going to be something more regular.
I hope
Maybe
that is.
that was great,
dope.
right?
That
It
was
dope. Yeah, no, it was dope. And we
That
didn't know
was
anything
dope.
about that until until we actually saw it. They didn't even promote. When did we know about that? Like 2 weeks before it
Yeah,
happened?
they start saying it 2 weeks about 2
Yeah,
weeks before
it went down, and I thought it was pretty dope the way they pulled that off.
I
We got to see, man.
Yeah, it wasn't even in the magazine, the Ring magazine. That's what I was like. But I
My-
hope it keep going. I thought that was pretty cool.
So my only last contention is that you guys make it out to be like Dana White is this ultra successful businessman. Anything he has the Midas touch, anything he touches turns to gold. And I heard Claymore earlier criticizing Oscar and Al Heyman, but I mean, have you guys heard of the slap boxing league? How's that going?
Yeah, bro. Look. Let me tell you that as an MMA fan. Let me tell
Hold
you
on,
this.
round one.
Okay,
round
go
one.
ahead,
Hold on,
Slick.
hold on. Now, if you know who Al Heyman is, Al Heyman didn't do nothing for boxing. You know what Al Heyman is?
Don't go there, G. You want to make some enemies.
He's a promoter.
10 years
He's
ago,
just
Al
a
Heyman was
music
doing
promoter,
his
bro.
shit.
Music
Slick,
mogul.
come on, Slick.
You want to
come
make
on.
one at a time,
10
yo.
years
One at a
ago,
time.
he
One
was
at a
doing
time.
his shit.
Keep on going with that
One at a
point you
time.
about to make.
Radio.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Like-
Slick, come on, dog. Yeah, you know I was starting
No,
his
I'm
shit
saying,
good.
like he said, do we think Dana has been successful? But I'm saying, if you praising PBC, Al was a music promoter. Budweiser Fest, Jodeci, all of them. That's Al Heyman, bro.
Usher.
I'm not praising Al
Usher,
Heyman. I'm
right.
just saying you guys think Dana's going to be this ultra savior, like his track record is
No.
undeniable.
Alberto, you add so
didn't
much
say that.
energy to the words, right? When we're sitting here, I'm speaking for myself, saying
We're being optimistic.
I'm giving optimism, and I'm saying, bottom line is, Turkey Al-Sheikh, if you check his resume, he has a degree in business, right? Like he has these people who are invested, Nick Khan, these people, they're not just Tom and Dick and Harry on the corner, right? These people's credentials and resume and references and track record have given Turkey confidence to say, I'm looking for somebody to move with this vision I have. And Dana checked the boxes. He got the job, not because he's friends with Turkey, but because he has a track record that says, I will give him a job to do this. He's done this with the UFC. He is successful, brother. You don't want him to be, I understand. I'm not saying he's a savior of boxing, brother. I'm not, no one has said that, right? We're not saying he's the Midas touch and the golden boy and a lot of those nice adjectives you try to use to describe or sum up what we're saying, right? What I'm saying is we got fresh blood out here. We got a new guy on the block who has a history of doing something special with his organization and making it big, just coming off of the back of a $7.7 billion deal with Paramount based off that track record. That guy is coming into the sport of boxing with somebody like Nick Khan, who's also a very successful businessman, and somebody like Turkey Al-Sheikh, who has a lot of money. Boxing could do well with this movement, but he's not the end all be all, King. That's not what we're saying. I'm not saying that.
Look,
think
dude,
all of us have a
I'm gonna
Was
go
that
with
the
what you were
Khan
saying.
that sued Top Rank?
I don't know. Did he?
I believe so.
Like days before TKO was or Zuffa was introduced?
I don't
I
know.
mean, for the collaboration or whatever you call it.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
If he did he win?
But I
No,
think
it's
they're
clear
still
that he
in
would've.
court.
Ongoing. It's ongoing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
It
know.
had
I don't
something to
remember.
do with, yeah. It's something to do with, I thought, like Fury and I don't know. I can't remember. But
Yeah, the Fury
something like
Wilder
that.
fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I say. Like Dana, he's a shitty scumbag, just like every other promoter. Like, every other promoter is a shitty scumbag. That's just the facts. That's just the facts. Like,
Yo,
let's not get
preach round
inflated.
one. Talk
You
on it.
know? But that's just what it is.
Tell him how
He's
you
just
really feel.
and the fact is, he's a big sleazy character coming from a different sport. And look, my boy, yeah, slap boxing or that slap power slap or that bitch slap contest. That's what I call it. Yeah. I talk shit about it every time, but I mean, remember fucking when he bought the UFC, people were talking about that shit like I talk about power slap, like bitch slapping contest and shit. They call it human cockfighting and shit like that. They couldn't get pay-per-views. They couldn't go into different states. That motherfucker had to do it his own way. He did it. The thing is, boxing is beloved in every state. It's beloved in the whole world. So the world is his oyster now when he could just walk in and go to, he's not gonna struggle like he did before. The only thing he's struggling is gonna make stars, maybe, or make people want to see his shit. Maybe that's it. A lot of boxing fans are kind of hating on Dana, but it's the same thing with the UFC fans, bro. They hating on Dana because he's in boxing or doing less with the UFC. But at the same time, I tell people, like, yeah, Dana, he's the president of the UFC, but he's not the guy running. Him and the Fertitas are not the guys no more. They sold that shit off for almost 10 years ago. So
Right.
it's guys in suits or on chairs or around a table talking, bringing up the prices, ticket prices. I mean, look at the WWE now, bro. Everybody's shitting on the because
Yeah,
of the
but
ticket prices.
the problem with that, even though let's just say he is taking orders from someone in a suit, Fertitas haven't been involved for a while. But as the CEO, you are legally responsible, which is why there was a class action antitrust lawsuit that was just settled in, I think, February of this
Yeah.
year.
Oh no, that lawsuit was before that. So that lawsuit was before he sold it.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
I think he would still be on the name to be under. I don't think them guys in the suits would be there too. Or maybe they would because they own it now, is public and shit, shares and shit like that, right? But yeah, he did like that. That's what it was. I mean, look, Anderson Silva just got paid 10 million off that lawsuit. 10 million, I believe. So he hasn't fought since, fuck, I don't even. The last time I seen him fight was Jake Paul, and that was a 48. Anderson Silva has split
No, because
decision with,
the lawsuit was only filed in 2014. Kung Lee, one
Oh
of
yeah,
our
yeah,
friends,
Kung
was
Lee.
part of. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the one that
Kung
like
Lee.
headed that lawsuit, and they all the fighters that filed with him in the class action. I think the total ended up being like close to $400 million, and that's a
Hey, but
settled.
that's a sleazy shit bag move. I'm saying Dana did. Look, we've seen people like.
But
I
you're the one
remember
giving
when
him
back
credit.
then. I remember back then they were saying shit like there was gonna be a union against the WWE, right? And then I guess Jake the Snake, or it was Jesse
Yeah, I know.
Ventura. I forgot which one of those legends kind of said to Hulk, like, we're gonna do a union shit. We're not getting paid like we should be from the WWE, so we're gonna
At
do a
that time.
union. And what did Hulk hold? Because he was the face, he was the guy. He went out and snitched on him. So yeah, the sleazy bag moves like that is what it kind of kills the
But
sport. But
I think you're giving Dana too much credit. You're saying he built up the UFC. I think that savagery
bro,
sells. It was gonna catch on
The
eventually.
UFC wasn't. You could look, bro. It was like in 2016 when they finally were in New York City, bro. They're in New York, bro. That state didn't even let them touch. Ain't no MMA promotion went to New York for a longest. That's the every even other sport. Even when he bought it, there was only like fucking probably like
Like
a
3 to 5
handful of
states.
states that would let him.
Yeah.
So, and there was no pay-per-views. He had to sell them on DVDs.
And I was
Motherfucker, you
buying them.
gotta
I
watch
remember.
them shits, all that shit, right? So by the time I was growing up
I was
watching
too.
it as a kid, like I mean, as a young teen and shit, we got Kimbo Slice. We had Showtime with and CBS. They had signed Kimbo for the it was a Extreme Elite or Elite Extreme and shit like that, right?
Yeah, I
Another
can't
MMA
remember. Was it
promotion. So
ECW or was it WEC or something? Or
oh
not
no,
ECW, was it
that was a
WEC?
different thing. That was
Right.
that's a different brand. So there was a lot back then. Yeah, back then when I was it was a hot mess with MMA, but it was still great because you had a lot of promotions like Pride, the Elite Extreme. It was Kimball's shit, right? Showtime had put it on it. And then we've seen people like Bellator coming in like in 2008 and shit like that. So we've seen it, but then look at most of them, they got bought out or they were gone. See, the thing about Pride is Pride was kind of different. Pride, that shit was ran by the Yakuza, bro. Like that's and then when these guys got locked up, that I guess that said they had to sell it or some shit,
Right.
So that was different. But other than that, yeah, we had WEC, Elite Extreme died. Like Dana White even seen like so many people. Like, look, bro, we've seen this is why Dana didn't do Zuffa. He wasn't gonna do boxing until Turkey came in knocking on the door out of nowhere, and he just said, "Fuck it, it's now or never." At this point, because he was never gonna do it. He wanted it to do it. He had a thought, but it just he couldn't do it. He didn't have the money.
But I'm not
He
going.
he, he
But
didn't have a.
is it safe to say that we can't just damn it to hell? I mean, we all gonna have our criticism until we see how it start going. But like, you know what I mean? Is it safe to say, like, say it's not just what Dana running it? I'm pretty sure there's some good people up there. If he ruining it, he gonna fuck. Excuse my language. He gonna mess around and get replaced. You know what I'm saying?
He's definitely an employee, GMT, right? Like he's definitely been hired. He's not like the end all be all. But I have a question for Alberto as well, and anybody else in the chat as well, because everybody pushes back at the Dana White thing and talking about trusting him and not. I mean, it kind of sounds like you guys are like, don't allow him in the sport, like you're giving him like that Victor Conti treatment, right?
I said that earlier. Yeah.
Right. Like you guys don't want him.
Stay out of here. You're not a part
right.
of it.
Like he did something like, I mean, that's crazy. My question is, well, in the spirit of boxing being better, because I think before Dana White came up as a topic, a point of conversation, that most of us agree that boxing needed something. Some structure was needed. Something was missing. It doesn't look like any of our favorite promoters were stepping in that direction to do that. To push for the sport to be in the right way. The cross the street politics, we got a bunch of children in a daycare type of environment who can't get along with each other. They don't want to.
He said daycare. Oh my god!
A bunch of kids, you can't separate them. They can't get along. They can't be on the same page for anything. My question is, well, I mean, okay, not Dana, but who then? Because I'm also interested in the other plan. I'm interested in what do you have to offer the space as far as boxing being better? Where did you see boxing going? Does it need? It doesn't need Dana. It doesn't need Turkey. Well, what does it need? Were you okay with boxing where it's at right now? Do you think these fighters are just shut up and get paid, $150 a round, like Rachel was saying, and that's just a price if you want to be a boxer? That's how it works. The way Oscar's running it is the correct way. The way I mean, like, what's your ulterior plan to this kind of entrance by somebody who's coming in with financial backing, who feels like, hey man, I think I could bring something in the space to make it better. You might not agree with me, but I think I can. I got somebody who believes in it.
As an MMA fan, I didn't really care if Dana would even come to boxing too sometimes, because really, if Dana, like I said, Dana coming in, it really isn't gonna do nothing. Zuffa Boxing isn't UFC, or it's barely coming up. We're gonna see like some nobody fighters signed, and we'll see their cards, and we'll probably have a good time watching good fights and shit. But other than that, he's gonna start slow. He's gonna start small. Like, people be thinking I feel like people overreact because like I said, y'all make it think like he could. With Turkey, he could buy out all these fighters and have them in a card. That's Turkey. The Turkey thing is different. That's why Zuffa Boxing in the ring is different. But again, we didn't need. I mean, at the same, do we need Dana, bro? Like, we have Turkey. Turkey's making the fights.
No, I'm saying we don't need Dana.
Everybody mouth, bro.
I'm not saying we need Dana, but I'm saying, like, why shouldn't he be allowed?
Like, why is it
to do what he's doing?
That's true.
But
like
why
I said,
the
like
UFC?
I said,
The
like I
UFC
said,
Why the hate? Why the hate? Would
I
it
don't
be
know about
different
the
if
hate,
Frank
but
Warren?
This is what I said. Like, we knew he was gonna try to do that Zuffa shit back after the May and Mac. When he was pushing that May and Mac, he had that Zuffa Boxing on his shirt, coming out, bringing Conor McGregor. You see the shirt, Zuffa Boxing. He was talking about he wanted to do this, but he didn't. Because he really didn't have that financial back. Now he got Turkey. It's like, okay, I got something I could. I mean, this guy has a lot of projects. UFC, Power Slap. He just did his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and one of the best Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu dudes signed to him and left one championship. So he's doing a lot of other things in the fight game, but right now I think the boxing is his main focus. But at the same time, guys, look how the UFC, it took a long time for them to, so it's not going to take 5 years or 10 years like people think he gonna run the business. No, bro, I don't think he's gonna run the business. And if he does, it's gonna take him like 20 plus 30 plus years, maybe. I don't know. It's gonna take a long ass time, because this sport is basically, when he came in MMA, it was kind of like that, but kind of worse, because he couldn't even broadcast that shit. When he bought this shit, he couldn't even broadcast it on TV. You know, he had to put them on DVD and shit. So
Yeah, but
you
that's
know,
that's
it's
all.
gonna
Never
take a
mind
long
though.
time
Now
for
that's
him to
all
do
past
what he
tense.
wants to do, or because
My
right
thing
now,
is,
like I said, he's pro
round
box.
one. My thing is that if he keep it prospects, and the way he's saying it on one side is that like it's gonna be prospects. We bringing them up. We got a belt. My thing is, why do you need to mess with the Ali Act then if that's all it's gonna be?
Yeah, that's the
You
thing.
know what I'm
That's the thing.
saying?
That's a
That's what
scumbag
that's
move.
what has me questioning Dana for
Yeah,
real.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
a
I know
scumbag.
Dana got a bad look because of stuff he done said about
And
boxing, and he's
and
on
that's what I'm
video
saying,
after
Slick. Like
video
just
and
because
all of
he's
that.
friends with
Hold on, round one. But what I'm saying is that that's the main thing. That's what has the question mark. You get what I'm saying? If that, I think if that Ali acting never came out or whatever, people would be like, okay, he's starting this boxing thing again. We're gonna see how it goes. You know what I'm saying?
100.
But to have the
Fair.
Ali act and say
Fair.
who you not messing with and this is that and the third, that raises a whole lot of eyebrows because you may be paying them kids the 20,000. Say that Ali get passed. Those kids can never be their own boss, nor there's not gonna be no wiggle room for negotiation. You take 20,000 or you don't. And I'm gonna sign you for 3 fights. You gotta do what I say. Let's say he signed a fighter for those first 3 fights because I think it's like a ranking system, right? 20,000 till you rank number 5, and then if number 5 get 50,000, so on and so forth, or something like that, right? And I think the champion get like 250, no, somewhere around. The challenger get 200 some thousand, and the champ get 700 some thousand. Oh, that's cool. But let's say he signed you for 0 through 5. You don't pan out, and he choose to shelve you.
Yeah,
Are
hey,
you
look, but
locked?
look. Let me tell you something,
Them
Slick.
the
Let me
things
tell you
that I'll
something.
be
Let me
worrying
tell you
about
something.
because there could be
Let,
some good fighters
Let
that
him
get
go
stuck
round
over
one.
there. There could be some good fighters that get stuck over there. So I'm more into the politics part of it than just like we saying, why can't Dana make a boxing league? And you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm cool with that. You know, iron sharpens iron. More competition, the better. You get what I'm saying? But that is just that. Why? What's the reasoning to want to mess with it? Other than control pay, they don't get no say so. You know what I'm saying? There's no what for what reason.
right, you're right, and that's the thing. That's the thing. I feel like
So all
just
the
because
past
he's
stuff don't
friends with
matter
the
with
president,
UFC.
just
He's
because
on a
he
whole new
brings,
ball game with boxing.
yeah, but just because
Very
he
true.
brings the fucking president to the sit down next to him to watch the UFC fights, and he's cozy with him and all this shit, and bro, at the end of the day, I forget. When you pass a bill, it's got to go through more than just the president in a way, you know.
That's
So
fine, but if
you
it
know,
goes through,
and
if it
because
goes
of
through,
that,
then we know
I'm
where
safe
it
to
stands.
say
Then
I could safely say like boxing is gonna be good. I don't think he could fuck and touch that thing. You know, he's got to do it from scratch. He's got to do what he's got to do from scratch.
round
Bro.
one,
Like he
I
can't
want to
fuck
say
with.
this though. I think this is the first statement. I don't care what Dana do, he's not gonna damage boxing as a whole. All right. The only thing that the rest of the sanctioned bodies that have a choice, they could either team up and could have been doing already what Turkey was doing. You know what I'm saying? And team up and put these good fights on and make some lucrative money. You know what I'm saying? If anything, they could have seen that from Turkey themselves, right? Or we just gonna have a bunch of leagues around this damn thing, and people gonna have their favorite league like they do already now. You got
Yeah,
your PBC riders, your top rank. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but he can't. I don't think it's gonna damage it no more as long as he don't touch that Ali, bro.
Yeah, no, it's not. Like, and then again, with he said he's gonna bring a belt in and have his own belt. Like, there's so many belts in boxing, but at the same time, there's 4 of these belts we kind of look at it as like the main belts and shit, right? But then again, look how many of those main belts we got. We got an interim belt, we got the regional belt and shit, national belt, you know, shit like that. So to me, that belt is just gonna be another regional scene belt in a
Yeah,
way,
but the
you
thing
know,
is, can't nobody
like
else win it.
MMA fighters when they have belts and they come to the UFC, they're really not known as champions. They're just known as someone who had a regional belt or something. You know, even people think like Bellator was kind of like more like the second
Right,
B
but you
league and
keep
shit.
bringing the UFC aspect of it. The Zuffa belt ain't nobody else gonna be able to win it if you don't play nice with nobody else.
Oh, no, yeah,
That's
but
strictly
that's
for
what I'm
his
saying.
league, so that belt kind of is like
But it's
okay, you
if
know what
he's
I'm
gonna
saying?
think of MMA wise coming in and building his own fighters and building his own stars and building fights, like we could see a Zuffa card on Paramount Plus looking better than a pay-per-view card that fucking Matchroom throws or something. You know, we just don't know because we gotta see. But at the same time, that's right now is what he has is that little opening because of Turkey, but that opening still isn't big. Yeah, because of the ring, and he did his first thing with Crawford and Bud. Yeah, that okay. Other than that, you look, the ring, I see it as Turkey. You are Zuffa, so you got to do your own shit, like build your own stars and shit like that. And like I said, Slick, like I wouldn't be surprised if some of these WBC tourney champions signed to him
Well,
or
that's what I
something.
said.
You know.
I thought that's what that for real. I mean, that was I said this is where he finna get his
Oh
first
yeah,
check from.
you did say that to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean,
The
look, Dana.
problem,
Go ahead,
oh,
bro.
yeah, the problem with Dana is you keep hyping him up like he created these stars. Conor McGregor was going to be a star regardless. Like that
Bro,
just
no,
fell in his
I don't
lap.
know if he was gonna be regardless because in the other promotion he was a regional champ.
Thank you.
Same like Ronda Rousey. She was in Strike Force. Strike Force was backed by Showtime. She was a star in Strike Force, but Dana didn't sign women
Bro,
yet.
without their
So
dance
that it
partners
wasn't.
too,
She
he
wasn't a
wouldn't have
big
been that.
star until she hit the
You still
Right.
got somebody
UFC.
from the
You
UFC
know.
on that title.
If Connor doesn't knock out what's my guy's name, man? I used to
Jose Aldo.
Aldo.
Jose Aldo. If he doesn't
Yeah.
clip Jose Aldo, if he doesn't have that press conference, if that press conference doesn't have that production around it, if he doesn't have that moment with who the F is that guy, if he doesn't have all these little intangible moments, these are all part of the building blocks that made Conor McGregor.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think that's absolutely nonsense to say something like that because I want you to show me a star that was made on another platform in the MMA world that had Conor McGregor's. Show me what Bellator produced. Show me what WEC produced. Show me what any of these other platforms produce to be a Ronda Rousey or a Conor McGregor or a John Jones or any of these big stars. Yeah, I think you're understating Dana's true genius and his true business acumen on building something up, and you want to make it look like anybody could do it, but you have nobody else on record who's done anything close to what he's done with the UFC.
Well, at this point, I think the UFC is just as powerful as it is because it's a well-oiled machine. You know, Dana won't even have certain guys at the pressers if they don't, pander their questions towards him. And so I just think overall Dana's not going to be good for boxing because they just basically want to make it a monopoly, just how they do with the UFC. That's my only point here.
Well, that's what they fear though.
Yeah,
That
that's what I
part of the
mean. Look,
Aliyah,
he's
that's what
working
they
with
fear.
jujitsu and shit. Jujitsu, I don't
They
even
fear the
watch
monopoly.
jujitsu like that, but I watch karate combat and sometimes they got jujitsu fights. I watch one championship, they got jujitsu champs and fights and that shit like that. So he's probably trying to just like I said, he's
I
touching
think
on
y'all
this fight
missing it
game.
though. He
He's in the
built the
fight.
brand up so big that it's
Yeah,
the
he's in the fight
platform if
game
you
right
are
now
mixed martial arts though.
where he's like, okay, like this is a well-oiled machine. I'm just the face of it. I'm not behind the doors running this shit like that like I used to be with the Fertitas. So okay, let me do something else. Slap boxing, boom, got that bitch slapping contest on. Oh,
Hey,
let me go
round
do
one.
something
Round one.
else.
Let me ask you this. If you was the coldest mechanic, if I was the coldest mechanic on earth and you was opening a mechanic shop and I offered you I do your commercials, would you let me do your commercials? If I was the best mechanic in the world and you don't know nothing about cars, but you want to open a mechanic shop, and I said I'll help you out. Let me do a couple commercials for you. Would you let me?
I mean, because you're the best. It
No,
would
wait,
have
wait,
to be.
Okay.
wait. What was it again? Say it again, just so I
Yes
can
or no,
If,
round one.
if I was the best mechanic in the world, and you don't know nothing about mechanics, you don't know how to fix no cars, no nothing, and I say, you know what, I help you. I do a couple commercials for you. Would you let me?
Commercials?
Commercials like to help get people come to your shop.
Yeah, okay. Well, I would think so because you're the best mechanic.
There
and
Like
you
then
go.
you're recognized in the world as the best mechanic.
Yes.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
At
I
first,
mean,
I was
it's
thinking like, no, you don't do commercials. You do
well,
you fix cars. But I see what you're saying, like a sponsor.
no.
Like,
Right.
I got you. I got you.
So my point.
It's like
hold on,
he's
round one.
saying.
So my point is this: whether he's running it or not, he's the man the face that everybody knows for building up UFC. People don't tend to go behind the scenes and dig and read to see really where his position is. It's still people today that think he still owns the UFC, bro.
Correct.
So they still gonna use his face and not understand it. That doesn't make it good because I just stated earlier, watching the presses for them boxing matches felt like a UFC.
It did,
Fight,
and
I didn't like
see
that.
why. I see
So
why.
like it has to be some adjustments made, like Claymore said. But at the end of the day, that's why they're gonna continue to use his face. It's just that they're gonna have to have. I feel like they're gonna have to have a sit down, like all the same how he talk at UFC, cursing people out and
I
things
mean,
like that.
I
That's
can see
that type of
that.
stuff not gonna fly in boxing like that. And he definitely gonna have to like change the scheme. You gotta get with the culture of boxing. You can't change the culture of boxing into a UFC culture. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's the
Mhm.
thing. The thing about him is like, look, he signed plenty of fighters already from around the globe on just certain aspects in MMA and shit, right? But now he's jumping into a different thing. So because he got that backing from Turkey, he got TKO, the brand TKO behind him with Nick Khan as well, the dude who runs the WWE.
Mhm.
The production wise, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be like how I see today. I was watching a Tuesday Night Contender Series. That there's a bunch of nobodies trying to get signed to the UFC like that, right?
Mhm.
Hey, there were good fights, plenty of knockouts, plenty of great moments, and this is what I'm looking at in Zuffa Boxing. This is where I'm
But
not
that's
looking
good
at
for
big
boxing then at
star
that
or the
point because
next
it's
thing.
bringing
I'm
eyes.
looking at what could really accomplish like what he's doing. It's small, like I said, it's small. He's not gonna hit big yet, bro. It's not, bro.
No, we
But
don't think. No, nobody's saying like he just finna hit the ground running. Like he
It's gonna
just
take
finna
time.
take.
no, a lot of people think that because of
No,
Turkey. That's the thing.
No,
Like
no,
it's
people
gonna
think
take
it's
time. It's
because
like
he got
opening up a new
Turkey
restaurant,
no.
bro.
that
Like
he could
opening up
sign.
a new
Like people are
restaurant.
like, oh, what if
Yeah,
Turkey signs this and that for Dana, or throws money for Canelo to sign this, or Bud Crawford and this and that. So I'm hearing people just out of nowhere just talking like nonsense, bro. And it's just boxing fans, though. I mean, even MMA fans be saying some shit like that, like, "Oh, what if he signs the big names and do this?" Like, no, y'all guys got it wrong. He's gonna start small, bro. Like, people think he's gonna come out just because he did a fight and he was there with Bud, and that was just because Turkey wanted his face to be there. Because Turkey
But
wanted.
they're
Remember that breaking news. That breaking news he was supposed
yeah,
to
but
say,
that was
but he
supposed to be for
didn't.
a bonus or
That was
something
that
like that,
breaking
man.
news.
But
Zuffa Boxing was the breaking news, but he didn't.
like I said, I separate the two. If Danny was just like I'm doing super boxing, I clap it up for him. Let's see if you can make this work. My thing is just messing with the Ali Act. I just don't see a point of amending nothing or any unless you're just trying to assume some type of control over the whole thing.
Yep.
And
That's the
that's how
thing.
he
Yeah,
runs the
that's the thing.
UFC.
That's
We,
So
more than
we,
like,
we
fair.
we're not gonna
you
see
know,
him
that's
do
the only
that.
Johnny.
thing I have a problem
You
with. I don't
know,
have a
it's
problem with
Absolutely
Dana
more than
getting
fair.
boxing, getting boxers, or any of that. Creating a belt. I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying?
But that's why I think it's dangerous when a lot of guys are just coming up here and saying, hey, we have to give it a try. You know, Dana, let him do what he wants, because there is a cause for concern. You know, he's made questionable statements saying he's not going to work with other sanctioning bodies, and that he couldn't answer Sean Tatel if he would still enter boxing if he can at least. If he's not going to remand the Ali Act, he wants to at least revise it into his favor. And that's why I think there's cause for concern.
Yeah.
he
And
got a
that's
Fair
fighter
too.
the only
named
thing I'm
Callum.
concerned about.
And that's a fair
That's
concern.
it.
Look,
There's
he got a fighter
100%.
named.
There's 100% cause for like people should be. These conversations are healthy. This is what's supposed to be happening. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Listen, man. But to boxing, if you love boxing, and I happen to love boxing, this is like our teenage daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like you come into my crib talking about taking my daughter out. I don't know you. We're gonna have a conversation. You're gonna sit on my couch for a minute. You're getting looked at from the moment you enter my driveway, the way you get out of your car, the way you knock on my door, the way you address me, the way you address my wife, the way you address my daughter when she comes downstairs. Did you tell her she looked good? Do I feel like she's gonna be safe with you? I need to know what listen. You came here to date my daughter, one of my most precious, you know what I mean, things I've ever created. We are going to have long conversations. And the moment you give me any type of it's not helping your case out, right? Because ultimately she's still under my roof and she's still, you know what I'm saying? It's still my job to protect her. This is what comes with the game. But that doesn't mean that the dude coming through the door don't got the best intentions for your daughter, that he won't earn your respect, that he won't show improve, that he's a great dude for you. I mean, we won't know that until he goes through it. Until we also got to have her faith in her as well to say that I've raised her well enough to where I can trust some of her judgment as well, because she's also needs to act right, and I need to have faith in her as well. But it's a process. It's not a one-day thing. It takes time for everything to come full circle to where this dude is allowed to come to my barbecues, sit at my Thanksgiving table dinner, you know what I'm saying? Eat with my family before he gets welcome like that. It's not going to be an overnight thing, but it has to start somewhere. I can't
But
just
that's why
shoot every single person who tries to court my daughter.
But that's why Dana should go into boxing without a lot of dudes. A lot of cats are advocating that he should be able to revise the Ali Act because there's no streaming networks invested in boxing. Let's see what he can do. No, like he said, he's unproven. He needs to come in without any stipulations. He can't just revise the Ali Act off the rip or remand it altogether.
Okay, bro,
No,
you
I
make it
mean,
seem like Dana's gonna fuck
can't do.
everybody over, though, bro. He's not. I don't think he is.
There is no wrong answer here, man. We're all
Right.
sharing our perspective and our opinions of what we believe. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? At the end of the day, we all want what's best for boxing. Can we agree on that?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a fight fan. I'm above the clouds watching the boxing fans hate on Dana, watching the MMA fans hate on Dana. Like, I just, because he's in boxing and shit, it's like, yeah, I guess, bro, we gonna hate on Dana because of that. But at the same time, I don't want Dana to touch the Ali Act. Now that I know it just because he's friends with the president doesn't mean he's gonna get it signed quick and seal the deal. So I'm more hopeful now because I know, like I said, I'm fucking, I don't know about politics, like real politics like that. So once I heard like, yeah, that's just because he's friends with the president doesn't mean shit. Like, okay, all right, cool. We're safe now. But at the same time, remember, guys, he's gonna come up small. Like the UFC when he bought it, it was nothing. It was small. He had to bring it up out of nothing. So it's gonna take a long time for him to do what he wants to do in boxing. And clearly, he's got the money, the backing with Turkey. But does he have the time? Does he really want to do it? Let's see how it goes and shit like that.
I agree, man. Hold on, let me catch up with two super chats. We got JD 241 with the $5, y'all. Appreciate you, my brother. He said promoters ain't shit without a TV deal. We could debate all days. If no networks invest in boxing, the sanctioning bodies are done.
He's funny, bro. That's right. The promotions are shit without a deal, a TV deal or something.
Man, I mean, I think, but shout out to that dude because that's what I was saying just a little bit earlier, just to say how useful, how can these promoters do their job without being able to guarantee that they can provide their fighters to be on the biggest stages? That's what this is all about. We're judging character, and we're looking for the angel or the guy with the most integrity, and we're trying to find this guy inside of a room of vultures and snakes, right? We've all acknowledged that all of these guys ain't ish, but what we're not acknowledging is Dana White, Zuffa, TKO, whatever you want, has gotten the backing of one of the biggest backers in the game in Turkey Al-Sheikh, and now has one of the biggest platforms network-wise to put fighters on. This guy has done something that none of y'all favorite promoters has been able to do. So from the fighter's point of view, has this guy made an argument as to why I should be an option for you to come and bring your talents to? And I think he has.
Well, I would say they have done it. They just didn't know how to keep it.
Well, I mean, I'm saying at this point right now, if you come into boxing right now, right? If you have your fighter you're managing right now, you can play the game and say, listen, we don't know Dana. Yeah, but he's going to be doing a show every other week. It's free, a huge audience. We can promote, we can push ourselves. We don't know what can happen on this. And he has a relationship with the investor of it called Turkey Al-Sheikh, who has Ring Magazine. Or we can go to Golden Boy, bro, and be on his undercards of when he's trying to put Virgil Ortiz out there, and then we can be there. And I mean, shout out to Golden Boy, bro, and what they've done. I'm not going to stop saying Golden Boy because it's going to sound like I have an issue with them, and I absolutely have zero issue with them, right? But I love watching their events. I do. Pro Box as well. Fine, go on a Pro Box event, whatever you want, and watch and have 12,000 people watch you on an undercard, be the first fighter or the second fighter on a prelim, whatever it is. Or this machine called TKO that is going to be working on packing out the building like the UFC. They're going to put you on some sort of a contender series type of setup where we're going to build up a following like the Ultimate Fighter does. We're going to build the brand up. Holler at Forrest Griffin. Holler at all those guys who came out of that program, and tell me those guys didn't leave the sport bigger stars, making a lot of money and completely excited about what Dana did for them. You know, somebody's going to have a complaint. You're going to see Brendan Schwab do his podcast and be like, Dana's screwing over fighters. Yeah, but I mean, it's cool, but you kind of like got knocked out and like not that good, right? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I see why you're upset. He didn't want to continue to invest in you. I don't know, bro. But I'm saying a lot of fighters are there right now trying to making the biggest names for themselves and doing what they love to do, and they're making good money doing it. Everybody's not going to be happy all the time, right? But this guy has a legitimate argument right now to say, I got something to offer the space. And why shouldn't he be allowed to push with his vision? He got his own money. He ain't asking for none of y'all money to do it. So let's see.
The one thing I just want to throw out there, just food for thought. You know, a lot of people love what's new, right? So this is something new. It intrigues people. So there will be some viewership in the beginning because people are going to be intrigued on what is this all about? I got to check this out, blah, blah, blah. So in the beginning part, especially, I think there's going to be some pretty good viewership, especially from us hardcore boxing fans. We could shit on Dana White. We can not hate it. We can hate it, whatever. But at the end of the day, I guarantee you, everybody in this chat, in this family is going to tune in, and they're going to, at the end of the day, and they're going to want it to succeed. You got to want it to succeed, bro. You got to want it to succeed because we're boxing fans. At the end of the day, if it does, we win. Right? So we have to go into it. And this is just my perspective. Go into it with an open mind, man. Give it a chance is all I say. That's all I say. The Nigerian Nightmare with the $2. Appreciate you, my brother.
Straight cash, homie.
Boxing glove fire. Boxing glove 100 emoji. Appreciate you, my brother, for always supporting. Let me take a look at this poll real quick. Right now, we got over 100 votes. 44%. You know, 44% of undecided. We got to wait and see is in the lead. Not mad at it. 25% are not interested at all. And 31% are actually like, yeah, you know what? We're excited about it. We want to, we want to see it. So it is what it is. You know, it's here. At the end of the day, it's here. And I agree with GMT Sports, with the whole Muhammad Ali Act.
You know, and another positive note, like I said, there's two sides to a sword. So, let's say Zuffa does do well. That will make another network hungry for boxing. They're going to want to be.
And how does that hurt us? That only helps us as boxing fans.
That's what I'm saying. So if it pans out,
I wish Paramount could get Top Rank or something, bro. I don't want Prime to get Top Rank because they ain't gonna give out shit. Like Al Heyman ain't got shit. He's got to go wait for Fundora pay-per-view with Thurman to make another one. I need Top Rank to sign to someone who's gonna budget them.
I just hope they learn to play well with each other.
That's what the name of the game is. As far as all these other boxing organizations are concerned, they need to learn how to get along, bro. They got to learn how to get along and work with each other.
Or play nice in the sandbox.
Period, bro. And that's what
the only thing that concerns me, man.
Right. But that's where we need to hold them accountable and say that this is only on the table. This is only happening. This is because of an opening we left because our inability to get along and your inability to give the fans what they want to see and your greed. Your overuse of pay-per-view, you completely abuse that model. You redlined damn near a whole generation of boxing fans who had to make a decision as to whether they're going to pay $89 and up to watch fights. You didn't give enough free fights. You got too greedy. And look, when the networks walked away from you guys had nothing to come back with. You have no backbone. You went to doing 14 plus fights a year to doing 5 fights a year or 7 to 10 fights a year. Why? We know why. Because your money's funny. We know why Tank is over there with Jake Paul. We know why David Benavidez is over there with in Riyadh. We know about all those situations. What it is.
One thing too, my boy. Like I said, I'm a huge fight fan. So you see that one on my the logo right there on me. That is one championship. That's a organization based in Asia. That it have championships from grappling, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA. And one time they did have a main event. They did have a, I think it was the 115-pound champ, the WBC, defend his belt in one championship. So they dabbled in a couple of boxing and had the show-ins and shit like that. But at the same time, they did a deal with Prime and PBC and one championship. They're broke, bro. Like one championship don't even make money like that, and they're so broke that it's kind of like PBC. Like they're just funding their way up or something, because if you're a promotion that's got a fund for another fight or something, you're really on your last legs and shit. And one championship is not in his last legs, but I could say PBC is looking like it is.
No doubt, no
You know
doubt. We
what
got my brother Unbiased Brim in the building. What's going on,
Hey,
champ?
Brim.
Good evening, gentlemen. Claymore, round one. I can't see. Hold up, my glasses ain't working. GMT Sports and my
Sports
man
in the
Johnny.
My
building.
boy
GMT
Slick,
Sports.
We got
bro.
a
GMT.
great panel, and great discussion tonight, man.
So check this out.
We fucking cooking.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. The reason why people are up in arms about the Ali Act and all this, because it's Dana White. I'm not trying to hear all this fake virtue signaling. Sean and all of y'all are guilty of it. For years, you had a manager / advisor who was negotiating deals with TV networks and had made some moves for fighters who should have had certain fights, but they didn't do it in the best interest of the fighter. And they did it in the best interest of the dollars, and they circumvented the Ali Act for years. And not a single one of them was standing up saying, I have a problem with this, but now they have a problem with it. I'm cool on that fake virtue signaling. I'm not hearing it. Y'all want to give Sean all these kudos? No, Sean didn't say nothing when the Ali Act was getting circumvented for years. I don't want to hear it. At the end of the day, the amount of market value that Zuffa Boxing is going to take is nominal. It's small. It's not no big gigantic pie. It's not going to take over boxing. You're dealing with mid-tier to lower mid-tier guys. The people that make the big money, they not going to be signing with them. I'm not hearing all this garbage, bro. To me, it's garbage. I think it's all fake virtue signaling. Let's go look at the landscape of American boxing. How many networks? How many promotional companies have a network right now? How many?
Oh no!
Top Rank, it doesn't. Yeah, bro.
Right now, Top Rank has no one right now, right?
Golden Boy with his
right, and Golden Boy has the zone. But here's a problem what I have with Golden Boy. Even though they do some good shows, see, Oscar, he think he's slick, but I see he talking about, oh, you need a better matchmaker, and we sitting up here watching JoJo Diaz about to fight Schofield. The match, they're the safest matchmakers in the business. They are so risk averse. So listen, check this out. Before you say something, Claymore, I'm sorry, but look at Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz is 27 years old, has never fought for a title, and they pump fake that offer with Xander Zayas. I don't want to hear all this fake stuff that they be talking about, because I know what you're doing, Oscar. You are risk averse for your fighters. You super risk averse. And PBC, yeah, they got the Amazon, but they ain't getting no financial backing. They got to scrap up their coins to make their individual fights when they can. So the reason why this is happening is because boxing in America is shot. It's shot. And then we are sitting here, oh, we open arms about the Ali Act, the Ali Act, and y'all didn't give a damn when it was getting circumvented for years. Y'all didn't care.
See, here the thing is, I gotta give you some pushback on that point. That's not necessarily true. Because it would be different. It would be different if Al was a promoter. You can't find nowhere where he's a promoter. He's not a promoter. So therefore, he found the loophole, and that ain't nothing you can do. He go through Tim Brown, does he not? So ain't nothing you could do about that. They already tried it when they sued him. They thought he was trying to create a momonopoly, but that's what saved his ass. He's not a promoter. So to say that ain't nobody said nothing about the Ali Act. I've been preaching it. When that man came in, I said, oh, he finna take over. They ain't finna stand for this. Sure enough, they start suing. You see what I'm saying? But then I later on found out, I thought he was a promoter. No, he's listed as a manager.
Yeah, he's listed as a manager and an advisor. Yeah, and then he's the one negotiating the TV deals. That's a conflict of interest in the core, in the core.
But the Ali Stacks says promoter. It is not.
Yeah, he's circumvented.
It's a loophole. It's a loophole.
But I said circumvented. I've been saying he circumvented it. He circumvented the Ali Act, and not enough people was up in arms about it the way they are right now just because it's Dana White. He circumvented it. Look at Wilder. $100 million. They had him.
But you trying to compare apples
and
oranges.
How you gonna say it's different things when they
let me. It's only one thing in there that concerns me. I know he wants control. Fine, it's his company. This and the third. But just know this: if he comes in and say that he can have his own belt, he don't got to play with nobody else, and he amends that everybody else. It's not just about Dana. You understand me? We made it clear up here. Every promoter is basically a shithole. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna create their own belts. Nobody's gonna play well with each other because they ain't gonna need to. They're not gonna need to. And for me as a boxing fan, I don't want to see boxers get isolated and stuck on one island. That was the whole thing about the PBC thing to me. They kept it in-house. They didn't want to go nowhere else. They had all of the 147 pounders. They felt like they didn't need nobody else. And that held up the game. And it really did. The train stopped when that happened. So my thing is, if he passed that one piece and he get to legitimize his belt and that shit pass, we're gonna have a top rank belt, we're gonna have a PBC belt, we're gonna have all these belts, and ain't nobody gonna mess with each other. Nobody. It's not just Dana, it's that part of the Ali Act that he trying to mean that bothers me.
Okay, now when you presented it in that way, I got to take a step back and say I can't come with you anyway because you kind of put it in a way that I have to respect because you're covering the broad nature of everything. But we have a history of fighters who got screwed over avoiding big paydays because they were circumventing the Ali Act and they got screwed over. Screwed over.
I'm not going and without promoters promoters, not advisors, have done as well, icing people, this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? And can't get out of contracts.
I forgot the guy.
I'm not disregarding it. You know what I'm saying?
What's his name? Solka or something like that. He was a heavyweight. He was supposed to fight Anthony Joshua, and they advised him not to take that fight. And he turned around and fought Chris Areola and lost his chance for a real payday. And that's happened to multiple fighters. So, but I understand the dynamic you saying, hey, but the thing is also PBC can't afford to have their own belt. That's the one thing about the UBO. You got to afford to be able to put all these things together to make it work. So there's only very few people that can do it. But I do understand the natural premise of saying, hey, this could potentially make it even more fractured than it already is when you have just this belt and you're not even playing with the other guys. But I'm looking at it as possibly just a mid-tier stepping stool. And then eventually they might get involved with the whole pie. But it's a legitimate concern that you posed in regards to that. I can't
why it's such a concern for me. Okay, have y'all ever checked out OTX?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all know the OTX belt is legitimized by the WBC. Why they couldn't get legit? What's the disdain between him and the sanctioning bodies? Why he couldn't get a Zuffa belt that's legitimized through WBC, WA, or whoever?
Because Dana White
couldn't do that.
Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh, especially Dana White.
I know Turkey don't like the
right
mess with
but they believe
like that.
They believe legitimately the issue with boxing is the sanctioning bodies. They believe this. Like Dana has always said he doesn't want to get into boxing. He was thinking about doing it before. He doesn't want to because he sees those politics and it's just too many firewalls to go through in order to give the fans what they want. And what he wants to be involved with is giving the best fights possible, the most competitive fights. But he feels like the sanctioning bodies have been one of the biggest downfalls of where boxing is today as far as the politics is concerned. So to me, it made complete sense that when he got his own opportunity, when he was funded the way he could probably, and I want to also go on record to say that I believe any of these promoters, if they had an opportunity to do what Dana was doing and had that kind of backing, I believe most of them would take it and they'd move in that direction. They all would do it.
I don't know about messing with the Ali Act, but yeah, they'll definitely take that money with no problem.
That's a great point.
Not just the money, but the changes that they're trying to do, because they all want to be able to move the needle and control it more. You don't think Oscar wish he had better control of Ryan Garcia's
Well,
wild
you got
ass?
promoters like, but you got hold on, you got Oscar maybe so because he was young in the game.
All of them. You don't think the BBC wish they could get
But I'm
Tank
talking about when
together
it was
right
constructed,
now?
it was like 1998 or something like that. You had Bob there that he was for it. It was some that was for it and some that wasn't. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, though, I mean, I agree with you, though. Who wouldn't want more power? You get what I'm saying? Who wouldn't want to be first for evolution? You know what I'm saying? Things like that. But it's just, the reason I said that is because in the same token, he said they're going to be using the Ring Magazine's ranking system. So it's almost like now the Ring was the belt that signified that you was the guy. You was a lineal champ. Now you're taking the risk of legitimizing your rankings and your belt.
Hold up. You said something that's
You
interesting.
understand what I'm trying to say? It's like
You said something that's interesting, but I want to cover that. I was going to point out two things. Check this out. What can result from that, though, if they have them involved with the ring, that actually bridges the gap and has the sanctioning bodies plus that involved. Because if they keep the integrity of the ring rankings, those fighters from that will have to earn their spot, and then from there would be a unity in regards to the natural core rankings. Now, two other things I want to point out. When it comes to the sanctioning bodies, IBF in WBO is actually okay. They have their flaws, but they actually try to follow guidelines and rules. The WBC and WBA wild out of whack. Those are the two that need to have something done to them. Because Mauricio Superman, we be crooks. I'm not here. In WBA, they even worse. Those two sanctioning bodies is similar to the mob, in my opinion. The way they operate, the way they change rules whenever they want to and make up belts. Like how Rolly and Ryan end up being the fight for a title when Gaiasov was sitting there taking step-aside money for years. And they just created a belt out of thin air to create a fake champion that didn't even earn it at a weight class they never fought at. That's the issues we have with those weight classes.
And now Rolly's a full champion.
And he never earned it in the first place. And then the other part is this. I hope I don't lose my train of thought because it was on my mind. Man, it was another thing I was going to point out. Because, again, I understand the premise of the potential issue with... Okay, I remember. This is one of my issues as well. We're making this big deal with the Ali Act. But last time I checked, boxing is more global than it's ever been. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, 100%.
What doesn't exist outside of the United States, gentlemen? What does not exist outside of the United States, gentlemen?
Ali Act.
Thank you. So what's all this about? What's this belly aching and all this?
I did not even know that. That's another point for me. I'm writing that down. I didn't even know that, bro.
The Ali Act don't even exist except in America. That means that all the fights that happen in the UK, Japan, all that, Ali Act has no bearing.
What are we talking about then?
But they still
exactly, Claymore. That's why I'm saying Sean Chantel, everybody giving Sean Chantel all this, that was all virtual signaling. Because he didn't say nothing when PBC was doing all that because he's in their pocket. I don't believe none of this capery that's coming out. It's a bunch of fake virtue signaling for bull crap, only because it's certain people involved. And again, some of those questions are legitimate questions, but you want to pose it at that time when it's about Canelo and Crawford? I mean, yeah, come on, man. And y'all give credit for bullshit. And it's bullshit in my opinion. Excuse my French. If you want to do certain things, there's a certain way to do things, or you pick at the right time. And that wasn't the right time for it. It just made it look good. It's fake virtue signaling because most of the people that's got their arms up are the same people that didn't say jack shit when it was being circumvented for years. And that's why I just look at y'all with the sidest of eyes. Like, get the hell out of here with that garbage.
Yeah. I didn't even know that. 100% World Championship Boxing, the biggest fighters in the world right now, the Eastern Europeans, Japan, everything going on in the UK.
Don't even apply.
Doesn't even apply to that. So what are we even talking about? Why are we crying? And but at the same time, listen, I respect the Ali Act and the premise or the idea of why it's there, and I think it needs to be handled with white gloves. And I think there's nothing wrong with scrutinizing. As soon as somebody gets close to it, you're gonna want to, hey, where your hands been? What you really plan on doing? This right here means a lot to American boxing. But once again, time will tell what really is.
Amen to that. Hey, Claymore, did you know that Ali's wife is the one that approved this one modification for the UBOs? Because the thing is, everybody's saying they changing the Ali Act. No, they just adding one facet. If you read it, it's just one facet, the UBOs. And the thing is, you got to have a lot of money to execute a UBO. Otherwise, it falls flat on the hills. I just don't think what Zuffa is got to do is going to be that put a big dent. It's going to be, to me, minor leagues to build a system up to create fighters that can then move on to the next level. That's what I see. Now, I could be wrong, and there's legitimate questions you can pose, but the belly aching, the over-the-top stuff they doing, I think it's all cap.
I'm right there with you, Brim. That's what I've been saying all night. I've been getting destroyed by the chat for saying that exactly right there.
Yeah, but the chat be on the same bull crap,
bro, because we just don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We just don't know. You know what I mean? And it's not like you did.
And can I say something to the chat right now? Mexican boxing. You was talking about somebody mad. How dumb do you sound when you was talking to me about what you was talking to me about in the chat and you hear what I'm saying? That's why you need to stop the tribalism, because the tribalism that you do to the level that you do sometimes makes you look like a fool, makes you look stupid, because you got real boxing fans like me who don't operate based on skin tone and skin pigment and background. I like fighters for food, how they fight and what they do in the ring. That's why I love Usyk. That's why I love what Inoue is doing. That's why I've always championed Bud, because Bud got done dirty for years, and it's all being exposed as time comes about. And I digress. I digress. I don't know nothing. I'm still trying to learn about this stuff every single day. I'm learning something new every day, and I'm going to continue to learn. But whatever I know, I'll try to share. And if I'm wrong about something, if somebody brings me the information, I'm going to take it. I'm not closed-minded, or I'm not going to take information that might be factual and learn from it. And that's the problem with a lot of us. We all get a certain narrative in our head, and we stick with it. We have no flexibility to take certain truths that could come our way. And we got to be better boxing fans, because we play a role in why boxing in America is where it is now. Because we care more about the shenanigans than the actual sport. We up here hyping up this Tank and Jake staying event. I call it a staying event. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm watching the undercard, and I'm turning that shit off as soon as the main event comes up.
Thing, bro. I said that. I didn't like the way
You got to stand for
that.
something, please.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere, gentlemen, but I'm at work, so I'm finna fall to the background a little bit, and I'm gonna still be here though.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Oh man, Brim in the building, man.
Brim.
No, I appreciated his perspective on it, and you know, he was a little bit more raw with it. But you know, when you think about the worst case scenario, I mean, we have to, especially now that he enlightened me. And honestly, I should have known that. I should have understood that was something in the Constitution. What does the Constitution have to do with what's going on in England? But you know, my slow ass, it took him to say that to really grab onto that and really realize that on this world level, on this world level platform, and boxing is different from the NBA and the NFL and all that when it comes to that type of thing, because this is world championship boxing. The arguably best pound for pound boxers, two of arguably the best pound for pound boxers in the world that are in the conversation are not from America. One's in from Ukraine, the other one is from Japan. Obviously, we have Terrence Crawford here in America, right? So a lot of these fights, a lot of these big fights are happening, events that are happening. What does it have to do? If anything, I'm going to tell you something else. I'm going to tell you the truth, right? If anything, people who are saying that Turki Al-Sheikh is trying to take boxing away from America, well, why would he even care about messing with the Ali Act if he wasn't trying to make a statement and wasn't trying to bring boxing back to America and help it in the American space? Why wouldn't he just allow the Ali Act to be in his way and use that as an excuse to take all the fights and bring them to the UK and to Riyadh and just, okay, well, we can't operate here. The rules say we can't operate here. We're just going to go somewhere else, right? So Dana White clearly showing that, listen, I understand the American space is super important in boxing, and you cannot dominate American boxing without you cannot dominate world championship boxing without having your feet in American boxing in a very dominating way. Listen, man, I didn't even know that, but I don't see the big deal. It's a gamble on the dice, but I don't see where the huge loss is on the opposite side of Dana not being good for boxing after a year or two of watching what he's doing. I think the sport spits him out if he's not that. But if he does get bigger, and he turns out and he does start to monopolize and run-ish, is that because he's good at what he does? Or is that because everybody's embracing him? Is that because we're all watching him? He's getting millions of views? Or is that because he done ran some kind of like slick move on us and convinced us that we like something that we really don't like?
I think all of those are good options, but we got to wait and see.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
A, B, C, or all of the above, right?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple choice answer right there. We got to see,
like,
man. This
you
is
could be
this is what I'm
suspended
talking
here and
about.
go somewhere else and fight
I'm sorry,
overseas and
GMT.
fight too.
Go ahead, GMT. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying that you could be suspended here and go over there and fight too. Vice versa.
Right. And vice versa. That's what Conor Benn did, right?
Yeah.
So
when he was in Florida.
Yeah. And in Vegas. So
this shit
but
crazy.
but like I said, I get what he's saying though, but like people find loopholes, people find their way, but we just gotta wait and see, man. There's just so many different avenues on this street we could turn on. You know what I'm saying? And some could be bad and some could be for the good, bro. Like I said, my problem is not with Dana. Like I said, I just think Dana put a bad taste in everybody's mouth from all the videos you hear him saying, fuck boxing, it's a shithole, and X, Y, and Z hits on multiple occasions. And then now he's like, I love boxing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay. And then now you're the face of it. And people, then you hear the stories like they had documentaries and how UFC fighters are getting treated, and you know what I'm saying. People are associating all of that, thinking he's going to bring that, you know what I'm saying, to boxing. And then you get the tweet that they put out. They were supposed to get paid. People was like, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, so all of that is playing a part. But to your point, Johnny, like, bad exposure sometimes good exposure. It's gonna make everybody watch. It's gonna make everybody see what's
Any
going on.
exposure is good exposure.
You know, so he'll take it. You know what I mean? At this point, just as long as you got your eyes on that TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Put on them fights, and you're gonna have my eyes.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I want to check it out, man.
Put on them fights, man.
Like I said, I don't think he's gonna get no top tier like boxers over there. But like I said, man, I just only had them 2 questions. You know.
We got to see what they do for real, but the concerns are legitimate. The concerns are
Yeah.
legitimate. Don't let nobody tell you different. I'm not going to tell you different. I think the concerns are super legit, and I think they deserve to be scrutinized the way they're being scrutinized. I think it's on Dana White to show and prove that there's nothing to worry about and that he's doing his thing. I think you take that off of him and say we're just going to trust him blindly. I think it leaves opening to us getting screwed over, right? So
he's got to earn that. He's got to earn that.
I hope with the Ring Magazine stuff changed. Like I say, make them play with others, especially if you want to legitimize your league. You know what I'm saying? Play with each other, bro. I either way, it's like you kind of becoming what you hate. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it just kind of looks like to me. You're gonna put a Zuffa Boxer, so we're gonna have the Ring Magazine rankings, and Zuffa Boxer gonna be #1, but he hasn't fought nobody from nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I mean, he's going to be #1 in his organization, bro. He's going to be #1 in Zuffa. Like Bellator had a champion. All these other MMA platforms had their champions. You know what I'm saying?
No, he said no. I get it if it was Zuffa. He said we're only gonna deal with the Ring Magazine rankings.
Right.
If he said Zuffa was gonna have their rankings in the Ring Magazine, you know what I'm saying, or something like that.
So
cool.
I want to hear him expand on that and just kind of put some perspective on what he means by that, because I don't see how he can. What I heard is he's only going to recognize those rankings. I don't know if that meant like his fighters aren't going to be in those rankings unless they beat fighters in those rankings, and the fighters that are going to be in those rankings are going to be fighters from multiple different organizations. So I don't know if recognize necessarily means.
But how? That's what I'm saying. How do you play with them if I'm the champ?
He's not going to play with them. He's just recognizing them. His fighters can't fight. I mean, I don't know. Let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. I didn't think it that way, but I am interested in seeing now that we're like speaking.
We keep coming back to the same shit, right? Let's see how this shit plays out.
I want to see how it plays out when it comes to that point, because in all honesty, I don't know how like as far as him competing with Ring Magazine ranked fighters, those top 10 fighters are the best fighters in the world, bro.
Right.
How do you show and prove that your Zuffa fighters are in that conversation? How does that translate?
That's why I'm like, I need to know that.
Especially with them not fighting fighters that they fought, without having common opponents, without having, I don't know.
And he said they're gonna have a Zuffa belt and a ring belt, but how are you gonna have the ring belt over there? Is it gonna be a
the ring
different
belt? The ring belt cannot be. I don't believe the ring belt's gonna be a Zuffa. No way.
You can't just win that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
But that's what he said. Didn't he say that?
If they do that, they're gonna compromise the integrity of that belt.
He said they were gonna have Zuffa belt and a ring belt. Like, how are you gonna do that?
He's gonna stumble. He's gonna stumble a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna stumble.
There's gonna be some growing pains.
Yeah.
If Turkey allows that belt to be earned by some prospect turned contender in Zuffa and call them ring man, he's gonna hurt the integrity of that belt.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, that was my thing about like that belt is the belt that today's fans don't really get. You know what I'm saying? That means you are the man, yo. You got that belt. You're the guy.
Supposedly,
you know
as soon as you give it to one of them Zuffa fighters, it's not going to mean that
Thank
anymore.
you. That's why I was saying it's going to dilute I ain't saying that word, but you know what I'm trying to say. It ain't going to have no value no more. You know what I'm saying? Once you do that.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. If I'm assuming something, and I'm definitely just assuming, and I could be wrong. And if he goes in a different direction, I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't think it's going to be a good look. You know what I mean? But I'm hoping that, like I said, I looked at it like a combine, almost like a tournament style system that's set up to build fighters up to go and compete on a ring platform, against the fighters in the world, and get ranked by the sanctioning bodies in those sanctioning bodies based on what they're able to do out there.
He said they'll go from there and then be with Riyadh and so on. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So once they
Things
get into that Riyadh conversation, I'm like, all right, now it makes sense to me. Now they're going to get into the conversation. Be able to
what makes him deserve that Zuffa fighter? What makes him deserve a fight with somebody outside of that?
Right. No, when you go into the when you go into Riyadh, I'm assuming that you'll get an opportunity to get matchmaking made that will get you into the ranking structure of the sanctioning bodies. You'll compete under, in a WBA sanctioning body type of system, and you'll fight your way up. You'll be you'll fight a top 10 fighter, whatever have you, and you'll earn your way from there. And I'm hoping that everybody's earning what they're supposed to be earning, that nobody's giving anything. If they give a title to somebody in Zuffa and they give them a Ring Magazine title, it's speaking a lot to somebody who didn't fight those fighters. So we'll see. You're muted unless
Brim, you're muted, man. You just said a lot. What you just said right now.
A lot. I feel like I kind of want to hear it.
Look, what is he doing?
I think he should
he was pointing up at me saying I had.
He said, "No, hold on." He said a whole bunch of shit. And we sitting here like,
he's got to be working or something. He's probably talking to somebody at work. Yeah. He was like,
"I got you." Was he like a dispatcher or something, or he's doing
he's
messing with truckers' money. He's messing with these money.
I want to say he's a manager in like in a warehouse or something like that.
Maybe he got a headset on, so it makes me feel like he's talking to somebody.
And then one time he was on the panel and there was some chirping going on. I'm like, bro, you got to fix your DTEX alarms, man. When your emergency exit. He's like, how you know about that?
Just keep asking him and speaking to him while he can't answer his back and drive him crazy while he tries to balance out. Speaking to customers, talking to him. Brim, man, so how about those Brim, I got a question for you, Brim. When you get a chance, bro.
Nah, he can't talk.
Yo, come on, hit that mute and cuss my ass out. Like, boy, you play with my job, bro. It's gonna be me and you, bro. You keep playing with my damn job, bro. It's gonna be me and you, bro.
Brim's about to get fired. Watch him come on here and say, I ain't gonna get fired
on this mortgage, bro. You better
Hey, I can't talk when I'm on my desk, but I wanted to still be in tune to y'all because I be listening. I have the headset on and I have it on my YouTube on my 4 monitors. So I'm still listening, y'all. Y'all was close. I'm an operations manager for a logistic company. I'm third shift management. So I oversee the entire country, nationwide. We have different offices and I make sure that everybody else is on point, paying attention to all the stuff that's being picked up from airports, hospitals and labs and stuff like that. So y'all was close. I am in the warehouse part right now, but listen, Claymore, you said some stuff that struck an interesting chord that I actually didn't even think about, because it's going to be really interesting to see what they're going to do in regards to the ring rankings. And then you have a separate entity like Zuffa, but then you have all the other sanctioning bodies and everybody else is involved in those same ring rankings. So that's why I get that minor league system to me mentally what Zuffa might present, because if a fighter puts in that type of work at Zuffa and they work their way to a number 10 ranking, then they might step outside of Zuffa and then go fight one of the fighters at a different sanctioning in a sanctioning body this with a different promoter because they've earned the ranking and now they can make more money, because I think there's going to be a cap with that. That's why I think it's minor leagues. That's why I'm looking at it like a minor league system to build somebody to get to the point where then they can step forward. But then the question lies is, are they looking to do bigger than that? And are they going to try to change the game and make it just one belt and then get rid of all the other sanctioning bodies? And then when you have that dynamic, then it gets convoluted a little bit and then we don't know where the direction goes.
My thing was after you come, hold on, round one. My thing was when you graduate out of their rankings, who's going to recognize that your rank?
Yeah. Okay.
Who's
Let me tell you guys something.
Money talks. Hold on. Before you say something, round one. Before you say something, give me 1 second. Before you say something, round one. I want to give you a chance to speak. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But you know what? The thing is, GMT, when you get to this point, when you get into those rankings, if you haven't noticed, I pay attention to those rankings. Shout out to my man L-Dub. I learned a lot paying attention to him. When usually if somebody gets placed in the rankings, the money is involved. So money talks, BS walks. When people get placed like you just see Xander turn down that was it Santillan fight? They moved Santillan into the rankings at 154 to legitimize that fight, but he said, no, I don't want it. So that means that these sanctioning bodies are taking a little feedback in paper bag money from these promotional companies to place fighters in certain rankings. So the same rules would apply for them as well.
I only said that because Daniel said he ain't messing with him. That's the only reason I said that.
Okay, let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you, Johnny, Claymore, Slick, fucking Brim, you guys are my guys. You guys are boxing fanatics. But let me tell you something. Dana White got a guy by the name of Callum Walsh, you think he don't want to fight for a world title? You don't think he will? Fuck that. He gonna want to fight for a world title. So Dana White got to do something if he's gonna want to push him and keep pushing him.
I don't know. I'm just eager to see how that's all gonna work.
Yep.
I'm all for it if they
At
can
the end of the day,
graduate and
yeah,
then go
but
into the
at the end of
rankings.
the day,
But if he's
Callum
saying he's not
Walsh.
gonna mess with him, it's like, okay, how
Wait,
do you
wait.
make it work? At
Yeah,
that
no,
point.
look, Callum Walsh fought
But he
Vargas
definitely
in the
paid the
last fight.
rankings. There ain't no, it's no
Vargas and
secret.
yeah,
WO is
but
Bob's.
but no. Let me tell you guys, Callum Walsh, he's look. This is why I like the 154-pound division because we got a lot of youngsters. These guys aren't even 30, and we're talking about these names: Callum Walsh, Vargas, fucking Virgil, all these guys, right? Okay, Callum Walsh is right there by a title shot. Like you don't think he's gonna want to be in a ring card again, fighting for a belt, but you don't think Dana probably want to like put him as the main event if he does get a belt or some shit like that? I look, Dana White talking about this and that, but if his boy fights, like imagine him and Xander's fight, and then they put it in a Zuffa Boxing card on Paramount Plus, and we all gonna watch it because Xander is the WBO world champ. And what if he beats him, bro? Like, so what Dana White's gonna have to do more with certain fighters once they're pushed out. Like he's gonna throw them to the ring, and that's what the ring is, the Ring magazine fucking shit, right? Turkey. Like that's what I say. I will be split the ring as Turkey and then Zuffa Boxing as Dana. Like this is Dana White's Tuesday nights contender series of boxing. That's what it is.
We will see.
I hope it be like that.
That's all I can say, man.
Yeah, man. I think that's what it comes down to, man. You know, and that's all speculation. I just try to encourage everybody, breathe, allow it to play out. Let's see what happens. It's not the end of the world. Boxing hasn't been taken over by Dana White. You know, everything. I don't think everything changes the way everybody's kind of like caught up with everything changing. Not yet, at least, right? So let's see what moves are made. Who knows? But I don't see that yet. I just see another league, another platform opening up that's going to give me more boxing. And I'll judge it accordingly. Trust me, if it's trash, I'm like, it's not really, it's not hitting like that. And I think,
Same here. Same
you
here.
know what I mean? That's
If
what
it's
I'm going
trash,
to do.
I'm gonna tell you it's trash. We keep it a buck here at the Hangout spot.
That's it.
But I mean, but we don't know.
Trust me, they're gonna come at me.
And the
Oh,
thing
now
is,
you want to
look,
go.
guys,
You
let
know
me
what they're
tell you
gonna tell
something.
me, Johnny? They're gonna say, "Stay over there, stay
No,
over
let me tell
there."
you
You
guys.
was over there.
Nah,
Stay over there.
Let
They're
me
gonna
tell you
let me
guys something,
live.
guys.
Here's the
Let me
deal.
tell
I
you
just
guys
want to
something.
say,
So Dana White, when he signs people from the Contender Series, he don't want to sign these boring wrestler fighter. Like I'm starting to look like if you look at the UFC and even boxing in period, we starting to get a bunch load of guys from like the Russian area, Kazakhstan, fucking Russia, fucking oh my god, bro, Ukraine, Georgia. We got all these guys like these guys are the new waves in the fight game. And this is where I'm watching. I'm watching Russians and fucking fighters from both sports and MMA and boxing take over. You know, people like Usyk, a guy who moved up 2 divisions and shit. You know, I'm looking at these people and it's like, okay, there's a certain market for fighters, bro. Like if you look at UFC when they go out to the fight island, they call it Abu Dhabi, the fight island, right? When they started doing pandemics and shit, that shit they didn't even in 2019 before the pandemic they had Khabib there, and there was a lot of people. Khabib was the guy who had him and Conor was the highest paid UFC pay-per-view, as 2.5 billion pay-per-view buys and shit, the highest ever, you know, the highest gate it too, one of the highest gate in the UFC and shit, right? So we see that shit, but then when he goes into Abu Dhabi, he does make a lot of numbers, so they make an arena for like certain fucking fighters like that, like from the area, and that's the thing. But again, UFC doesn't really push certain fighters like that. Like I'm looking at Dricus Duplessis fighting some other dude comes out. They could have put that in Abu Dhabi or something, but they did it in Chicago. You know what the fuck was Chicago, dude? They could have headlined that. The former champion Bilal. Yeah, he's a guy who's half Palestinian or Palestinian descent and shit, but he's a guy from Chicago. Pena, who lost her belt in Chicago. Like the UFC is fucking up. Hopefully they don't fuck up this shit. They gotta put fighters in the regions to build them up. Back then the UFC did that, and that's how certain fighters like a GSP, Rory McDonald, and all these other fighters like Chuck Liddell and shit. That you put them around their area where they were from and shit. That's what you got to do. You got to build a star. You got to build it like that. You can't just throw them everywhere in the fucking world and shit. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, before I end up being permanently chat bound, as I finish my work, I wanted to pose this to you guys. If you look at boxing, the top 1%, they make bukus of bread. But if we look at the rest of that 99% and compare it to UFC, who makes less, the UFC fighter or the boxer?
I think there's an argument there to say the
Yeah,
boxing.
that's an argument, bro. That's an argument because if you look at it, MMA fighters in a way. If you look at it, look, some PFL fighters coming from it's different. It's different, Brim. Because if I'm a UFC fighter coming from a regional scene that ain't no one heard about, I'm not making that type of money from another UFC fighter coming from a different regional scene, like one championship or PFL champion. It's kind of different, Brim. But in a way, you're right. But that's just the fight game itself. Look at the whole fight game. Like I said, I'm a fight fan, and I watched the whole fight game, and we ain't getting NFL fucking numbers or NBA numbers, like money like that, right? I mean, yeah, we have a certain thing where we see people like fucking. I mean, that's you saying the 1%. Like we seen Canelo get the highest paid at the time was 300 million, right? And then a year later, we got like a guy like Trout from baseball making 400 million, right? So we've seen fucking fighters do something, but that's the thing, the 1% of fighters you're talking about. But that's the whole fight game, bro. The fight game is just kind of rigged like that. It's not like an NBA or NFL. The boxing, UFC, it's all the same way, bro.
Hey, round one, they say you rambling. I want to hear Ray. Hey, Rachel.
Hi.
How you doing?
Chat round one.
You know, you're seasoned in this game, and you know what this game is worth and all that good stuff. I've learned stuff from you. In regards to what we're talking about, the boxing 1% compared to the rest of boxing and what they make compared to like UFC from top to bottom. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about apples to apples and oranges to oranges, the thing is with the presentation, like I said, which was faulty, the quote was by Andy Foster, there is a narrative that's absolutely not true, that boxers make more money than MMA fighters. And then yet they didn't actually put it in their numbers on the PowerPoint presentation. It wasn't an oversight, it was actually intentional. They quoted data from January 2015 to August 2025. And that's when they pulled the numbers for the boxers. But the funny part is that California only staged 10 MMA world title fights across UFC, Bellator, WSOF, and LFA. In that same window, California hosted dozens of world title fights, regularly in the millions. An average A-side purse for an MMA world champion California was about 202. The median was 215. The highest disclosed MMA world champion purse in California was $500,000. That was in Inglewood. And if you compare that to individual fighters who proved the gap firsthand when they stepped into boxing, of course, we know what happens when they all of a sudden stepped into boxing. But even at their highest disclosed MMA world champion purse in the state of California, Chocolatito Gonzalez earned $600,000. Leo Santa Cruz made $750,000. And we could go on and on and on. Your mid-tier, high-tier, lower-tier belt holder in MMA, when they step over into boxing, explodes. In addition to that, we just already seen it. It's we don't even have to go very far. Go 2 weeks ago or how long ago that was. The bonus fight of the night for a boxing match and $100,000 for the performance of the night compared to the UFC fighters that only has $50,000.
Right.
Hey, I'm going to the chat. I'm gonna continue to listen. Educate us, Ray. Ray, I appreciate you.
Yeah, that's true. Like I said, Brim, it's certain fighters maybe, I don't know, because certain fighters, like I said, MMA is different. If there's a fighter from, like I said, there's a guy RDR who coming into MMA to the UFC, and he was one championship, and he was a MMA champion out there, but that was a regional scene out in Asia. So clearly the money he got was good, and then he got more exposure. So it's the same thing. He get more money and exposure in the UFC, but then when you had someone like Demetrius Johnson, a UFC champion who has the most title defense in the UFC, but they switch him for Ben Askren, and then he goes over there to one championship and delivers what he does and shit, right? He gets paid more over there. So it's kind of like how my boy Slick said. You had them WCW champion guys, or some certain people had to go to the WWE to get exposure and shit like that. But then the old WWE guys, they went to WCW because what? They get paid more. It's like right now
Hold on,
AEW
round
does the
one.
same shit.
Hey, y'all, I got a dip. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to the whole panel. Salutes to Rachel. Salutes to Claymore, Johnny. Round one, man. Thank y'all for letting me on the panel, man. But I got a dip.
It was
Salutes to
great
the guys,
building with you,
Brim.
man.
Salutes to the
Salute
chat.
to you,
I'm
family.
out.
Yo, you're always welcome. GMT
Slick,
Sports in the
dude.
building. Y'all make
Yes,
sure y'all
sir.
follow him, man.
Great build,
That's
man.
my
Great
guy
build,
right
man.
there. That's my dude.
Yes,
GMT.
sir.
Thanks, dude.
Yes,
But
sir.
yeah, that's what I said. Like that's like Rachel says. Yeah, some fighters they do earn more money than certain fighters. It's like when Terrence Crawford was on the Pound for Pound podcast with Henry Cejudo and what's his name? Fucking I forgot his name. Usman.
Usman. Usman.
Kamaru
Yeah.
Usman, right?
Mhm.
And then Terrence said, yeah, but the lower MMA fighters in the UFC make more money than the lower boxing, and it's kind of true, but when you get to the mid tier and the higher levels, is different. The pay is different from boxing to MMA, especially if you're in the UFC. Like, why do you think fucking Francis went to PFL? PFL fucked up. They fumbled this shit big. Like, I'm a fucking fan of the fight game. I watch MMA, everything too, not just UFC, but they fucked over themselves because they bought Bellator, and at the same time they acquisitioned that and bought it out. Later on, they gave 20 million to Ngannou to do whatever and shit, right? Ngannou really didn't. He was supposed to be the dude who should be pushing the PFL, be the name. He's not doing that. He just got paid and just doing what he is. Look, the PFL has something called the PFL Europe, PFL Africa, all that shit. They're trying to bring up fighters from different regions and shit, right? In Africa, that's what Ngannou said too in his contract. He want to do something big and want to do it in Africa. But then when the first show come out, he's not even there. He was supposed to be there. They had two shows. He wasn't there. Like that he just got paid so much. And this is what Dana sees. I mean, Dana seen Oscar De La Hoya come in to MMA and try to say he's gonna pay more for these fighters, do all that. Oscar was saying that. Oscar was really saying, I'm gonna pay more to these fighters than the UFC, this and that. He was talking all this shit, but he didn't deliver. Even Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz, the main event, 40-year-old motherfuckers, he was trying to just throw out. They even said it like, no, I didn't get paid more than Dana paid me more than him in one fight. Like, fuck that shit, So Oscar really backtracking. Like I said, all promotional companies and people who run it are fucking scheme slug bags and shit. But we've seen shit like that. We've seen shit like that. So when I see like someone like Dana coming in and boxing, and like I said, I watched that Contender Series today. It's good, but I don't know these guys. They're coming up. They want to get signed. That's what Zuffa Boxing is. These are just coming uppers want to get a big name and shit like that. And that's what it is to me. Like, I'm not seeing nothing big for Zuffa Boxing. To me, as a fight fan, as a boxing fan, this is another promotion I could watch someone get punched in the face and shit like that. Take my time watching, so it's good for me. But yeah, that's what it is. People need to stop thinking Dana's gonna take over and shit. Look, He's not gonna, if he is, it's gonna take 30, 40, 50 years maybe or so. It's not gonna take 5 years just because he got a president that he's cool with. No, you guys just watch. This is gonna be a low level fight. You guys don't even know these names, but if you guys like it, you're gonna watch it. That's what it is. That's all it is.
All right, man.
That wasn't me. That was my dog.
We appreciate you, man.
That wasn't me. That was my
Round
dog.
one, you be on other shows because these dudes are going
No,
in
yeah,
on you,
yeah.
bro.
I be on GMT show. Like that's
God.
my dude,
Oh,
GMT.
okay.
He was my dude. I be on
All
his
right.
show a lot, and then I'll be on like some other shows. But like I said, I'm a fight fan. Like, look at one
Yeah.
championship. This is one championship. This is a thing, of organization that had a boxing champion headline it, a WBC boxing champion headlining it, and had that fight card, not boxing, but MMA, kickboxing, all this shit, right? But because Asia is a whole different place. Pride, if you look at Pride, when UFC wasn't bigger than Pride, I mean, why isn't Dana cross over promotions and shit? I mean, he knows he got the better fighters, but at the same time, when he first did it back in 2003 and cross promoted with another MMA promotion in Pride, look what we saw. We saw Chuck Liddell, the face of the MMA dude, the face of the guy that was that the face of UFC, and fucking get his ass beat by a guy in Pride in Rampage Jackson. And then later on, when Rampage came into the UFC, he became a UFC champion. So Dana White fucking just stopped doing shit. Like, he didn't want to do that shit.
I got you, man.
So I don't think Dana White's gonna look.
Boy.
Look, the only fight he got right now is that Callum Smith. Not Callum Smith. Sorry, that Walsh, that Callum Walsh guy. That's the only fighter, and I don't think Callum Walsh is gonna want to fight for a Zuffa boxing belt. That guy is knocking on the door for a Zayas fight, maybe. He's knocking on the door for one of these belts. So we're not gonna see someone like a Callum Walsh. We might see him in Zuffa boxing, but look, Dana, he's gonna change his tone, bro. I heard him change his tone so many times. He wasn't gonna do boxing, but now he's doing it because Turkey. Other than that, he was saying he's gonna change the shit, but now he's changing his thought. Now, at first, I thought he was gonna go in and move forward and do big things, but bro, the only big thing you did was with Bud and Crawford, and that's because Turkey. Other than that, you're getting help from Turkey and shit, but you're doing your own thing with Zuffa Boxing and stuff like that. Yeah, you got Paramount, but still, you're gonna start slowly. You're not gonna start big like how you said you were before. You're gonna change the Ali Act, this and that. Clearly, you're not changing the Ali Act. Clearly, you're not doing that because that's gonna take time, and the president clearly isn't gonna be fucking helping you. Just because you got a president, he ain't passing bills like he's not the guy that could pass bills like that too.
Well,
So
that's why they're doing it at the state levels already.
yeah,
They
yeah,
only
yeah, yeah.
proposed it.
Certain state levels, but that's what it's gonna take forever. You're gonna take forever. Like, it's gonna take for like people really think like Dana's gonna come in and move. Like, I think he was, but at the same time, I knew he was gonna start small in a way. Like look, and he is. Zuffa Boxing is gonna be small. Pro boxing are gonna be having better fighters than probably these Zuffa boxers. So, and he's talking about like he's not gonna want to work with anyone. The only thing he's gonna do for us boxing fans who look at his promotion is watching the best of the best, the guys with zeros having 5 losses, but they're like the best ones or some shit like that. That's it. Other than that, he's gonna take some time. People gotta like even I was tripping, but at the same time, looking at it like, nah, it's not gonna go. If Oscar De La Hoya went to MMA and it didn't go his way, Dana White coming here with a guy with billions, it's still gonna be the same.
Oscar
It's not
didn't
gonna
try
go
to
his
go to
way.
MMA and change all the rules.
Well, no. But he tried to be like, oh, I'm gonna pay them out. I'm gonna do more. He thought he could. He thought his name of Golden Boy could carry it. Or I don't
So
know what he thought.
why can't
But
Dana come in and just play by the rules?
no. The thing is, Dana. Look, the thing is, Dana. He was gonna do that. He was
Oh,
talking about that,
Nonito just said
but
if
he
they
didn't
change
have
the
the
rules, it's
money.
not boxing
Yeah,
anymore.
but yeah, that's that. He didn't have the rule. He didn't have the money. He didn't have nothing. So he really didn't. He focused
But
on his
but
UFC.
but
So wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait. So it's
Is
because
he
if you
is he
throw
changing the
money at
rules
things
of
to change.
boxing, or is he just
He said he's
separating
gonna
himself?
no. He said he's gonna change the
No, no, no.
ring
Yeah, yeah,
format,
yeah.
and he also
But
said
like I
he was
said,
gonna
like I
change
said,
some of the rules. There's
yeah,
gonna be
like I
new
said, like I
rules.
said, guys, like I said, I was hyped on him saying he was gonna come up, but look, now I know it wasn't like, and I kind of knew it wasn't gonna
I
be
don't know if he
big.
said
Like
that.
I knew he wasn't gonna sign these big names and shit. It wasn't gonna. He is like, look, Zuffa Boxing is a Dana White Tuesday night contender series in boxing. That's what it is, and clearly. I'm maybe I was ahead of myself, but at the same time, I kind of knew he wasn't gonna buy out some of these big fighters and do his shit. So I kind of knew he had to start small in a
But
way,
why are we
and he
here
started
then?
small.
Why do we need it? Why do we need to add on to the Ollie Act then? If he's just gonna
No,
come
that's
in
the thing.
boxing,
I don't want him to do that. And clearly, I was scared because he was friends with fucking Donald Trump. But then when I'm hearing with people who vote or shit like that, it's like, yeah, just because you're friends with the president doesn't mean he can sign a paper
How
and
do
make
you
it come
feel?
true. And that's true. He can't just sign it and throw it in and make it come true. And if it was, he would that it would have been that already. But it's not because you got to go through like
no,
Congress
of
and all
course
that.
not.
So
He already
yeah.
has two guys that are in Congress that are petitioning on his behalf. He has people that are signing on for this. Like
Yeah,
they're the
that's
ones that are
and that's
picketing.
what
That costs money. Do you know how much money it costs to get one of those guys to freaking to do an initiative for you? So you just said because it costs money. Like that makes it look real bad. That basically a player that has never stepped foot in our game is coming in throwing money at Congress to change these games.
I mean, he don't have money. He just got President Trump. President Trump is not
Oh,
a
they got money.
billionaire.
Don't
He's
get it
not.
twisted.
Oh,
Yeah,
come
Trust me.
yeah,
on.
but he's
Come
not. He's
on.
not like you.
They got
He's
money,
not.
bro.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah, yeah. But that's backing of TKO. Remember, these are guys who are looking are the best. They're not going to throw money in for just a boxing event or something.
bro,
These are
they're gonna
guys
throw money at
who.
whatever they want to move the
Yeah, yeah,
needle. But
yeah. But
hold
these
on
are
one second. Hold on one second.
who.
Hold on, Ryan. Hold on. Right. I want to ask a question, and really to Rachel for the most part. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I want to know Brim
Oh
Unbiased.
yeah, Brim. Yeah.
He brought up something.
You're gonna read his question.
Well, I don't know. I don't see the question, but I had a question just based off the conversation that when he was on a panel, as far as the Ali Act being something that really affects what happens in American boxing, not on the world stage. That being said, how much is this really going to? What is this really going to affect all the way? I mean, I understand that TKO is an American, I guess. Like those fights, the events will be happening here in America. I'm assuming that's where it's going to happen at. But this is going to be a very international type of just different than the NBA and the NFL and all these things that are really here in America. This is more like a world championship boxing type of situation. How much is it really going to change what happens in boxing by affecting this, by adding on something to the Ali Act? Is it really going to change the rules to the sport? Like, is that what it's going to do?
Well, so when you, like I said, when you, as a manager, when you sign the contracts, there's a separation between promoter, manager, and the fighter could play, as their own manager, of course. But when it comes to the Muhammad Ali Act that we signed before the fights, that is your negotiation power, right? That's where you see how much TV paid for, what the gate was, what sponsorships they were paying. So if you're only getting, let's just pretend, right? You're only getting 100,000, right? And a lot of the lower weight used to get paid before, used to be paid that before, Nonito and Chocolatito came along, and then their purses started blowing up. But without knowing those numbers, you think, 100, 250 for a world title on a lower class weight is a big number until you see that Muhammad Ali Act. And then you start seeing how much money's coming in, right? And how much of the promoter's getting. And when you sign that, that tells you that they're disclosing the financials to you. And because of those, you could take those, and when you negotiate your next person, like, hey, bro, come on, you just made 10 million and you gave me 250 back. Come on. I mean, even if the production costs like $2 million, you're still making $8 million. You know, so that gives us a negotiation tool. And that's one of the biggest things is the transparency, and that all fighters have to sign that. Now, have I seen promoters time and time again fold the Muhammad Ali Act into 8 and only show you your signature line? 100%. Do I unfold that son of a bitch? 100 fucking percent. You know, so that's one of those things that you have to have someone that's looking at your Muhammad Ali Act, because they give it to you pretty much, you're almost gloved up. You're like, you have your hand wraps on. And that's one of the things that protect us from that. In addition to this, like they said, the separations of power with the sanctioning bodies and the managers and the promoters. They can't just force you into a contract. The manager is supposed to be separated to be able to give you another level of protection.
Well, let me ask you this, Rachel. Do you think it's possible that they can add something to the Ali Act and not affect that part, that cannot be affected, that the fighter can still get the transparency, that they can still get all the things they need to protect them? Is it possible to add something on there that, you know, loosens up the whatever needs to be loosened up so that they can have a league? Because clearly something in the Ali Act is getting in the way of something that they're trying to do. I don't know exactly what it is.
It's the separation power. The promoter and the sanctioning body is in one. That's what they're trying to specifically get rid of. And that was my question earlier. If you want to play by the rules, why can't you have someone, I don't care, it could be Clay, right? It could be Clay sanctioning belt, right? And they could pay you to be the sanction body, and you have your people that are doing the rankings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Build that separately from the promotion. Why can't you?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's the thing I hate about Dana. He's trying to like fuck over the fighters' pay, or trying to do something like that, or something like that, like he did in MMA. Like I said, him fucking doing a Reebok deal for these fighters, taking away their sponsorships and shit. You fucked them over for a lot of pay. That's why fighters moved away, and because they had a name or something, they could go to Bellator and all these other MMA promotions who were coming up were throwing money on them and shit like that, right? Because, you know, they think the following is there, you know, right? But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't think he if he is gonna fuck with it, it's gonna take a long time. I don't think it's gonna work. Dana, he's gonna be the pro box, like probably the lower of that, and making good fights. I'm not gonna say them fights. Pro box, yeah, they don't have like they're starting to have world champions and shit, but before they didn't have it, and they had great fights. Like pro box was great. They had great fights. They had great like competition and shit, right? So that's what it's gonna be. I don't really see nothing much coming from Dana. You know, you could pour so much money into something that I've seen so many, like GFL was poured into so much money that they didn't even have a card. They had like 3 cards up, maybe 2. They were gonna do something. They're gonna say they're gonna change the game in MMA, pay fighters this and that and all that. And then look, they didn't even have the good, because it wasn't there. Like clearly Dana, he's coming in with something, but he came in because of Turkey. If Turkey wasn't there, we wouldn't be talking about this shit. Or if Turkey didn't knock on his door and be like, Dana, do this, we wouldn't be talking about this shit. He would be in doing his MMA and his bitch slap fight contest shit. You know, that's what he would be doing.
No doubt. Round 1. Let me get to another caller, bro. I got a couple of callers in the back, man.
Go ahead, my man.
Appreciate you, man. We got Toledo Treese in the building. What's good, Toledo?
Yow.
Oh man, the background.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, you hear me buzzing? We bubbling. Oh yeah, we working. Shout out to the third shift workers. Shout out to the Midwest Mafia. Rachel. Oh yeah, I love to hear from you. But what I wanted to say is, and Claymore, don't you blow nobody the fuck up. But I fuck with you, gang. But what I wanted to say was, man, listen here, man. Rachel, I heard you talking. I'm not opposed to this Dana White shit. I like it. Because to me, what he's doing, he's standardizing boxing, in my opinion. Let's see, Lord knows, Johnny, you didn't hear how I rock. I fucking hate boxing. Boxing is literally the only sport in America with no scoreboard, cuz this shit is insane. They got a scoreboard in racing. They got a scoreboard in golf. They got a scoreboard in motherfucking ping pong. They got it in tennis. They got it in everything else except boxing. You understand me? And then it's like, Rachel, I heard you say that he's trying to change up the ring. No, he's not trying to change up anything. He's trying to standardize the ring size. Because like in other sports like football or baseball or basketball, the court size is regulatory. It's not a real basketball game unless the rim is what, 10 foot, right? The court is a specific amount of dimensions. In football, the field is 100 yards plus the end zones, no matter what. Like in Canadian football, the field is different than American football. It's standard. I like it. We're standardizing the sport. I'm into it. It's like the UFC. They have a 30-foot. They don't have different size octagons. They have two. They have the different size octagon in the apex, and they have a 30-foot octagon. That's it. In boxing, you might see a motherfucker with a 16-foot ring. They might have a 20-foot ring. They might have a 25-foot ring. They might have an 18-foot ring. It's too much nonsense. I like it. Ain't nothing wrong with standardized, you feel me, regulatory rules in a sport. That's how we change the perception of boxing being the wild, wild west, because we actually have regulatory rules, gang. I'm with the shits. I like it. I don't mind it. It's like everybody talks boxing being the gentleman's sport and all this other type of shit. And I get it. That's how I like boxing is F1, MMA is NASCAR. That's how I view this shit. Like you're
talking about NBA, you're talking about all these different, like, well, first of all, NBA is only the league here in the US, but you're talking about a world sport. We can't even unionize at this point because every commission within the United States itself, every commission has their own rules. Even the Indian reservation have their own rules. BBBOC has their own rules. Philippines, Japan, keep going. They all have their different medical regulations that you have to adhere to, and it's not going to be standardized by any means as much as you want to dream that, because that would take a whole new world order, someone to purchase every single commission and every single promoter and every single sanctioning body, and to be able to allow them to say, yeah, we're going to adapt to one person's standard. So it's not like, that's a great dream, but it's not going to happen in boxing. Not with all the small promoters, the big promoters, and all the commission within the US itself. You can't do it. Look at the ABC website and look at the state regulation rules for every single state, and that list is absolutely massive.
So when we're talking about UBO, like I'm thinking that the U is the word is universal. Like, why can't we make why can't we? So you saying, or because of the states alone? But like, if they telling them, if they trying to revise, and that, well, yeah, revise, appeal, repeal the act, wouldn't that like incorporate a standardized ring size amongst every state, or every state that he? Go ahead, talk.
No, basically the UBO is a unified boxing organization within their own self. That's it, just them. So, I mean, right now we're only talking about, the TKO group, Zuffa Boxing. But basically, if so, they're their own group. They can have their own sanctioning body. They can have their own rules. They can have whatever. And then if someone like Tom Brown decides that they want to become a UBO themselves, then they get their own sanctioning body. They get their own rules. They get their own like rankings and all this other stuff. And then every other promoter could have all that. So now, instead of, I know how we always argue about like there's too many belts, there's 4 plus the ring. Now we'll have, I don't know. It just highly depends.
So to me, it seemed like it'd be virtually like I watch professional wrestling. I fuck with professional wrestling. So it's like the AEW and WWE. They all had their own belts, and like TNA and all this shit. They all had their own belts. It's like, to me, I feel like the cream will rise to the top. Like eventually, like it's like if Dana White and if he's envisioning himself becoming the Vince McMahon of boxing, you feel me, and TKO and the Zuffa Boxing, all this shit becomes the WWE of boxing. Like, I feel like it's.
Wait,
I don't
you're
know.
talking about scripted wrestling versus boxing?
I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about
the WWE and TCW. That's scripted play versus an actual sport.
But I'm talking, but it's the same. But that actual sport, but that scripted play is on ESPN, where actual sports are. Rachel, that's what I'm saying.
You're talking about a play. You're talking about
Rachel.
You're talking.
But it's on ESPN. That's what it's become
That has
legitimate
nothing to do
because
with
it's
the fact that you're
standardized.
talking about something that's scripted.
But Rachel, I can't help the fact that it's still a sport. It's the same thing. It's boxing. It's the same thing. It's all combat. It's the same thing. It's
It's
like
not
because
scripted.
some of this shit. When we see some of these fights, you might beg to differ, gang. We
You
didn't
can
see
think
what's
different all
the
you want, and
oh.
I can get
I'm just what's the
I can get numerous wrestlers on the phone right now, and they'll tell you that it's scripted.
and what has the term taking a dive, was that originated in boxing, Rachel?
I don't know where it originated from.
Oh,
It has
okay.
nothing to do that they're paid to act.
And some people in boxing
Actors.
are and
They're
some people
actors
are.
that have extreme athletic ability to do what they do, but they are still paid actors. And you're talking about that versus boxing? Can you pick a better one?
Rachel, it's the same. We'll go to soccer then. If they have the Premier League and they have what's the other shit that they have in the United League and they have the Manchester League, the Man City League, it's the same shit. It's like you could be the champion of the Premier League, or you could be the champion of the Man United League, or you could be the champion of the FIFA League. It's all the same shit. It's like, cool. Dana White's gonna be the Roger Goodell of the NFL or whatever the fuck. But if you want to go to the USFL, you feel it's the same shit. Like you can go to the USFL and be the champion of the USFL league, but it's not the NFL. You see what I'm saying? It's like you gotta. I don't know. Just because the man is in boxing don't mean that his boxing league, quote unquote, will be the end all be all. Like some
I'm
people
not
might.
saying that. At no point am I saying that. I mean, like I said, like I don't mind him being in boxing. He's already done it. So it's just the fact that like you want to change stuff. Why? Who is it? What is it for? Why are you trying to change the game? Why can't you be in the model that you are in, that you clearly show that you can run an event that way?
I'm all for innovation, man. I like innovation. And if a guy's telling me, see, he didn't already earn my trust, Rachel, because I was the guy who was saying, like, all right, let me ask you this. As long as Top Rank was on ESPN and shit like this, did Top Rank ever have a show on ABC? And we know that ESPN and Disney and ABC, it's all under the Disney umbrella. Did Top Rank ever have a fight on ABC like the UFC? That's all I'm asking.
No, they had before.
Thank
They had
you.
ESPN and HBO. That has nothing to do with that. That has
To me,
no, it doesn't. And that's something that I've
Right.
already talked about before. I've talked about the fact that the old ones, the old heads don't understand like to do a crossover.
But
They
Rachel,
don't
that's what I'm
believe
saying.
in fighters to do crossover.
That's what I'm saying, right? You're good. Innovation. When Dana White was on ESPN, along with Top Rank, they were giving me fights on ABC as well. Top Rank wasn't doing that, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm fucking with it. If you're going, like, I'm the guy who was asking for boxing on the CW. Your best ability is your visibility. I'm with the shit. My nigga already giving me Paramount Plus, and they talking about they gonna have fights on CBS. I know niggas who don't got cable. If they got an antenna and they got bunny ears and they got aluminum foil and a coat hanger, you can get CBS. You can watch that fight, gang. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm with the shits. Let's do it. Standardize this
without
shit.
creating a UBO. You could still do that without creating a UBO. Yes or no?
I don't know that. Maybe this is maybe because we also seen that the Sundance is. I know everybody just said that they're not into politics. That Sundance television deal that Trump ixnayed, you feel me? Maybe that this is something to do with that. Maybe. Oh, if you want to get a television deal with Paramount Plus and our conglomerate and our quote unquote monopoly, how some people try to phrase it, maybe this is some things that we would like to appreciate you doing to your boxing setup to get on our channel. I don't know that. I'm just it's like I don't know. I don't mind standardization. I don't mind standardization.
We're creating something called the UBO with someone who had just stepped foot in boxing. They didn't give a fuck about boxing. Why are we kowtowing?
I mean, I heard the man say he gives a fuck about boxing. He's a historian of the boxing. He cares. I'm not gonna be opposed to if he cares, man. I'm fucking with him, man. He seems like a fan of boxing and shit like that.
We cannot give anyone precedence for just throwing money out. Just because you throw money over at lobbyists, that doesn't mean you should change the rules.
I disagree with the narrative that Dana White doesn't give a shit about boxing. I think that when he said,
I second that motion. I second
when he was speaking towards that, he was speaking towards the state of boxing. He was speaking towards, in my opinion, I don't think, because I don't know, to say that he doesn't give a damn about boxing. First of all, he wasn't in the business of boxing. So if you're bringing it up to him in comparison to what he should be concerned about, which is the business that he's in, he's saying that's not my business. But at the same time, Dana White has spoken just as many times on how much he loved boxing, how much that's what he wanted to get into. When they talk about people going inside the building of the UFC building, they say that there's boxing memorabilia everywhere, that his office is like a memorial to boxing. That's what they speak about. I've heard Dana White speak just as many times as he's spoken against what boxing is, which I believe was always the state of boxing, the sanctioning bodies, the best not fighting the best, the things that most fans have disagreed with and not liked about boxing. I've also heard him speak positively about boxing, the history of boxing, how rich it is in history, and why he doesn't like this state of boxing in comparison to the state of boxing that he's used to when he grew up, that made him love boxing. So I don't know, man. Does he not give a shit about boxing? I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily fair, but it is what it is.
If he really cared, then he would have came in a long time ago, not just because someone gave you money to do so.
No,
but you just said he tried to, though.
Not if he didn't want to come into the sport under the politics that was there. He did not want to operate under the rules in the current state that the sport was in. He felt like it was, look at how Eddie Hearn, you know what I'm saying, struggles to compete in the American market at times, right? Like, as a new guy coming in from somewhere else, he didn't want to operate underneath these rules. He said it. He said, I would come into boxing, but if I came into boxing, I'd have to redo a whole bunch of stuff and be able to do it myself. And Turkey's giving him the ability to do that. So I don't know, man. I don't think he doesn't give a shit about boxing. I think he doesn't like the current state he was in, but I don't know.
Let's not.
I agree with that, because
let's not forget that Trees try to compare boxing to wrestling.
That was
We're not. Whoa, it's not diabolical. It's the same. First off, excuse me. First, it's not diabolical. How is it? How? It's literally professional wrestling boxing have.
Got people in the chat that want to fucking boot you out because of that.
But that's what they do. That's what they shout out to round one. They tried to boot him off too. That's what haters do, gang. But my point is, how is boxing and professional wrestling don't have a through line? It's literally as long as I've been living, boxing and professional wrestling have been intertwined. Literally. Mike Tyson was on Mike Tyson was on fucking WrestleMania. Mike Tyson was on WrestleMania again. You really gonna fake a punch.
You really gonna fake a punch when you know that they're hitting the goddamn mat that's next to him versus someone getting punched in the face.
Rachel, listen. It's called bumps. I get it. Listen. The way that it's set up is promotional entities in wrestling, it's professional. Is it not? Let me ask you this, Rachel. So in your state, are you in Nevada? Are you in California? Excuse me. Are you in Nevada or California, whatever it is? When you're
this goes to packing you up, right?
I'm trying to. If y'all can I ask my question, gang? When you're putting on a show. When you're putting on a professional wrestling show, do I not have to go through the same commission that I would have to go to for a boxing fight? Yes or no?
Show. You just said
do I not have to go to the same commission? Does the rules do the same rules not apply to my professional wrestling show as your boxing show? Yes or no?
I will look it up right now. I'm on.
Well, in Ohio, the professional wrestling and boxing, you have to go to the same athletic commission to get your event approved here in Ohio.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
They're all different because as we could see, there's one that's in Florida that approved Jake Paul. And here goes back to my point about trying to get everyone under the same banner. There's a reason why Tank Davis and Jake Paul had to move, because Georgia Athletic State Commission wouldn't allow them because they actually oversee those types of matches. Florida does not. So you can't go, oh, well, Nevada, California, whatever, Ohio. Again, you're just proving that, Jesus, we can't even agree on wrestling matches if they need licenses or not, because different states have different rules.
So you can't get so if I'm getting a professional wrestling license in California, I don't go to the same office that you go to get your license for your boxing show.
Nevada State Athletic Commission does not oversee WWE, as the NSAC's jurisdiction is limited to professional unarmed combat sports like boxing, kickboxing, and mixed martial arts, and does not include professional wrestling.
Okay. Well, there you go. That's different than here in Ohio. Because in Ohio, you would have to, you got to go to the same office. Hey man, she got that off. It's okay. It's okay, man. But what I'm saying is, it's all. So is PBR. So is PBC and Top Rank. Are those different promotional companies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, PBC is technically not a promotional company.
What is
It's Tom
PBC
Brown.
then?
Tom Brown is the one that has the promotional license, and PBC is an events coordinator.
An events coordinator. Okay.
You can look it up on Nevada State Athletic Commission who runs which one. Even when you look at the Jake Paul and the Tank Davis one, under the they were applying for the license in Georgia, it was under who? Tom Brown.
And he's not a. And so he's a he's an event coordinator, but not a promoter. So you telling me that if I go to the Ohio State Commission right now, I could just apply for a boxing license and I could put on the fight right now?
As a promoter, you may. I don't know if they're going to approve you, but you may. It's 5 years. You're supposed. I believe it's 5. Well, in Nevada, it's something like a 5-year background, profit and loss statements, fingerprint checking, et cetera, et cetera.
Hold on, time out. My bad for the random jump in. So is PBC under Al Heyman? No, is it under Al Heyman Promotions? Because I'm confused about that part.
Al Heyman doesn't have an Al Heyman Promotions.
What? Damn. I could have swore I've heard Al Heyman Promotions.
People interchange it, but Al Heyman is not an Al Heyman Promotions. He's an advisor who runs PBC, but PBC cannot have an event without the licensing of Tom Brown.
Wow. So am I bugging if I say I could have swore I've heard them say that? Like when they announce the fights and they say the promotional companies, I could have swore I've heard that.
PBC events.
Nah, you bugging, Malcolm.
Okay,
it's like Live Nation. You could say it's Live Nation if you want to say it's Live Nation. Same
but
thing.
a specific person has to apply for the license. It's like with a business. Like if somebody got to get the fucking mail and handle the paperwork, I get it. It all makes sense.
It's the same way when Bud Crawford fought Abernesian and BLK Prime was trying to be the promoter. They did not have a promotional license. Bash Boxing had to actually put in the license and set the date with the commission until I believe it was Desmond, if I'm not correct, applied for the license in Nebraska to be a co-promoter with Bash Boxing.
Not for nothing, sidebar. I bought a bunch of strawberries, right? And as I'm eating the strawberries, I was being reckless. Normally, I wash my strawberries before I eat them, right? That's what I normally do. But I just was like cutting the corner and like, F it, I'm just gonna eat these strawberries, right? And as I'm eating the strawberries, I read on the back and it says "wash before use." I was feeling so dirty, bro.
As you should. You tripping? As you should. You bugged out. You knew you was wrong. You knew you made a mistake.
Myself, bro. I can't take it back. I don't know. I'm gonna keep drinking water and hope everything works out.
You said I'm gonna keep you're gonna try to flush them out and you're gonna wash them. You're gonna flush it out.
Just look at it this way.
Germs.
I'm hoping it works out.
Little bit of.
Oh man, he said on a side note.
I know. It was on my mind. It was gonna plague me if I didn't get it out, bro. It was just destroying me. I read it and I'm like, that's why I got up in the middle of this and went to wash the rest of my strawberries off. I felt some kind of way about it.
Hey, that little bit of dirt and those
just really quickly, you're from Ohio, right?
Kiss it and kiss it up to God.
That's what I did, bro. I gave it. I always give it to God, Johnny. Always, bro. First things first, bro. So I think I'm good, bro. I think I'm good. I'm gonna be all right. We'll see what happens.
What did Eddie Murphy say in Delirious? You could drop that ice cream in a pile of shit. Just kiss it in.
God, you good, bro. You good, bro. He ain't gonna steer you wrong.
It's just sprinkles.
He ain't gonna steer you wrong, bro. He got you. Turn water to wine. You can change that shit to something else.
Shout out to Claymore, man. He been cooking, man, all day on the panel, man. Appreciate you, Treese. I don't know, Treese. I don't know what to tell you, man, with that wrestling shit.
Yeah, you just on your
Hey
own,
man,
bro.
why I'm on my own because I watch everything. I can't help it. I'm an innovator, man. I'm an innovator. I love it. We know how I rock, man. Johnny know how I rock. I'm the king of this matchmaking shit. Like I say, we didn't got when I had vision of Pacquiao coming back to boxing, niggas called me crazy, and I seen my man get robbed of a belt that he should have won. So it is what it is. I know in about 2 years when the vision comes to fruition, I'm gonna have you same motherfuckers in the chat saying, "Damn, I guess he was on to something."
Hey, Trees. According to your Ohio Athletic State Commission, is 61 pages. The commission, which replaced the State Boxing Commission, regulates boxing, kickboxing, karate.
They do the professional. Well, shit, they do the professional wrestling. My guy had to go there to get his license. He had to put on the show. He just put on the show. I don't. Hey, man, that's where he went. So, which one? The OAC, the commission, the .gov, right?
Rachel.
Ohio.gov. Yeah.
Rachel, not a sidebar, but do you have any picks in that Erickson Lubin Virgil Ortiz fight? How do you feel about that fight? Yeah, I feel the same way. Go ahead though.
Yeah. I don't know. Did that get signed?
Yeah, that's going down November 8th or something like that. You know what I mean? It's going down.
Texas.
November 8th in Texas,
I got Virgil. I got Virgil. If Lubin actually left Mark, I got Virgil.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm picking Virgil.
I know
After
firsthand.
hearing that.
I know firsthand. I reported it on him.
Yeah, shout out to my source, Johnny. No, that's my source right now.
So who are you working with then?
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure. But I know he's not working at Pro Box in Florida no more. That I do know.
No, isn't he working with Cunningham? Isn't Cunningham is training him?
He was working with Cunningham.
People
He
be moving
left
all over the
Cunningham
place.
to go to Mark Ferrer. Now I'm not sure who he's working with. I don't think he's back with Cunningham. I'm gonna reach out to Cunningham though this week because I want to get him on the show. But I don't think he's working with Cunningham.
Hey, Rachel, I gotta ask you. Well, I gotta ask the whole panel in general. What's your thoughts on that motherfucker? Motherfuckers in general who think that Canelo needs a change of scenery and he need to find some new training and he need to find some a new form of direction. They want him to shake. Hey, that's what I don't know, man.
He works. What he does works against 9 out of 10 people who gets in the ring with, bro. Like, no, bro, not this point. He's too low. Eddie Reynoso, no, that's just hating ass Oscar De La Hoya.
If people there's people that just don't understand the game of boxing. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you don't just leave your trainer because you lost one fight. It's worked for him so many times. And what I've said in all the fucking interviews, I was like, listen, the way to catch Canelo is in between his punches. And Bud was catching and shooting. The thing is, do you really want, like, who's brave enough to stand there in the middle of Canelo's punches?
Most people don't play that game.
Yeah. So, like, that's it. I don't think that it had anything to do with, like that Reynoso, trained him wrong. He's been fighting the same way, but styles make fights. And it's been told for a long time that ever since he started moving up, his feet are gotten slower. He doesn't try to cut off the ring as urgently. And if you punch in the middle, there's a pause between Canelo's punches. Bud was just able to stand there. He was like, he wasn't scared of what he was going to try to throw back because he believed if he threw in between, if he caught and shot, which that one viral where his neck freaking turned, that he would be powerful enough to disrupt the pattern of Canelo's second punch coming down the pipe.
He lost to our generation's best fighter.
Period.
That's it.
Period, bro.
There's nothing wrong with that.
People just trying to hate on. That's just Oscar, by the way. I don't know about all these people that said change. But I'll tell you this, right, Johnny?
Oscar wasn't the only one I heard say that. So that's. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like he started it. I feel like he just kind of put that in the universe. But whatever. I mean, if people felt that way, it is what it is. But I did say that going into this fight, that this fight was going to be a fight that was going to involve, it was going to be a team effort. And you notice everybody's being judged. Bomac is being celebrated for how he cornered Terrence Crawford, and Reynoso's catching some heat for what Canelo was
It's
doing.
always a trend. When the fighter wins, the fighter gets 100% of the credit. When the fighter loses, then it's someone else's fault, never the fighter.
But
We seen what happened to Derrick James in that. We seen what happened to Derrick James in this last fight. He was getting beat on as well.
I think Derrick might be a little.
Oh, do you do? Did he
I
do
ain't gonna
that
lie,
to
but shout out to Terrence Crawford. Shout out to Terrence Crawford, who did not allow that light to be taken away from Bomac. He made sure he referred back to him and said, "Yo, I believed in my corner. They gave me the instructions, and I believe in his corner as well. I believe he brought the better team. Not to mention the better boxing ability, but I thought his team was a big part of the reason why I believe Terrence was going to win that fight. I believe that whole team. I factored all that in when I made my decision. And by the way, Rachel, who'd you pick going into that fight?
I picked 55% Canelo.
55. Rachel, that means she was wavering. She was playing both sides like me.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Like there was way too many things that were, like we said, like way too many things that were unknown, right? Like Crawford didn't come up to 60. He, didn't come up to 68. He didn't even walk in at least try to do a warm-up fight or anything like that. Canelo was a big boy. And
was he though in the night of the fight? Do you feel like, did you see that? Did you feel like what you were seeing in the face-offs at the weigh-ins, at all these different moments that we had when we saw Terrence Crawford and Canelo like inside of the same space with each other? Did you guys continue to like speak on this size difference? Did you guys see that?
Not the thing is that what maybe I'm saying it wrong. It's not size. It's the question of if your ligaments, your muscles, your fast twitch, all of those things combined are going to hold up, right? In addition to the fact that now you're going to have to take punches from a bigger guy, right? So because of those unknowns, like I was if you made me choose, it was 55-45. But I really had it down the middle because if anyone had the skill and the IQ in the ring, it would be Bud. And I've said that about Canelo even before Skull. Before Beevil, I was like, dude, he has slow feet. He can't cut off the ring. If Bud moves enough, and I keep saying it, I said it with Beevil, and I said it with everybody else he fought. Punch him in the middle. And they're like, no one's going to stand there. I was like, well, then if no one's going to stand there, I'm telling you that's two ways. You either just, outbox him from the outside, which is going to be exhausting for the very long night, or you got to sit inside and dogfight him. Bud did, but like I said, the only thing that I questioned with Bud wasn't about like his size per se, but it's listen, I gained 7 pounds and I don't do my runs as fast, right? It's so with him gaining more than 7, that's a lot. And I don't have someone punching at me. Now I have to take shots. That's going to decrease the capacity of what I'm normally regular doing by getting punched by guys who were a lot smaller and couldn't move him off his square, right? Yeah. So it was never a knock. It's just it's an unknown.
Two things. Rachel. One thing was definitely, I think people kept saying he was gaining weight, and I always looked at it, he was cutting less weight. And I think that just made the biggest difference for me personally on how I assessed the whole entire the size thing. I never did the whole he's gaining a bunch of weight thing. I did the he's cutting less weight thing, which once I started to think of it that way, I started to realize that he's going to be possibly feeling better, stronger.
No, I can definitely tell you from when I've seen, like, because I mean, of course, Nonito and Bud, grew up together in the top ranks, and then all of a sudden, like when Spence and Crawford, and then we see him over at the WBO in October, and then we see him again at Michaela's fight. Like you could tell he's gaining, right? Like it was not the normal, oh, Bud's just off camp. Like it was like you could tell he was bulking and bulking wrong. I'm not saying he bulked wrong, but I'm saying if you bulk wrong,
oh yeah,
you could screw yourself up.
I believe this though, right? I believe that as an athlete, like what Terrence Crawford is competing, and being as disciplined he is, it doesn't throw me off to believe that he would stay close to his competing weight he would stay close enough to where the weight cuts wouldn't be that good. But I always looked at it like, I always remember like Bomac talking about how big he can get, and back in the day, you know what I'm saying, talking about the weight classes that he can go up to, how far up he can go. So like I said, I'm not too sure if that's what it was, but like I said, in my mind when I was making my pick on who would win, it was I didn't really buy into the weight adding on thing. For me, in my mind, I said he's cutting less weight. That being said, I thought that he could be stronger, fast, just as fast. I know that he's an athlete, that he competes playing basketball, wrestling, that he's always active. So I felt like he was a pretty strong dude. And when I looked at the way he was able to deadlift and do certain things, I'm like, this dude is strong as hell. That was one thing. And then the second thing that I put a lot of onus on was Bud is special. And when I saw Bud turn down the Canelo fight at first and say, nah, I'm not fighting. There's weight classes for a reason. Then I saw him return and say he would take the fight. I gave a lot of respect to his integrity, and I really believe that he really assessed it properly. And when he said he could beat Canelo, I'm like, he ain't a money grab type of dude to me. He's the type of dude who's jumping in the ring to win. Those two things together, I was like almost certain. I really was super confident that Terrence was going to win that fight.
You know, I just wanted to add this because me and Rachel was kind of on the same plane in regards to going into this fight, looking at the dynamics. And the truth be told is Terrence Crawford was the exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
That means he was special. So Claymore, you was right by saying that he was special because 99.8% of all fighters could not be able to maintain all the capacities that he maintained. And he prepared, and he said on with Andre Ward, he said that he was preparing for this fight since February. So him putting on having the extra weight and then bringing it down, building up the muscle mass, then bringing it down, he obviously did it in a way that was effective. And I don't think most fighters would have been able to pull this off without being a little sluggish, about being a little slower. And another point too, the thing that kills me about this, I think Canelo that night would have beat almost anybody. He was not trash in that fight at all. I don't understand how people talking like Canelo was just so cold garbage in that fight. Because when I saw some of his defensive tactics that worked, it's just that he got too comfortable being a sit on one punch at a time guy. Yeah. And he needed to throw combinations, but Bud kind of effectively killed that in a way by coming out initially southpaw, because that takes away Canelo's jab, and it takes away his ability to be able to combination punch the way he might have would have tried to in his fight if he could. I just don't know. So I don't understand when people saying Canelo was trash in his fight, because I did not see a trash Canelo in fight. I saw a really game Canelo that just had somebody that was in front of him that was one step ahead of him throughout the course of the fight. And it just really goes to show that Bud is special and he's an exception to the rule. Because the rule is, anybody, you see Charlo is the rule. That's what happened to him against Canelo. Bud is the exception. Very few fighters can do what Bud did.
Yeah, most guys that move up, they just don't cut as much weight. And like Bud doesn't walk at 80 normally. So
he walks in the 70s, don't he? I thought he walk around in the mid to low 70s usually.
65 to 70. So if you think about that, it's literally what happened to Nonito in 26. Like he was walking at 33, he cut to he didn't cut, like he just didn't eat one meal and he was at 26, right? And then he would just go back up to 33. So when you think about that, if he's just walking around at 70, the weight class is 68. It's not that far. So how much would he, really gain? How much would he bulk? Would he just not cut and it wouldn't be clean? I mean, I don't think that was ever a thing. It was just the fact that if your walk around weight is really close, the other guy, Canelo, is going to come in way big because he's cutting to get there.
And see, Bud, it looked like Bud did the same thing. He got himself to that weight, bulked up in size in a certain form and fashion of matter, and then brought it down to make it to make it work for him, to make it an even kill. Because I think if he just did his normal routine, I don't know if he would have been the same guy that night. So what he did, it worked. It was really effective. But I want to ask you a question, Rachel. I was trying to answer the chat, but we didn't get to it. don't want to go too far back, but we were talking about the, in regards to the ring, Zuffa Boxing, the sanctioning bodies. Because Zuffa Boxing is going to go by the ring rankings, could you foresee a potential where these guys that said Zuffa Boxing is under this banner, right? And they reach to a point that they get ranked number 10, let's say, in the division with the ring. Would you see the potential for them to actually cross over and then step away from the Zuffa and then fight at those sanctioning bodies because they've built themselves up enough to a point? That's the kind of the avenue I'm potentially seeing if they hold true to the standards of the ring. What do you say in regards to that aspect, knowing that they're going to be using the ring rankings, and if ring holds true to the standard, what that can entail the crossover ability for those fighters to then move on and fight for one of those sanctioning body titles?
Well, yeah, 100%. You could totally do that as long as your contract that I have seen in numerous ones, they don't rank you in the top 10. And if you're ranked in the top 10, you have an extension. If you become, number one through 5, then there's another extension and extensions on extensions on extensions. So yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. But again, like it's they keep giving us pieces of what they're going to do and what they're proposing, but then they don't give us the full actual piece. So it's kind of like we're just shooting darts right now.
What are your top 3 concerns? Because again, your opinion to me is extremely valued. I've learned a lot because of you. What are the 3 things that you have the biggest concern in regards to the process of this UBO with Zuffa Boxing? What are those 3 major concerns?
One of the concerns, of course, is the lack of transparency when it comes to Muhammad Ali Act. With the UBO, they wouldn't have to separate promoter, manager, and sanctioning body, which is one of the biggest protections that we have, right? You could leave Top Rank and go to Golden Boy, and still hold your ranking. There is no one's going to strip you of that in any of the sanctioning bodies just because you switch promoters. So that's a huge one. The second is, like, again, the financial disclosures for these boxers. Third, I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get there, but I mean, your world champion status within an organization that only has 5 people in it, are you really a world champion at that point? And then you're going to be able to just jump straight into, this alleged Riyadh season to go against top contenders. Or are you going to get locked up into a whole league that you're never going to be able to leave? The thing is that when you throw money at boxers, they'll tell you this. They just, like I said, they just see the first line. That's all.
True. One more thing, and I'm going to head back to the chat, but I mentioned this earlier, and it struck Claymore because he didn't know. But I think the impact of this is not as large as everybody makes it out to be, because the Ali Act is only applicable in the United States of America. So that means everywhere else where boxing is happening, this Ali Act does not even play a factor. To you, in regards to this situation, how much of an impact does it pose, on a scale of 1 to 10 for you? Because to me, it only poses like a 3 when you look at the dynamics and know that the Ali Act is not even applicable outside of the United States.
I mean, most of my boxers are here. I have a couple that are overseas, so most of my business is here with my boxers. So it does really put an issue if one of my fighters want to go into the UBO and yet there is no negotiation. Let's just say, I one of my boxers are become a world champion. Great, they get 750, amazing. But what if he is the next Bud Crawford, right? And he deserves more than that. With a ceiling of 750, is that really fair, right? And so you don't have negotiation power at all when it comes to the UBO contract, saying that there's a maximum. There's always minimums within these promotional contracts, which is that gives you the leverage and the room for negotiation. But with a ceiling, that you max out. Doesn't matter if you freaking sell out Allegiant Stadium again.
So, Rachel, what you would need for you to feel comfortable in regards to this UBO and Zuffa situation is if a fighter gets to that point where they're ranked number one, become a champion, to have the ability and the option to be able to pivot out of that and then go fight for a WBO title, an IBF title, a WBA or a WBC title, and go, move forward and do those other type of fights that garner more, bottom line pay for the fighter. You need to have something significant and detailed to let you know that fighter has an ability to make that pivot. Is that one of the major concerns for you?
Yeah, doing everything I can for the fighter. And like I said, like I'm not opposed to Dana coming into boxing. I just feel like at this point, like it's like why can't you separate? Like you can separate a sanctioning body and build your own damn sanctioning body under a different person, and then have your promotional company. And if you want to do caps or do health insurances, no one's stopping you from doing those things right now at all. So it just, to me, and the fact that, again, like when it comes to lobbying and all these other things and how fast it's getting talked about in the commission. I mean, Jesus, do you know how long Andy Foster has been talking about this weight thing in California? It's been like, I think since 2019 that he's been trying to pass like that 10-pound rule or 10% rule. Still hasn't gotten passed. But yet they were about to vote the day that I showed up. How the hell were you going to vote? Already? Like that starts to put red flags. Like, listen, I know money makes the world go round, but it's right in our face that you're not even conversing with people like me, people who boxers and fighters, because most of the boxers and fighters don't even know this was a conversation at the state level because it just got introduced. Everyone got sideswiped on this when they found out it was being discussed already in California.
Yeah, man. Like we've been saying all night, right, Johnny?
Yep.
In due time, we'll see.
In due time.
In due time, bro. We will find out for sure
We will find out
what this thing is really all about and what it's really going to end up turning out to be. What it turns out to be. You know, these fighters better be smart though, be intelligent. You know what I mean? Get the right eyes on these contracts and make sure that you're doing what you need to do, man. Because nobody's going to protect you except for you. I definitely ain't. You know what I'm saying?
They're not going to play.
I mean, I'm just saying for their own. I mean, I'm just saying, hey, man, just keep.
Yeah, who was it? Oh, there's one of my guys, and he wanted to fight in a different sanctioning body. I was like, okay. I was like, if you become mandatory over there, you know that you lose your spot on this side, right? And he's like, but I want to fight that champion. I was like, nope. I was like, once you become champion or mandatory on that side, they take you off the ranking over here.
Right.
And they don't know that stuff. And it's the same with Tio. Look at Tio when he thought that his top rank contract ended. I was like, you just fought for a world title. You honestly think there wasn't an extension agreement in there? And look what happened.
Yeah,
they just don't.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just want to say a sidebar, Johnny. If you come and work for me, I'm nice and I'll let you get away with a little bit. But when you affect the client care and the bottom line, you get your ass written up. Play with me if you want to. I don't play about the business now.
So I guess you saw my message in the chat.
He said, "I'll be chilling, bro. I'll be just chilling. Make sure
I
boxing
want to work for Britt,
Hangout
bro.
on."
He don't be supervising me. He be back there.
All I'm doing is making sure your medical specimens that you take when you go to your podiatry to get your toenail plucked and you get your COVID gets to the right location. That's what I'm making sure it happens. Don't play around, Johnny. You acting up right now.
I love you, brother. You know I love you, brother.
Yeah, it is what it is.
All right, back to the chat I go. Rachel, thank you so much for answering those questions because there's so much to be learned and so much to know what's coming about. And there are some unknowns and legitimate questions. I just feel like, in my opinion, Rachel, I feel like with Sean and some of these other people, I feel like they have that, to me, it's fake outrage because we've watched the circumventing of the Ali Act for years and they didn't say much. Now, there were some people that said something, but a lot of people didn't. And I feel like they're saying this just because who was involved more than the actual details and dynamics that we're opposing and talking about. So I appreciate you, talking about that because you're on the ground and you're really doing this for real, for real. So I just wanted to get a little even more of an understanding of the process and what you're dealing with on your side of the coin with these potential changes coming through. And again,
Yeah, and I
Johnny,
think that if Sean really, I don't know if Sean wants to help or not, or if this was just an opportunity. I don't know. But I mean, there are huge groups that have been forming, especially in California, to go against the commissions, because their next meeting is in December. And we're putting on, like we're chatting, we're figuring out like, all these things. We're pulling information left and right. We're pulling key speakers, things like that. It's going to make a difference. At least, listen, if it gets passed, then it gets passed. There's nothing I can do about it. But I am going to ask the questions and I am going to pose it. And it's up to them if they're going to answer me or not. But I know I wasn't fucking silent for any of my fighters.
Rachel, you gonna be at the WBA convention? That's what you're talking about?
No, this the California State Athletic Commission is voting on pushing the bill forward for California. And California is one of the big states that what California does, most of the other commissions look at and follow suit.
I mean, Grim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, WBA, I'm not sure yet. I'm looking at a couple different contracts right now. And if Nonito ends up fighting in December or January, we're not going to be at the WBA.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're looking at okay, I got you. Are you guys looking at well, you're probably not gonna be able to answer that, but Antonio Vargas?
I'm not telling you shit.
Damn, not even behind the scenes.
No, Antonio Vargas is fighting Seiya Satsumi.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Has that been officially announced?
I don't know, but that's what I've heard, because Satsumi only had until September for an update on his medicals for his eye, and I've checked in and called, and he has not been stripped, and they said that Satsumi is fighting Vargas. So I was like, I know they were aiming for December as well.
I mean, I guess that makes sense because he was supposed to fight him before that.
Well, not just that, he's a recess. He has straight shot to his belt back.
Got you. Shit, I'm just trying to put together who's going to be fighting on the WBA convention card in Caribbean.
That's a prospect card.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know who. I mean, usually Box Lab and MVP does it.
Yep.
But if it is, it's going to be a prospect card. They're not going to. I doubt that they'll do a world championship because they're starting to split prospect. MVP starting to split their prospects and their world champion nights.
Yeah, but didn't Vargas? He was the main event in last year's WBA. That wasn't for an interim. No, right?
It was for an interim.
It was for an interim.
But that's before they started doing fight nights. So now they do MVP prospect and MVP fight nights, and the championships are going into fight night.
Got you. Well, I'll be in the building in December for that, for sure.
Where's that going to be out in Orlando or something? Like
Yeah. In Caribbean Royale, Orlando. Yep.
What's that? Is that a Saturday?
It's a
Friday.
Thursday. Wait, Friday to like Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, if it is like last year, the fight card was on Friday night, and then the convention was all weekend until Tuesday, like Rachel said. Yep. WBA convention is coming back to our Orlando Caribbean Royale.
Are you going to the WBO in Bogota?
No, that one I won't be going to.
How about Thailand WBC?
Wish.
I was thinking of going to that one, but then I looked at the flights and it's a 30-hour travel time, and I kind of would want to kill myself.
No, we ain't doing that. Hell no.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Not to mention it's going to be expensive.
Thailand's cheap.
What?
The dollar goes a long way over there.
No. I don't get paid the big bucks like that.
Yeah, getting over there though is what, like 2200, 2500?
Oh,
I think if you're going business, or is it 5? It might be $5,000 to go business.
Probably.
I think I looked at that.
Yeah.
But I mean, regular, I don't think it's that much. Can't be $2,000.
You don't know how much it is to go no damn regular. So you know what I'm saying? And speaking on what you don't know about, girl. You a fact-based person. What you know about some regular?
Word.
You sitting like, no, would it be?
Different.
That'd be crazy. Oh,
I will be in Atlanta this weekend though. We're gonna check out my guy Brian Norman Jr.
Oh, no doubt, man. I mean, man, going
again.
into that fight, I'm definitely 50-50 with that fight. You know what I mean? I'm 50-50 right now, man. I think I was leaning more towards Brian Norman Jr. in the beginning when this fight first got put together, just because of that performance against Jose Ramirez, and just, you know, I'm really trying to see how Devin is dealing with the whole entire Ryan. I still feel like it's still a relevant topic, you know, the Ryan
PTSD?
Garcia situation.
Talking about PTSD?
100%. You know what I mean? But I think as time is going by, it's definitely become more 50-50. I think that without a doubt, Devin should bring the pedigree and the experience in that ring that night, and Brian should be the guy showing and proving that he can compete at that high level as far as boxing is concerned, because I don't think he's going to be able to trick Devin into clipping him with anything. You know, he's not going to be able to pull Devin into a Giovanni Santillan type of fight. He's not going to be able to. Devin's not going to give him a Jin Sasaki look, right, where he's just being dumb and just fighting with his head over his front foot and just diving into punches like a damn Olympic dive team. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to cut that ring off. He's going to have to use his IQ. He's going to have to make opportunities, walk Devin Haney into some shots, and that's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult because I think Devin's just smart enough not to get caught up in that. And I don't know if I see Brian Norman outpointing Devin for 12 rounds, right? I see Brian Norman applying pressure and potentially knocking Devin out. But I think Brian Norman also has an underrated pedigree as well that people aren't speaking on. And I think he's going to show that night. So 50-50, you know what I mean? 50-50. But if Devin comes in dialed in, I might lean to him a little bit more in this fight, maybe like a 55-45.
Well, this won't be the last time I get your take, because obviously as we get closer, we're going to be doing shows, and we're going to open it up, and we're going to take callers, and we're going to break it down. But no, I will be boots to ground this weekend at the gym. I'll be doing a live fight chat from the gym on Friday afternoon. It's going to be dope.
What fight you covering?
No, I'm going to be at the gym. I'm going to be at Brian Norman Jr.'s gym this weekend.
Oh, I thought you said a live chat. Oh, you mean like
I'm going to do a show from the gym.
Oh, word. I'm thinking like a fight, like you're covering a fight.
Maybe I said it wrong. Yeah. Well, I will be doing a live fight chat for that one. That's for damn sure, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm going to be doing one too. Trust me, bro.
No,
that card is going to be crazy.
We did Canelo Crawford and we cooked, but you know, I gotta show some love for my guy Norman. So we will be doing a live fight chat for that. That's November 22nd. Can't wait.
Are you leaning in a direction? Or are you keeping it for the? Because you about to, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to ask you because you about to head into that gym, bro. So
everybody know where my heart is at, bro.
You have a heart in this. You got some emotion in this. Is it love for the
like he's family, bro. He's like he's my guy, bro.
Okay.
You
I didn't know that.
And I believe in him, man. You know, this is a big step up. This is a big step up in class, and it's a different style. Obviously, now he's facing a mover, a boxer. You know, where he's going to have to move his feet. He's going to have to cut off the ring. That's why I'm very, very intrigued to see some sparring this weekend and see
where you been up to.
Yeah, for sure. No, this weekend is going to be an eye opener for me. I'm excited. I can't wait, man. The Hangout spot will be in Atlanta. Getting that work in, baby.
No doubt.
Getting that work in. Who we got? Look, we got Nestor Gibbs with the $2.
Is that really Nest?
No, I don't think so.
Because that man said he did 5,000 push-ups. I'm like, damn, that's all right.
Just 5,000 push-ups. Do I need to get on the panel? Actually, he was on the panel. What was it, last week? We had Ness on the panel. We had Daniel Rubin. Rachel, we had Danny Rubin from Pro Box on the panel too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was Ness, Danny Rubin from Pro Box, and we had Coach Bermudez on the panel at the same time, just talking that shit about the upcoming Pro Box card. Obviously, there's a fighter, Price Barrow, who's a former Border Wars fighter, who Ness who's also trying to see if he can get on Pro Box.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting.
Nah, it was good dialogue, man. It was good. It was good dialogue. It was a great panel, man. We had all of them on for at least over an hour. It was dope, man. You never know who's gonna show up at the hangout spot. Yesterday, or what was it? Sunday, we had Daniel Gonzalez, manager. We had the undefeated 154-pounder. Oh shit, what was his name? Anthony Velasquez, ATV. He was on the panel for a little bit. You never know. You never know who's gonna pop up at the hangout spot. Today we had Claymore Rain and Rachel and GMT Sportsman.
Crazy.
Cooking.
Crazy,
Great topic,
crazy.
man, and great, good conversations, man.
Yeah, man. I think. Listen, man. Bottom line is, it's forcing these type of conversations to happen. So we know that it's an impactful move. We know that Paramount getting involved in it now makes it even more interesting. A lot of people taking it seriously, right? Obviously. So, listen, man. It's a free market out here, and everybody is free to get their product together. And let's see what the rest of these guys do. Let's see what Top Rank does. Let's see what the PBC does. Let's see what Golden Boy does. What do you guys do to compete? You know, to compete in this new environment, this hostile environment that Dana White's created by jumping into boxing with all that with all this energy behind him. What do you guys do? You know, Eddie Hearn says he's here for the big show. He wants to compete at the highest level. He says he loves it that Dana White is coming into the game in the way he is. I wonder what the other promoters may be thinking. Are they feeling the same way? And what are you guys going to do to innovate and make your shows that much more interesting? As a boxing fan, I'm excited to see what do you guys do. How do you respond? How do you deal with it? You know what I mean? I hope you guys don't spend too much time hating on Dana, and you guys.
See, you're the one who keeps saying the word hating. Jesus Christ. You're the one who's bringing it up.
No, I'm just being honest. I'm just saying, like, if it's going to be Oscar De La Hoya with Thursday nights going, yo, Dana White, TKO, horrible. Yeah, Muhammad Ali act. These guys, watch these guys. That's cool to do that. But also, spice your events up. Compete. Do something. I don't know what you're going to do. It's on you. You could just sit there and let him do what he wants to do and let Turkey continue to put on these big events. Or let's see what you do outside of trying to discredit somebody else coming in the game. Let's see you compete. Put fights together. Put great fights that the fans want to see. Put events together. Continue or continue doing what you're doing. I don't know. It is what it is. You know what I mean? If you're doing everything right, don't change nothing. Don't worry about it at all, bro. Don't worry about it at all.
It is what it is, man.
She said, I'm bringing up the hate. Why am I bringing up the hate, Rachel? What did I do? All I'm saying is, listen, man.
They were going in. Rachel, the chat was going in on Claymore earlier.
Yeah. I'm saying
going in on Claymore.
Yeah. It's a fight game. Fight. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying fight. You know what I mean?
Going in on it, man.
Go out, baby. Let me see you do your thing, man. Fight. That's it. That's what you do, man. That's where you come from, man. So let's see what it is, man. Let's see what it is. I'll be here to watch it and talk about it all, baby.
Get it. Let's get it. AB Attorney Bailey said good stuff. Excellent take, Claymore. But the chat was going in. They were going in.
I'm used to it, bro. They've been mad at me for a long time. But you know why they've been mad at me for a long time? Not these guys. I don't know these guys. You know what I mean? But they've been mad at me because I've been talking about this way before when people were trying to blow holes in it, right? When I was like, yo, Turkey, if he continues on this path, and then he brought Dana into it and was like, ooh. Now he brought Dana into it, and then he got the Terrence Crawford Canelo Alvarez fight put together, and they said that wasn't going to happen. So ultimately, I just been like, working for Turkey Al-Sheikh on the low and collecting checks and what I got to do. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I ain't got no shame in my game. He been cut me them checks. I can go ahead and spread it through the internet. You know what I'm saying? He been cut me them checks. I'm Turkey Al-Sheikh inside guy. You know what I'm saying? And we doing the work out here, baby. Clearly. We're doing the work.
Hopefully he's hearing this shit, or somebody he know is hearing this shit, man.
I know, right? Show me some love. Yeah, Jay Gon 714. Am I a podcaster? Yeah, I guess I am. I got a channel. Check out my channel, man.
Well, come on, give us your channel, man. Where can they find you, man?
Claymore Rain, man. Do I have it here? Can I copy and paste it here? No, let me hold on a second.
Put your link in the chat, man.
Yeah, I'll put it in here. If you guys want to I'll be on tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? Talking about some of these topics. Also, I want to talk about that Boots Ennis card and the undercard.
What time do you usually go on? During the day,
Man,
though, right?
I like to try to be consistent, but now I'm moving around doing things. So normally about 12. Tomorrow I'll be on at 12. But
So it's always during the afternoon, though, right?
Right, yeah. Like sometimes I pop up, like I might pop up and do like a 9:30 show, maybe, but normally it's like 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock inside that window I start. And I do my thing, man.
Yeah, because I like to jump on and support, but sometimes I'll be working. So, but I got you.
Look,
Man.
I know how it is, bro. I appreciate. I
got
appreciate
you, man.
definitely.
You family, man. I got you, man.
Thank you, man. I love boxing, man. So we're gonna have a good time. You know what I'm saying? This year, 2026 is about to be lit. Yo, I saw a content creator 2 days ago. This dude legitimately said boxing is dead right now. Nothing is going on in boxing, right? And I was like, and you know who it is, Rachel? It's one of your favorites. It's one of your favorite content creators, and I'm being sarcastic. We talked about this content creator in your couch. You could jog your memory and remember who I'm talking about then, right? But
is this a legit content creator or is just
nah, he's legit. Rachel know who I'm talking about. She's thinking about it right now. If she's thinking about it right now, she's thinking about it. She knows what I'm talking about. She's probably figured it out.
Because if he's legit and he's saying boxing is dead, I don't know if that's legit.
He's legit, bro. He's legit. He's got like 90,000+. Well, he has like he has over 50,000 subscribers. I don't know what the number is.
Damn.
But
dead? That's crazy.
He said boxing is dead right now. Nothing is going on in boxing, right?
That's
and I said to myself, and I'm gonna be real with you. This is a creator who I generally, for the most part, have respect for, right? I'm like, okay, this guy talks about, he deals with the reason I know Rachel knows who he is, and I bring up the couch thing is also because he does a lot of the Asian boxing, the lower, the 126 and lower.
I already know
boxing,
who you're talking about.
Right. So boom, there it is, right? So
I think I know who you're talking about.
So he said boxing, nothing's going on in boxing. It's completely dead. And I was just like, bro, what am I looking or what am I listening to? Like, he made me revisit myself and say, man, am I just going crazy, bro? Or is really nothing going on in boxing? But it just goes to show you how, and he was saying it with the most genuine face, like he really felt that way, right? And then you got these boxing fans. It just shows you how you got boxing fans who can literally tune out everything going on. And because the narrative isn't what they want it to be, because they have nationalism energy, right? It's all about American boxing and all this stuff, and they don't like what Turkey's bringing to the table because they look at this man like he a terrorist or something, right? That they will tune out everything and sit here and act like there's nothing to talk about in boxing. I don't know, bro. I think it's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, that's cat, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. We're here. We're talking about it. We talking about shit every night. You know, we doing it up. You doing it up during the day. I'm doing it up at nighttime. Third shift, overnight workers. We putting in that work. We pushing 5 hours. We pushing 5 hours, baby.
Oh yeah, we do this, man. This is what we do. We do this real easy. You know what I'm saying? Easy. It's easy. It's nothing. We could do 5 more. Trust me. No problems. Easy. I mean, outside of being sleepy, outside of being sheepy. You know what I'm saying?
Rachel's she knows. She jumps on every now and then when we here at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning with Coach Bermudez.
Yeah, when the kids are asleep.
The kids are asleep. Where's Nonito? He's sleeping?
Yeah, it's sparring tomorrow at 11. He's already asleep.
What's going on with Nonito though? So what's his next step? He has like an interim WBA title he's sitting on right now, right? What's the status? So what's
I'm looking at some fighters, at least even like just one in the rankings, because the champion and the champion recess are going to fight, so we can't challenge either one of them. So might as well just stay busy while they're fighting, and then after that, then we'll be able to call out whoever wins. Which I don't know who will win at this point. Both of them fought Daigo Higa, and both of them pulled draws. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is he going for the long haul? Like he's trying to unify, like become a champion, unified, and go up into like is he trying to like to do that, or he just wants to collect the belt one time again, defend it, and then how's he feeling about it?
That changes every day.
Good answer.
He's just having fun with it right now.
Honest answer. I like that. It's an honest answer.
Yeah. Sometimes he's just like, he sees some of these other guys and he's like, oh hell no. He's like, let's go. I'm like, okay. And then he'll be like, I just want to get my belt. I'm like, okay. Wait, there's 2 other belts. Nakatani's fighting Takuma. I wanted to fight Takuma. If Takuma wins, I want to fight him. I'm like, okay, well, that's the WBC. You know, so wait,
So you just
Estrada's
kind
in
of like playing
IBF.
by ear with him, or you just like whatever you want to do. If that's what you want to do, I'll go in this direction.
Yeah. And then I think someone was like, oh, Chocolatito's still interested. I'm like, fuck Chocolatito. He had the opportunity to fight us and he's all over the place. Like, we wasted 6 months waiting for Chocolatito.
That's still dope though. If you
It is, but I'm just not gonna. So Nonito, July of no, I think it was like May or June of last year. Nonito, they're like, let's just wait till after Chocolatito fights in July at 118, and we're like, okay. And then it was dead. No one was calling anyone anymore, or no one was returning calls. And then in September, I think Nonito was like, yeah, we're talking to some of Chocolatito's team. And then his manager tweeted on his Twitter that they weren't interested. And I'm like, well, why the hell did you make us wait then? So a report came out that he's interested in fighting Nonito. And I'm like, man, when you're ready, like bring the people to the table and let's hash this out. But I'm not putting Nonito on hold again. We did that for him last time.
Got you. And what weight for sure?
118.
118. Okay.
Yeah. And you forget Estrada's in the rankings too. We've had some discussions with Beltran about Estrada. Like, so there's fights there that excite him. And he's just watching the movement in divisions at this point. He's like, wait, that guy's there. I want to fight. I'm like, oh my God. Okay. Well,
Antonio Vargas is all I'm saying.
One fight at a time.
I know, but he's fighting Seiya,
I'm just
who is
saying.
actually Seiya is actually the number 1 Ring Magazine in the ratings right now.
Yeah. I can dream. I can dream out loud. That's all.
No, of course. We just have to wait until it plays out. Like, I mean, even Takuma versus the kickboxing champion dude. Like, that's in November or December. We have to wait till that plays out. It's all like, that's why I'm like, if you still want to go for those, like, let me just get you a fight so you're not sitting. And then by that time, all the other fights will be done. Then you look at the landscape again and see what you want to do.
Got you. Damn, Sasumi is number 1 in the lineal rankings, in the ring rankings?
In the ring rankings.
I didn't even know that.
There's no champion, but he is number 1.
Yeah, it's vacant. And the IB, there's no champions in three of the sanctioning bodies.
No, because Nakatani moved up to 122. So IBF got vacated in WBC. And IBF doesn't have a 1 and 2 ranking, right? Because they always leave it blank. That's for the eliminator. So that one, I believe there's a guy named Landy, I think. And I thought Estrada's in that one.
Yes. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. NGX.
Yeah.
Nixie.
I don't know. I call him Nixie. Landy Nixie.
Exie. Landy Nexty, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yep. So with that being said, like, I'm like, okay, well, I don't know where Estrada's going to go. He would be, I think he's really high in the WBO, but the WBO has a champion. So
That's a good fight too. I like that Estrada fight.
I do too, but where's he going to go? We don't know. I mean, like, he apparently WBC is going to be fought for. So that's going to be out of the picture. So either you go WBO or you go IBF.
Right.
There's someone else in the rankings.
You know, another fight I would like? Cuadras.
Cuadras.
You never thought about Carlos Cuadras? Common opponent with Estrada, with a couple people.
What's his ranking?
He's 7 in the WBO.
Oh, he's in the WBO ranking.
Yeah.
I've heard of him, but I don't think who represents him, because that's the other play and
Fuck.
everything.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah. I gotta check.
Yeah.
I just think stylistically that would be a hell of a fight.
Yeah. See, so if you're looking at the rankings right now, Tenshin and Takuma are going for the WBC vacant. So that leaves Estrada to go. And so so Tenshin will be taking out the WBO #1. Estrada most likely will move up. So he could go for Christian Medina. Or
Okay.
Or Takuma's getting taken out of the IBF. Oh, he's not in the IBF rankings.
No, he's in the IBF.
No, he's not.
Takuma?
Takuma's number
No,
4.
no. Estrada's not in IBF.
Oh, no, not Estrada. Estrada's in the WBC and WBO.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of good options, man. A lot of good. When shit gets finalized, you're gonna let us know, right?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I should be. Actually, I gotta check my messages. I've been talking to you guys and trying to figure out this fucking code. I keep getting an error on my coding right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm just like I said, like we're just waiting. Like we're like, okay, well, if those two are gonna fight, like I was thinking of fighting Higa, but Higa retired. And then there's another Japanese, Masuda. Like most of the top ones are in Japan.
Masuda. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen this kid in Pro Box 2 times, and he's not that bad. Michael Angeletti.
I've heard of him. I think he called out Nonito once.
He's legit. I've seen him fight twice at Pro Box.
Yeah. We were thinking about Jason Maloney, but I also don't know.
That's easy work for Nonito.
Well, we talked, and I kind of gave him a hard time. I was like, "Oh, you wanna fight Nonito now that he's the interim?" I'm like, "Didn't you run to a different organization when we were supposed to fight?" He's like, "Oh yeah, well, it wasn't us. It was Top Rank." I'm like, "Whatever," giving that bullshit.
That's what's up. Talk that shit, Rachel. Rachel, I gotta get Nonito up in here for an interview one night.
Yeah, when he lands whichever fight we're gonna fight. Yeah.
All right. Once he lands that, I gotta get him up here, get him on the panel. Nice interview. I've interviewed him live a couple of times at the fights, but I gotta get him on the panel. Like I want to get the chat involved.
Yeah,
They
for
can
sure.
ask questions. They can ask questions in the chat. It'll be dope.
For sure.
All right, we'll definitely make that happen.
All right, guys. I'm gonna try to figure out this code. It's pissing me off.
Yeah, I know. Damn, we pushing 5 hours. I'm about to wrap it up. Rachel, appreciate you.
Of course.
You know your family. You're always welcome.
Thanks.
Salute, Rachel. Salute. So it's been a while since we built on these panels, so it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, for sure. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take care.
Okay, bye.
Make sure you guys give Rachel Donaire, the queen, a shout out in the chat. Claymore, my brother, you was my partner in crime today, man. I
seen you. I'm gonna pop up here.
Yes.
I'm gonna chill with my guy Johnny, man. I got the time. You know what I mean? I was like, let me rock out with him.
You are
man.
always welcome, bro. You know
No
the
doubt,
deal.
man. I appreciate it, man.
We'll
Same over.
hook it up here late night, man. But if you ever want to pop up, just let me know, baby.
Appreciate everybody in the panel, man. Appreciate everybody in the chat, man. All the haters, all the supporters, everybody in between, man. Appreciate all you guys.
You put the link in the chat, right? Make sure y'all subscribe to my man Claymore, man. You put the link in the chat.
Yeah. He said Claymore wanting that attention, never to D Block. Is that the attention I was looking for? I don't know. I was looking to talk about some boxing. I think we did more of that than get a bunch of attention. Yeah, D Block. I don't know, man. D Block. Salute to D Block, man.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Sometimes I don't know how to read him.
yeah. Sometimes I don't know, man. Everything is good, man. Salute.
I show love because I show love to everybody, but I don't know. Sometimes, yeah. It's all family with me at the Hangout spot, baby. DHS, we all family at the end of the day.
All love, man. All love. But I was hating him at first, but you got my I appreciate all, bro.
So
Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I'm
man.
an acquired taste, man. You know what I mean?
Everybody's gonna have a different opinion, a different perspective, but at the end of the day, this is a safe place for it. We don't criticize, we don't curse, we don't scream. It's good. It's good, passionate boxing talk. This is the Hangout spot, baby. This is what we do.
Let's talk about it, baby. All right,
You know
man.
it. All right,
Salute,
Clay.
man.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Peace.
All right, man. Great show. Great panel members, man. Shout out to my man Claymore Rain. Make sure y'all go follow Clay. We were doing it up. Shout out to my man Brim was on the panel. We had my man from GNT Sports. He was in the panel. Rachel Donaire, the queen. She always welcome. The wife of the great Nonito Donaire. And obviously, once he gets a fight announced or something on the docket, we will have Nonito Donaire on. We will do a nice interview with him. That way we can get the chat involved. My man Ryan Frazier from Boxing Talk Up North. Salute to you, my brother. You know you family as well. Y'all all family, man. We had great callers. Alberto, called in. Treese, Malcolm, Alex Vega. Hey, this is family, man. We got some super chats though. We got a couple of super chats. Did we read this one? Yeah, Nestor Gibbs with the $2 said I just did 5,000 push-ups. Do I need to get on the panel? You always welcome, Mr. Gibbs. You know you family up in here. Shout out to the Boxing Voice, man. Shout out to the Boxing Voice. Make sure Border Wars, November 8th, man, is going down in Georgia, in Atlanta, Marietta, Georgia. Yours truly will be in the building, putting in that work. Polo Buck, my brother with the $2. Come on, y'all. We need 9 more likes to hit 100. Come on, man. What y'all doing, man? This is a 5-hour show. Appreciate y'all. Polo Buck said, why YouTube gatekeeping your channel? Nasty. Damn, I don't know why. We cooking up in here. We ain't doing no shady shit. I don't know what's going on. Today's been a great show, though. We've been cooking on YouTube. We've been cooking on X, man. Make sure you guys smash that like button, man. We got over 50 people watching on X. Over 120 people altogether, YouTube X, not counting what's on Facebook. So make sure you guys smash that like button. And for all of you guys on X, man, make sure you guys retweet, follow me over there. We are trying to build our family over there in DHS. And then come on over here, join the party, and subscribe to the channel. And if you've already subscribed, please tell a friend to subscribe. There are power in numbers. We are trying to get to that next goal of 3K subscribers. We've only been doing boxing work for a little bit over 17 months, man. So we are one of the fastest growing boxing channels out there on YouTube. We got about 6-7 subscribers today so far. Not the greatest. I was hoping for at least 10, 12, 15. We definitely got the viewers. We just got to let more people know about the channel. But if you do hit the like button, it'll help us get this channel out into the algorithm and get this shit out of the gatekeeping network here, man. Make sure you hit that those notifications, Polo Buck, so you know when I'm going live. But Polo Buck, come on, man. You got a wrench, bro. You are one of our best moderators here. You know we go live Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Live fight chats. Now we're doing post-fight shows. You know the deal. You know the deal, bro. YouTube ain't got to gatekeep you, bro. You know the schedule. You family. CJ Rich, $5 boxing and BS. Make sure y'all follow my brother CJ Rich on YouTube as well. CJ said, knew you were going 10 hours. This is for the goal. All-star panel tonight.
Let's go, Chad. My man.
Well, I didn't do 10 hours, but I did half of that. We are pushing 5 hours. We just passed the 5-hour mark, man. So we're halfway there, CJ, but we're going to be calling it in about 2 or 3 minutes. CJ Rich, Boxing MBS, again, back with the $5. We got to hit you with the champ.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
And we got to hit you with your boy Canelito.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
You already know. The guy you bet against, the guy you make bank betting against. Zuffa sounds like the foundation for a legit league. Just hope they look out for the fighter's best interest more than the UFC does.
Let's go, champ.
You ain't capping, bro. Hopefully, man, it all works out, man. Today's conversation was great, but a lot of questions are not going to be answered. Today was just opinions, assumptions, what we believe may happen, what we believe may not happen. But at the end of the day, truth be told, we don't know what's going to happen until we actually see these events. Now, the good news is we're going to see them. Paramount Plus, Zuffa Boxing, they have reached an agreement. They will be broadcasting 12 cards in 2026, which is basically one a month. That's great. More boxing, the better. I always say it. Every day is a great day if we got boxing, baby. I love boxing. I wish we had boxing every single day, Monday through Friday, and Saturday and Sunday too, and twice on Sunday, man. The more boxing, the better, man. The more boxing, the better this world will be, in my opinion. So at least the foundation is there. The agreement's been signed. It's all up to Dana White and the group over there to see how this is going to work. A lot of questions will be answered, but what I will tell you is they're going to stumble a little bit. Nothing's going to be perfect right out of the gate. It's like when you open up a restaurant, right? You know, you got to work out the kinks, right? You got to get it right. You know, so you know, we got to wait and see. We got to wait and see. Let's look at the poll though. Appreciate you, CJ, man. You my guy. Make sure you guys follow CJ on his channel. My sister Chevy's a Red Corner. My sister Chevy Red is in the building.
Let's go, champ.
Rachel, my boo, one of the realest in the industry. That's right, Rachel Donaire. She a sister here at the Hangout spot, as well as Chevy's Red Corner. Make sure you guys follow Chevy. Once we do we decide what our next ladies' night is going to be. Chevy got to be on the panel, man. She got to cook. We got to have Chevy, Rachel, all-star panel, man. We're going to have an all-star panel for our next ladies' night. Star from the Boxing Voice, she'll be on. It's going to be lit. It's going to be lit. Shout out to all my sisters, man, out there doing it in the world of boxing, man. Both behind the mic, boots to ground, Chevy's ring announcing. She killing it, man. She absolutely motherfucking killing it. Polo Buck back with another $5. Polo, this is for you.
Champ is here. Champ is here. Champ is here.
Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother. Polo Buck said I got a few notifications. I also got a busy life, Big Johnny. I need them notifications. Come on, man. I'm priority, brother. I'm priority, bro. Polo Buck back with the $1. Polo back with another $1. Polo back with another $1. We killing it. We killing it tonight. We are killing it, man. At DHS, Maton 509 said at DHS, great live. You know how we do it up. Roger that. Great show. Great boxing talk. Like always, Johnny. Salute to you. Roger that. But guess what, guys? We may not be done. We may not be done because guess who just joined the party? My man, Coach Hector Bermudez. Coach, hold on, Coach. Polo Buck back with a $10, 10-piece, man. Let's throw the woo.
Straight cash, homie.
Yeah. Shout out to Polo Buck, man, my guy. Coach, what's good, man? What's good, Coach?
Hey, man, I've been working, man. What's going on? How was the
What you mean working? Working on what? Working on what? Film study?
Come on, man.
You ain't got
man.
What you working on? You ain't got no killers over there. What the fuck you working on?
Actually, I got a new kid today. Well, now he's been my kid, but he just came back today.
Okay, that's what's up. Great show. We
gotta get a translator, man, because you know your Spanish twisted, my shit twisted.
Duly noted.
I got some special kids here, man. We gotta put them out there.
We will get a translator. I still need to get that Rohan interview. I still need to get that Yo-Yo interview.
Indeed.
I still need to get those interviews with
Bobby.
Yeah,
would you do it? Would you do it down? When would you come in on the 12th? Would you just come in on the 12th for the fight?
Yeah, I'll drive down, but I'll get there early. If you want me to get there early, I'll get there early. But damn, who the fuck's going to do a live interview over there with no translator? That's nasty work. I gotta figure it out.
Yeah. We gotta figure that out.
Chevy, can you translate Chevy? Chevy's in the chat, bro. Chevy could probably translate, bro.
I know females translating for my guy.
Oh shit, here we go. Roger that is back with the $2. He said, salute Coach B, where you been? That's what I'm saying. Where you been? You show up at 2:15 in the morning when I'm about to log off.
Yo, but you know, we working. We gotta stay successful, man. We working.
Of course. Absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
we working. You see,
Good show today.
Long,
We had
long days here.
we
Yeah,
had really good panel members today. Good discussion about this Zuffa Boxing in Paramount Plus deal that was locked in on Monday morning. That's obviously going to give us 12 boxing cards in 2026. A lot of good dialogue on what we think may happen, what we hope may happen. A lot of hate towards a couple of the panel members that we got that are just trying to be optimistic, man. Again, this is the sport of boxing we love. Let's give it a chance. Before we shit on it because we hate Dana White, because there's a lot of people out there in the boxing community that hate Dana White. Whether it's justified or not, I know he has said, a lot of things about boxing and all of those other stuff before he actually fully got into the sport of boxing. But we gotta give shit a chance before we just shit on it. You know what I'm saying? That's just my take on it. CJ Rich boxing and PS with the $5. Nah, I think I'll pass. CJ, you my guy, but he said I'm gonna be the translator. LOL. I'll just make shit up. Cuando no entiendo. Yeah, well.
Hey yo, that sounded crazy the way you read that.
Cuando no entiendo.
You just read it in English.
Cuando no entiendo. Well, it's Spanglish. I'll just make shit up. Cuando no entiendo.
No, the first time you read it. You read it.
This is nasty.
Yeah.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
Why you hating on me, man? You be hating on me, Coach. You be hating on my Spanish. I'm gonna have to get that clip of you talking shit to Rohan in the corner and play that shit on. You like I ain't play that shit on here yet. I told my wife, I said, babe, look at Coach Bermuda. He talk mad shit about me. I didn't even understand a fucking word he said in that corner, bro. I said, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get his ass.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get his ass for sure. Johnny Spanish is bad, man. It's I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just not that good.
I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just terrible.
I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's just not that good. Chevy, can you translate, Chevy? She still hasn't answered that question. I need a good translator, man.
Is Chevy? Is she Spanish?
Yes, she's Chevy's Puerto Rican.
Chevy ain't Boricua, man.
I think Chevy's half and half.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm gonna give
Chevy.
it. I'm gonna give it. If Chevy's Boricua, I'm gonna give it respect, man.
Identify yourself, Chevy. Identify yourself in the chat. What are you? I think she's. I want to say she's half Puerto Rican. That's my guesstimation.
And what, half Mexican? Because she got a forehead on her, boy.
Oh shit. I don't know. That I don't know.
Right
Mexican. There you go. Half and half. Boricua, Morena, Boricua, Morena. Shout out to Big Pun. Chevy is Boricua, Morena. But Chevy, you ain't answer my question. Can you translate? I think she can. I think I've heard her do interviews in Spanish. For sure. For sure. Like them boots to ground interviews when she interviews people at the fight cards.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive. But yeah, we got to set that up because I need to interview the killers over there.
Yeah, man, I got this new kid. I mean, he's not new, but he's back. He's back to the gym. He had gone for a little bit because he went to the World Games.
Name?
No, we got to wait on him. Man.
Oh shit. She said, I'm about to get on the live in my bata. Roast him. Yes, I can translate. Debbie, if you can translate, man, there's some interviews I need to get done, man. If
she said in my bata. You know what that means?
Of course, nightgown, bro. What's wrong with you, man? I understand everything. I can read mostly everything. And again, I can talk it, but I can't do an interview, man. I'll just get tongue twisted, man. But if we like casually, like let's say we hanging out and I got somebody's my boy's uncle that plays dominoes and he speaks Spanish. And we were talking about shout out to your guy. We were talking about him playing dominoes with his father and his uncle during that interview. Velasquez, man, that was a dope interview, man.
You play dominoes?
He was playing dominoes,
No,
but
do you play dominoes?
hell yeah, I played dominoes.
That'd be cool.
Hell yeah, I played dominoes, bro. I grew up playing dominoes, bro. I ain't no joke.
Yeah,
but I know
you
what
gotta
he was-
come here, man. I need a partner, man, because these
Let's do
dudes
it.
be
Nah, I'm legit. I grew up playing dominoes with my boys, their fathers, their uncles, their this. You don't know how to play with these old school Spanish dudes. They'll fucking run you off the table. Este tipo no sabe jugar. ¿Qué tú estás haciendo? Esa es mi ficha. Blah 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 blah. Like I can talk Spanish casually like that. But nah, I get down. I gets down. Yeah, the chat's cooking right now. Yeah, we got to set it up. Is Rohan going to be over there on the 12th?
he wants to go. He told me he wants to go. I don't know if I'll take him, but he definitely wants to.
I think you should take him, man.
We're gonna go to that Tiger Johnson and Floss fight.
And that's in
by Orlando, like Lake. What is it called? Lakeland, something like that.
Oh yeah. That's in Lakeland. literally 25-30 minutes from my house.
Nice.
I've done a pro box card at Lakeland. It's actually pretty cool there. It's actually pretty cool. It's a nice little spot. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go because I don't know. I think I might be going to Border Wars.
What is Brent? What is he? Is he Boricua too?
No.
Wait, who
He
is
was
that?
on the panel earlier. He said, "Copy cool your ass all day." Brim, know your role, brother. Know your role, brother, because you might get cooked. Dominoes and pool. That's my shit. I got a pool table in the garage. Dudes ain't fucking with me in pool. I can tell you that right now. Dudes
I don't fuck. I do. I'm okay at pool. I'm not that nice.
Dudes ain't fucking with me.
My thing is
pool.
My thing is chess, man.
Now that I gotta practice. Like I'm not a chess guy, but I'm gonna learn, man, because what you were saying the other day, I was like, I'm gonna take that as a challenge. Like I gotta learn how to play chess.
Yeah. You learn how to
I gotta
play
legit
chess.
learn how to play
You
chess.
become good at it. You become good at anything you do in life.
Brim said I'm black as hell.
Oh, you playing that Brent playing fives, man. You play fives. You don't play no copy cool.
Oh shit. Yo, Brim was on the panel. Oh, we had a good. It was really good. Well, Rachel Donaire was on here.
Yeah. I peeped that. That's what
okay.
I logged in on, was right at the end.
Yeah, Rachel Donaire was on. Nito's about to get a fight. He's gonna be sparring tomorrow. Hopefully, when he gets something announced, we get him on here.
Hey, I got somebody to spar with him.
What, at 118, 120 pounds?
118. I got two kids, one at 115, one at 118. One of them is a bronze medalist, Olympian. The other one is Olympian, but he didn't medal.
Oh, okay.
He said, yeah, Alberto's a nut, yeah.
Of course he did. He be talking all that shit about the females, bro. That shit was well calculated.
Nasty.
That shit was well calculated.
You can't say
bro.
remember, we can't say females no more.
It's women, man. Women or ladies. Coach, we doing another ladies' night, bro. I got a good idea for ladies' night, but I'm not telling nobody. I think it's gonna be lit. I'm gonna try to make it happen.
I know what the idea is. The idea is I'm gonna lose some followers.
Nobody knows the idea but me.
I'm gonna lose.
Nobody knows the idea but me. I ain't even tell you yet. I ain't telling you because you're gonna shit on it anyway.
What can you say? Like, what can you say about the female? What they gonna say? Talk about?
You'll see. You'll see.
They're gonna talk about Clarissa Shields.
Nope. You'll see. Let me tell you something. I had Chevy and I had Christine Lopez, bro, on the panel one time, and they was fight predictions. It was a fight week. I forget what fight week it was. It was a week and a half before the Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor card, but we had fights that weekend. If I'm not mistaken, we had the Belanga, we had Shakur. They was kicking it, man. They was giving predictions and everything, bro. You missed it. You missed it.
Yeah. I just looked at the rate before. You know, some like I always learn. You think 5 times before you speak. So I went before I said anything. I went and I looked at all your videos and I seen your likes and your views.
Whose videos? Mine?
Yeah, and I made sure I was correct in saying that the girls' night was like the lowest for Chevy Red. Before Chevy Red come at me, I just
I
wanted.
knew you were gonna say that.
So it was really really low. You in the thousands now, and you didn't even crack. Yeah. All your videos is 1,000, and the women's.
The women's I ain't cracked 500. Is that what you saying? Yo, Nigerian nightmare. You see what I got to deal with? You see what I got to deal with, man?
And I
This
peeped
dude
a little
looking at
bit
my
of it.
fucking views, bro, so he can make sure he ain't wrong. That's crazy.
And I peeped a little bit of it. It was in there vibing too.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to
And
say.
that girl
about
too. What's her name? The Christine girl. She pretty official, ain't she?
Yeah, she trained. She's a trainer too.
Yeah, she's pretty official.
Yeah,
She's
she
in it.
legit.
I think she's like a cut woman now too, right?
Yeah, no, she's legit.
I mean, anybody a cut person until they see a cut. Right?
I could be a cut man.
Yeah, you could
Can
be
I
a
work
coach.
Rohan's corner as a cut man next fight?
Emphatically no.
Indeed.
Indeed not.
You don't need no qualifications to be a cut man. Yep. In boxing, boxing's the only fucking rogue sport, man, where you don't need any type of medical background to work somebody's quarter.
No, but actually, when you have a medical, this is a problem. This is a problem I had for many years with a friend of mine that's a doctor, and he was a trauma doctor. He was like, "Oh, I do this, I do that." Like, my man, it ain't the same. It ain't the same. You got to know some tricks to get in there, man. And some, you just have to know your way around the ring. It's not the same. You ain't just gonna come in. And he used to be upset with me. And then one time I brought him in, and he's like, "Oh, this is on sanit. I got to talk to the commission. This is everything's here need to be clean and be sanitized." Shut your ass up. You ain't working the corner. He think he had a hospital.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, no, I agree. That's different.
But when he did work, there was like bloody towels all over. For someone who ain't used to it looked crazy.
Wow. Okay. Polo Buck said, "You mean Yams night?" Yep, Yams night, baby. Wednesday night, Yams night. She
I don't know
official.
what that mean. What that mean? Yams night.
Two-tone calls the females yams.
Oh, okay.
Or the ladies, I'm sorry. Ladies' night was fire. I agree. Ladies' night was dope.
So when's the next ladies' night, man? I'm coming. I'm calling in. And you got to fact check them. You got to make sure they know what the fuck they talking about.
Let's do we can do next Wednesday.
Hey, this round one in the chat, my man from Massachusetts.
No, that's a different one. That's a different one. That is a different round. Yeah, he was on the panel too. He came on. They were cooking him in the chat too. Shout out to you, round one. I don't know if you were able to read the chat, but when you were on there, they was. The chat went in today. It was one of those topics where a lot of people had a difference of agreement when it came to Dana White. Mostly, what's potentially going to happen, the benefits, the fact that he is alienating all the sanctioning bodies. I don't know if you heard that piece of it, but they want to put a Zuffa title and a Ring Magazine title, and none of the sanctioning bodies are going to be allowed to play in that sandbox. So there was a lot of the chat was going back and forth when it came to that. It was a good. I mean, today was a really, really good show when it came to all the panel members just giving their take on it, going back and forth. It's good. It was really good. Hold on, we got who just sent a super chat? No, I read that one. Your girl Chevy Red with the $5. $5.
No, it's not
Dolores, the $5. Starting to think Coach like me. Say my name a lot. Need to sanitize that carne asada breath. Damn, Chevy going in on you, bro. Shout out to you, Chevy.
Hey, tell Chevy send her her address. I'm gonna send her some.
Chevy, you gotta we gotta get you a care package.
Because she keep talking about this kind of asada. I'm gonna
asada. You sent me a care package, right?
Yeah.
Dope. I can't wait to get that shit. I gotta try Señor Sabor. Because Coach,
other ones too, man. We got the Fuego one. Hey, Chevy,
Coach,
which one you want?
Because Coach, if I'm gonna promote your brand and put my name on it, that shit better be good.
The picture is good. It's all organic. It's good stuff. I don't put out no. Listen, we have to have integrity. My gym could be full of world champion if I didn't have no integrity, but I have integrity.
Well,
don't let nobody get over on the fighters. I wouldn't do that to the people.
Because the Hangout spot is legit, bro. We don't play no games over here.
Yeah.
This ain't no Mickey Mouse shit.
Them bullshit ass belts you got back there, man. Them shit fake too, man. That's not a real WBA belt you got back there.
You a hater. Word up. CJ,
we gotta take that WBA off and put some Señor Sabor cashews up there.
Well, we got to see if the brand is legit first. CJ Rich, appreciate you. He says straight love, no fruity tooty.
Tutti Frutti,
man. Tutti Frutti is hold on. What's Tutti Frutti? Right here. That's some Police Academy gay shit, bro. He said, "You're one of the dudes that made me believe I could talk this shit too." Thumbs up. Hope your movement continues to grow. Appreciate you, man. Keep doing your thing, man. Keep working, bro. Keep working, my brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words, man. I appreciate the super chat and the donation, man. You my guy. Whatever I can do to help you out, man. Just let me know, man. Just let me know. I'll be popping in your shit here and there, but you got to put some I wouldn't say a set schedule, but just let me know or whatever. Because sometimes I'll be working during the day, so it's kind of hard for me. But I do want to show some support, bro. Polo Buck is back with a $2. Coach finna send her his socks.
This is nasty.
Don't know about that.
I'll send him my socks, underwear, t-shirt, all that to wash. Oh, that's what they should be. That's what they should be doing, man. Cook and clean, man. That's all.
Oh man.
Now go home and smoke some more crack.
Somebody want to be on the podcast. See?
Unbiased Brim with the
Let's go, champ.
with the $2. Appreciate you, my brother. Coach, gonna have Johnny on another 5 hours. 5 hours. LOL. I doubt that because I'm already tired. If Alex Vega was on here, he'd be cooking you right now. He'd be like, "Oh, you see, Coach comes on right when you're about to log off. You're gonna be on for another 3 hours." Alex Vega was on here for a little while, and then forget it. Then he started cooking in the chat. He started talking shit about the panel, hating on the panel. That's what Alex Vega does.
Yeah, he definitely
talking crap. Somebody was talking too much. He's this, he's that. I'm like, bro, damn. Vega was going in on the panel today. I ain't gonna lie. Vega was going in on the panel.
It sounded like a good show today, man.
That was a good show. It was good. Good dialogue. Speaking of good shows, Look who came to join the party, Coach.
Oh, he's watching shit.
Yo,
Look at that damn Timu Dominican. Hold on, listen. You ain't here.
Chat, make sure y'all show my sister some love. Chevy, what's good, Chevy?
Nothing. Listen, I didn't come in here because your friend, he been talking real spicy. Like them nuts he got over there. What flavor the spicy nut? Sriracha?
Those are the srirachas, man. You got to get the address and we got to send you a couple samples, man. Little care package so you can support.
We don't know why he over there acting like I ain't got some already.
Yeah, but you need the asadas. You don't got the asadas.
Yeah, but what you doing up this late? Like,
word, what you
doing? I ain't in the kitchen.
Not in the
kitchen. Who in the chat? Hold on, because in the chat somebody about to get timed out talking about sending her a grocery list. Excuse me?
They said you be timing people out too much, Chevy. What's going on with that?
I only timed out one person.
Oh, okay. So it was.
And he was acting crazy. He was being spicy.
Yeah.
He needed to be a timeout.
Hey, Chevy, what you on here promoting? Hurry up, promote whatever you got. Hey, Chevy Red Corner on Instagram. Blah blah blah. All right, get up out of here.
Johnny, get your boy. Get your boy, Johnny. Listen, we about to have like a full battle over here. He think he listen, Listen, you know what they say, right? The ones that be in the room talking the most, talking the loudest, listen, the lamest. Come on. Somebody go call Brian Norman to come over here with this guy. Let me go to sleep and mind my business. Let me go to sleep and mind my business. I love y'all. Bye, chat. Bye, Coach.
Hold up, not the cheerleader.
Hold on. Chevy, hold on.
Wait, I'm about to get
translate. Can you translate?
Can I translate? If that guy is there?
No. Can you translate for your brother here, Johnny, from the Hangout spot?
Listen, Joe Sabo.
Oh shit. All right. So you know what? Let's X that out. You're not even ask that shit.
Hey, yo, this is like
you gonna jump on the next panel for ladies' night or what?
Listen, I got you. Let me know to see if I work and make it happen.
All right, I'll let you know. We looking at
Joe Sabo. That was.
And listen,
Lord child.
Okay, well y'all have fun. I'm out.
I don't want no beef with the ladies, man.
We appreciate
Good night, Chad.
My mama raised a gentleman.
Night, Chev.
How the hell I exit this thing?
Don't worry about it. He'll exit you out. Hey,
you don't got to rinse. Calm down. Calmate, okay?
I can exit you. Have a good night. Appreciate you.
Bye, y'all.
Chevy Red made a pit stop over here to put Coach Bermudez in his place.
She country as shit too, ain't she?
Mm-hmm. Chevy, she good people, man. She great people, man. CJ Rich, what's good, brother?
Hey, what's poppin', Johnny? Thanks for having me up again. Yo.
Dale.
Yeah, man. I had to support you in the super chats today. You know what I mean? I didn't know.
My brother, I appreciate you, man. Big time.
I don't know how long the goal goes on, but I think I was sending them in after the fact. But you got your 10, whatever. It's all good. So shout out to you.
It don't even matter, man. You show me love, I appreciate that, man. And likewise, like I said, man, I'll be trying to pop in, but you don't have a set time though, right?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm just settling in. I've been going live for like just over a month now. Right now, I'm looking at Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. So 7 for y'all. I'll be going live tomorrow. So yeah, that's what I'm looking to do.
Damn, has it been a month already? That's what's up, man.
A month, champ. Over a month. Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun, man. Keep working, my brother. Keep working, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just wanted to pull up real quick, say shout out to you and Coach. But when I heard that Yo Sabo, I was like, even I know that's out of pocket. That's crazy.
That's it. I changed the subject after that. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll be a better translator. And like I said, if I don't know, I'll make it up. You know what I mean? I keep it entertaining. I keep it spicy. I'm just messing with you. I'm sure you got a good Spanish speaker somewhere. Hey, shout out. Y'all ain't gonna believe me, but shout out Alberto. He could probably do it.
Alberto. Yeah, I need to give him a trial run though.
Yeah,
I think he can though. I think he can.
I believe it.
Yeah, I think he can. If he can do it, we got to make that happen because it's either that, man, or 2026. I have to commit myself to getting better with my Spanish.
So what? I got the Rosetta Stone, so I'm working on that. But they got something better apparently now. It's I can't remember the name of the app, but they got something like this done by native speakers. So it's not no textbook shit. It's native speakers helping you do it. I forget the name of the app, but you could look into it. I just want to pull up real quick to say that, and to also say, on the main topic of the night, the Lufa, the Lufa Boxing organization. Yeah, we was talking about. I know.
Lufa.
I'm just being. I'm being stupid with it. On Marco's channel, about maybe a month and a half ago, we was talking about a potential league. You feel me? And to bring some kind of structure into this shit, just like baseball has, just like basketball, just like the NFL for football. Yeah. So I'm with the idea. I think this could be the start of something moving in that direction. Obviously, they're just coming in. They got to start at a lower level and help the fighters build up. But eventually, shit, it could be a potential league for real. So I just wanted to say that. Shout out to you again, and coach. I'm gonna fall back. Salute.
My brother, appreciate you, man. Shout out to CJ, man. And make sure y'all show a brother some support, man. He trying to get his shit off the ground, man. He's he putting in that work, man. He definitely putting in that work. The poll that I had up, or that I have up, over 130 votes, 31% says yes, I can't wait to see the Zuffa Boxing on Paramount Plus. 26% said nope, not interested in TKO, and 43% are undecided because they got to wait and see what the product brings. So that is where we're at with the voting. 130 some odd people. We need 7 more, or we need a few more likes to get to 100. So we may not get there because I'm about to call it, coach. I'm tired. I got to get up in the morning. It's 2:40. 5.5 hour show. And we'll be back on tonight. We got any bets tonight? Any bets this weekend?
Well, I had a bet for tomorrow. There's a fight.
Oh, what's his
I don't
name?
know if it's on there.
Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown and
Oguni. There's people that could have made I forgot the name of
Brandon Glatton and Marcus Brown.
No, this Japanese kid that was gonna fight, and I feel like it was definitely like a lock for a knockout
on that card.
I don't know. It's
what's the name?
His last name is Oguni, Oguni. Oguni. Hold up, I look it up.
Smash that like button, y'all. We need 7 more likes to hit 100.
The fight's tomorrow.
Oh, it's got to be this one in this card, but I don't see that last name. It's probably not. It's probably on another card.
Hold up.
I'm trying to check which one. It's not a lot of boxing going on this weekend, guys.
No, but you can make some money with this one.
The fuck? I can't find it. What's his name? I'll find it. What's his name again?
I'm looking it up right now. I'll tell you real quick.
When you find it, spell it, because I want to pull up his box rec. I'll find it because I can't see it on the box rec schedule. I need to find another app that has better boxing schedules, man. Anybody have any suggestions? Like, what do you guys in the chat?
Yukionori Oguni.
How do you what's the how do you spell the first name? He Japanese?
Yeah.
How do you spell the first name?
It's Yukinori.
Oguni. Okay, I see it. Yokanuri Oguni?
Yeah.
A super bantam?
Yeah, he's fighting there, and that's gonna be he's getting knocked out.
Oh yeah. Where's he fighting? Oh, he's fighting in Japan. He's getting knocked out by this damn, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Long Farm?
Oh, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, the name is crazy. He's 26-1-1 with 16 knockouts.
Yeah.
So who you got? You got the dude knocking out Oguni?
Yeah.
It's an 8-round fight at Super Bantam. All right, I'm gonna leave this up for tomorrow then. I'm gonna leave this. Who you got in that Marcus Brown Glatton fight?
When is that?
That's tomorrow. Wednesday, October 1st. It's a cruiserweight fight. That's a good question, but it will be on the zone. I don't know. It might be on by the time while we're doing our while I'm doing my show. If it is, I'm gonna have it on. And I'll do a fight chat for it. I gotta check. I'll check in the morning because this is in Lagos. Guys in the chat, y'all gotta help me out. What time is it?
We can make some money this weekend too. There's a couple fights this weekend we can make some money on. You on Thursday?
No, Thursday I won't be on. I'll be on tomorrow. Oh, tonight.
Yeah, so I'll study I didn't really study the opponent, so I can't just.
So you're gonna be on tomorrow? For tonight?
Yeah, I come on tonight and
all right, cool.
A couple bets out.
And
too.
that Brandon Glatton and Marcus Brown fight is gonna be really good, Coach. I hope it's on tomorrow in the evening, man, so that I can have it on while I'm doing the show, and we can do a fight chat for it. What time is this? Does anybody in the chat know what time this Marcus Brown and Brandon Glatton main event comes on tomorrow on Pro Box or tonight on Pro Box? I'm sorry. Damn, where's Vega? Vega would have known. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out in the morning. Hopefully, it's on in the evening. That's a good fight. That's a really good fight.
That's for
it's a cruiserweight.
Yeah, I know.
Damn, I don't know who I'm taking in that one though. Yeah, I'm not making a pick on that. I'm gonna check out some shit in the morning, and then I want to make a pick on that. I don't know if you saw the face-to-face that they had, or not the face-to-face. What do you call that? When they when the zones have them sit across the table and they're talking shit, and there's a moderator asking them questions, and I think one of them damn, I saw it today. Anyway, he was like, "Yo, sign that if you want to, whatever." He took the paper and crumbled it and threw it right in the dude's face.
Oh yeah,
hit him in the fucking forehead. He hit him in the forehead. The other dude got up. Like there's some bad blood.
Face, right?
Yeah. I think that's what it's called.
Well, you can't put up no fights up, huh?
Nah. This show's been good. I ain't trying to get this shit up. But yeah. No, tonight there's boxing tonight, y'all. On the zone, main event, Marcus Brown against Brandon Glatton, which I think is going to be one hell of a fight. There's a lot of bad blood there. So we will be back at it tonight. Hopefully this thing is on while we're on. That way I can have it on in the background, and then we can also talk shit about the fight while it's on. That'd be dope. I'm gonna figure it out. I'll figure it out in the morning. I'm not gonna be able to play it, but we can do a fight chat where we I call it while it's going on. Give everybody, a little bit of a glimpse of what's going on round by round if they're not watching it. We did a live fight chat for Canelo Crawford. It was dope.
Okay. I see Jessica Rabbit. She talking her shit. Okay, girl.
I see that.
She said, "Yeah, drop the link. Don't let girls on who don't know boxing." Yeah, exactly.
The link is pinned to the chat, but we are about to call it, man, because we're pushing 3:00 in the morning. I got to get up.
Oh no, why you going? I like how Jessica talking. Too many simps on here defending her.
She can come on tonight. Jump on tonight. I'll have the link in the chat. You can jump on tonight.
Yeah, all right.
We back at it 9:00 tonight.
She said, Polo, don't talk to me. You wonder, oh, she's talking. Is she about who's that, Johnny?
No idea. No
That's
idea.
probably Tip. Be changing his name and shit. Jessica's a man, yo.
Is she going back and forth with Chevy?
She's a man. That's probably Tip. I'm telling you. Tip always got his crazy ass names on here.
Polo said he gonna time both of them out. They must be going back and forth with each other. I don't know. I ain't got to drop the link. The link is already pinned to the chat, y'all. We've been had the link up. We've had mad callers and panel members, man. Is it? Yeah, they're going back and forth. Damn, they need to do that shit on the panel. I'll give them 2 rounds, 3 rounds each. They can go back and forth on the panel. That's great. He says probably Vega. That's true. That is true. Jessica Rabbit is probably Vega, bro.
It's either Vega or Tip, yo. I'll never. Hey, listen, on this boxing shit, these girls, they all
look at G-Von. Look at my. He said women really just belong as ring girls. This is a man's sport, to be honest. Lord, child, y'all bad, man.
I never in boxing. Those girls be sticking together. That got to be Vega.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm trying to build a woman fan base too. And you guys are just killing it. They're gonna start talking about don't go on the Hangout spot. They just be shitting on the women over there. We trying to build, we're trying to diversify ourselves, our portfolio here. We got to get some women too. I interview female fighters, trainers. I interview them all, coach. You know the deal.
Yeah, that one lady that rap hands, right? What's her name?
Paula V.
Yeah.
She legit. I interview them all. I don't play. I show everybody love.
No, you got to.
That's why everybody love the Hangout spot. You got to show everybody love. Y'all just killing it in the chat.
No, but homegirl, not to give her any credit, but Chevy, she interviewed
Scooby. Oh, nice.
And
did she post it? I didn't even see it.
Yeah, nobody sees her stuff. Like nobody follows
Chevy,
her.
you gotta share, man. Did you if you interview Scooby, you gotta tag me, man. Share. I want to check it out. I didn't see it unless I missed it. But I didn't see it. I follow her IG and I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was a good interview though.
Good. What was it? Immediately after this fight?
Yo, my man said when I'm taking the Ozempic.
Who said what? What
he dropped me. He's a trip.
What he said? Bermuda's when you take it. I see that. I saw that. Curtis Robinson, appreciate you. Every night it's fire at the Hangout spot, bro. Not just tonight, man. We was cooking tonight, man. Somebody blocked Jessica. Damn. See what y'all doing, man? Y'all, we could definitely troll in here, man. Y'all gotta cool out. We having a good time.
I want to know who Jessica. I think she's a man. I think that's a man.
Somebody unbiased said Chevy want that smoke with someone blocked Jessica in here. Y'all can't be blocking people, man. Unless it gets really, really crazy. We can let people cook and troll and talk shit to each other. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes the chat fun. Chevy said, I've interviewed almost all y'all favorite fighters. Coach, it's okay to give credit. I'm going to interview you too, and it will be your most watched. Okay. Why didn't you interview him that day? I told you to interview him at Sony Hall.
Yeah, because she told that girl she was hungry. She needs some cash. She was hungry that day. She always hungry.
Somebody said Jessica was definitely a Vegas burner. Somebody timed her out though.
How they time? How you know they timed her out?
Yeah, somebody, because that's what they're talking about in the chat. I don't even. Yeah, I don't. Y'all gotta let people cook, man. That's what makes the chat fun, man. Unless they get racial or they start then it gets crazy. Then y'all gotta pack that shit up and get the fuck out of here. We don't do that shit over here. We family. But it's cool to talk shit and troll each other. That's what makes the chat fun.
Yeah.
Flake loves the chat, bro. Cornflake be loving reading this chat, bro. They be going in. They be going in on him. That should be funny as hell. Shit, they went in on me the other night. They were going in on me. I was like,
Oh, you can't take none of this personal. Man.
Hell no, bro. It's all in good fun, man.
Yeah, this shit fun, man.
This is all in good fun. I love this shit. I love this shit. I totally love it. But coach, I gotta bang out, man. I gotta go to bed. Tonight. Jump on tonight, man.
Yeah, we'll get on tonight, man. I'll give you some picks. We're gonna make some money, man.
Let's get it.
All right.
Appreciate you. All right, man. Yeah, man. That was Coach Bermudez on the panel. Appreciate all of y'all. Shit, we did 12 more minutes. We pushing a 6-hour show, y'all. Shout out to all of y'all that jumped on the panel today, that contributed in the chat, that participated in a great show with some great conversation, great opinions, great perspectives. This is where it's at, man. Safe place for us to be able to talk that boxing shit, man. Shout out to all of y'all in the chat that have showed me love. Shout out to all of y'all that sent super chats as well. We made our super chat go and then some. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the love and support. It doesn't end. We will be back at it tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you guys tune in. Not sure if I'm going to have a guest, but it don't matter. If we don't, we'll just rock out. Me and the best boxing podcast chat out here on YouTube. Hit that like button on the way out. We need only 3 more likes to hit 100, man. Come on, man. We could do that shit right now in 3 seconds, man. Hit that like button on the way out. Subscribe to the channel. Tell a friend, y'all. We cooking. We got over 100 people up in here. Shout out to everybody on X. Make sure you guys retweet, follow me over there, and subscribe to the Hangout spot here on YouTube. This is our bread and butter. This is where we are cooking. Same thing on Facebook. If y'all watching there, come on over here. Subscribe to the channel. You're already subscribed. Again, tell a friend. We're trying to get to that next goal. And we'll be back at it 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, man. You know the deal. Cooking it up and having a good time while we do it, man. So shout out to all of y'all. Appreciate the love and support like always. This is your boy Johnny signing out from the Hangout Spot Live, and I will talk to everybody tonight, 9 p.m. Peace, y'all.